me take this one, Gio. Here's the deal. He said that if it shows up right there, just under eye level, and it makes it through the holes, then the Earth is flat. And if we go up to 13 feet and we could see it, then there's a sphere. Well, they wind up seeing it at like 8.5 feet or like 7.5 feet. So, I mean,
Not
technically,
X.
it was closer to being flat, but to be a globe, we would have had to be like I think it was 12.5 or 13.5 feet. But it was right in between. And people, so you've heard this from somebody, and you've repeated it like he proved a globe when you don't even know the full story. So if you could spread the word for people who don't know, no, he didn't prove. He didn't.
Yeah,
He had to raise it higher to prove a globe. He'd had to raise it another like 4.5 feet. He was only like 2 feet from it working. If he had them lined up flat. But there was also shit in the way and all that. But that's the deal.
I'm only basing this on, he said, hold it way up over your head, hold it way up in the air or something like that. And then they cut to a shot of light winking, which indeed maybe he wasn't at that stage, or they'd cut the shots together from other things. I know I've done that in the past.
Here we go.
And then he goes,
interesting. You haven't verified it, and you're running with it.
No, I'm just saying what I saw in the doco. I'm happy to be corrected.
Here we go.
Yeah, spread the word.
But that's why I was asking Gio, because Gio's been there. Wasn't that essentially a thing? And you said, Gio, that it was inconclusive because there were reeds that could have been in the way of the lower one, which would have maybe you could have seen that light, but you weren't able to because of the reeds. Isn't that something close to what you said, Gio?
It was inconclusive because he wasn't high enough to see it on a globe, but it wasn't straight through. And he had a reason why. There was some shit that might have been in the way for a straight shot. Either way, he was able to see it, raising it up a little bit, but it wasn't high enough to work on a sphere. He'd have had to go up like.
And it's flawed because light bends.
All right.
And I think I remember him saying that they edited 2 different days together to make it seem like it was the same day, but it wasn't.
Yeah, I could easily believe that. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm in a doco that was on Netflix that was like, and then Harry couldn't get any work and he quit India. I was like, fuck you guys. That is not what happened. Like,
all right.
I struggled for working a little bit when there was some fucking union shit, but yeah, they just totally lied. And it was my close friends of mine. They're like, yeah, but this was a better story. I was like, oh, fuck you. It is a better story. But
well, there you go. Then now you understand, and you're clinging to the story that says that you didn't find work, and you're acting like that's the truth, and then you're ignoring all the other evidence that we're talking.
Well, I'm well open.
Yeah, you're a flirt.
Totally wrong. Like there is no way that anybody sets out to make a doco for Netflix and risks making it look like maybe the Earth's flat. Mainly because it just financially would be a really dumb move. Even if there's no conspiracy, you can run with a flat Earth doco on like.
So they're not really trying to find the truth. They're just trying to support the mainstream idea because of money.
Of course. And take the piss out of flat earthers while they're at it, because you guys are like an easy target that like nobody wants to put their hand up and say they're flat earthers. So it's like saying like white trash or something. It's like picking on some group that's just too small to offer any kind of defense. It's a nasty game.
You're exposing yourself here.
Yeah, or they know that they can't allow it because it's obviously flat, and any indication that it is flat might tell people the obvious, and they don't want that.
Right, and they went as far as going to Congress, and the lady from the representative CEO, whatever YouTube said, that they'll spend whatever necessary. We will use any resources necessary to pretty much. I mean, I quote that, but after that I can't quote because she said like to freaking to stop it or whatever. And they use flat Earth in general. So yeah, for an easy target, they sure willing to fork up a lot of cash and shadow ban and fucking, and do all these hit pieces and all this shit, and it's still spreading, man. It's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah.
Or gullible little group.
The algorithm was on your side, and now it's fundamentally against it. It's a different.
Oh, it's dangerous.
It'd be a shitty time.
That is just dangerous.
Here we go.
We could corrupt the youth.
The way they synchronize themselves, writing, I just found out something maybe a little interesting. Maybe not. All right. The communicator transmitter induces a single-phase voltage in a three-phase winding of the stator. These voltages vary in amplitude and direction with respect to each other, but not vary in phase. Consider the stator voltages as shown in the diagram. I can post a diagram
Hey,
if you want. But anyway,
I just got.
but during one half cycle of the top and the bottom fields are both north and south respectively, and they point respectively as well. So they use this system basically to get things to align north and south.
Hey, I just posted a thing like I reposted the thing in live chat where it's the IDS documents, the engineering documents, the system engineer for GPS, showing that what everything y'all been talking about is the Sagnac effect, you know, with the gyro compasses, with freaking the Foucault pendulum, with I mean everything that has to do with the precession of the gyroscope is all the Sagnac effect, and in the system engineering documents for GPS I just posted where it shows that it's not caused from the rotation of the Earth. It's caused from the mass inertia. It's so they can argue with the people who engineered the GPS, instead argue with us because they're the ones saying it's not the motion of the Earth, it's not the spin of the Earth. It's causing that. Anybody wants to take a look at the short video? The document's right in the middle of it, 2-minute video. But oh yeah, to quote that lady, she said, "We will use whatever resources necessary to stop the spread of misinformation, such as flat Earth. Whatever resources necessary." So in other words, in the congressional hearing, they pretty much said, "We'll spend whatever it takes. We'll dump whatever we need to stop the spread of this." And they called it misinformation. You know, I call it a debate. I call it a fair debate.
Deploy
I
rumpus.
agree with you. I think there's a silly thing. Australia got really over the top with it when we banned some anti-vax woman from coming to Australia. They just revoked her visa. I was like, this is just silly. I don't want the government deciding who's correct and who I can hear. Like, fuck you guys. You just wouldn't let me hear anything that would depose you from power. I think it's a worrying.
She was dangerous.
David Icke. They banned David Icke.
I mean, he kind of.
He's dangerous.
You saw him. Did you see the original thing where he first went on a TV show and said he's Jesus? That was incredible. That was amazing.
He said he was
Jesus.
Really?
Yeah, that was.
It was
that
like
came out
30.
on national
It was 30
TV,
years
David
ago.
Icke.
Yeah, 30 years ago, it wasn't that incredible. Like, I think what he was trying to say was that he was like, he had worked out what Jesus was, which was like the truth, the way, and the light. So he was just trying to be the truth, the way, and the light. So he worked out he was Jesus.
Okay.
Wow.
It
We're
wasn't
all
that
Jesus.
incredible.
Probably
It was pretty cool.
We are all
I'm just posting the first link without checking it. Don't hold me for it. I think that is it. I remember him wearing his tracksuit.
Is that the BBC one? The BBC one?
Ireland 1991 is all I got on it.
Oh, okay.
Is he constantly poking his tongue out like a lizard?
Yes, yeah, Ireland 1991. I found it first time. Yeah, Terry Wogan wore a turquoise tracksuit. Yeah, I found the guy just as JJ was saying. Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to ask New Perspective still here?
Dave,
what's up, brother? What's up, bro?
Hey, I wanted to. I just seen. I went to Blue Marble Science for a little chat with them guys and see what they had for evidence. They presented. I guess it was PhD Tony, and he did some mapping of the PNS waves and shit. I heard a little bit about the argument before, but I've never really looked into it. He was showing the mapping of it, and to me, that would be as far as making a map. Or trying to prove something. Yeah, maybe that's one of their better evidence. I don't know, because I don't know the counter argument to that. I was seeing if you had anything as far as a counter argument to that. But even going beyond that, if we're trying to make a map or a model, that kind of information seems to me like it'd be just as good as GPS, because it's pretty much just based on the time, and we don't have to worry about where the satellites are they arcing around and all this shit. It's actual time that the event occurred, and then the time that the stations registered them. Around it'd be a good way to do some mapping without having to use flight pass and all this bullshit. But has anybody got any? What's our counter argument for that? Of course, they didn't show it on the globe. I asked him to show it on the globe. He showed it on the AE map, with just the center point of the earthquake as the center of the AE projection, and it seemed to work decent. But and that was their argument. I asked him to show it on a globe, and he didn't produce that. I'm not sure exactly why, but and I told him, I made a little remark like, they said it works perfect on a globe. I'm like, yeah, well, everything else I've seen modeled on a globe doesn't. Or he said it looks gorgeous or something. I think B-Ball said that. I'm like, everything else y'all model on a globe doesn't look gorgeous, like the trade winds, the eclipses, the jet streams, the temperature. I mean, it all looks jumbled up fucking god awful mess, really. But I haven't seen the seismograph shit on a globe yet to really make a claim on it.
I think it's just another argument for a map. Like, our map works because we mapped these various seismic activities on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's
but
like
I mean, if we could get the times though, we could come up with our own map. We could just get this just simply the times, nothing else. And I ain't talking about the reverberations or it lapping around and shit. That would be what they would want to bring up. If they're trying to say it's a globe. I'm just saying, as far as like mapping would go, I mean, he made it sound like this information is available, and if so, yeah, you'd have to make an assumption of where the earthquake position is, but that'd be it. You could base everything else from around it, and should be able to make a pretty decent map based on the times. If we could, I don't know, man. It's just a thought.
I found some of those Orion videos, by the way. If Orion's belt lines up with monuments and all the different continents, and you just line those continents up, that would be the way to do it. Line the places on the continents where Orion's belt lines up.
I want to see that too. Something practical,
I also talked to my friend. I actually mentioned I talked to my friend E1 that did that Sun and Moon presentation, and I was asking him if he got any further, and he's been working on it, and he says it's he found some other stuff out about Orion's belt and the way that the arrow was pointing and how it goes through a certain cycle. And I told him about you, and I asked him if maybe you and he and I could get on a hangout sometime, and he said sure. So maybe if you two could talk, the way he understands the stars and everything is better than I've ever heard anyone. And he's sure that he seems like he knows for sure that he didn't. I was asking about the quadrupole, and he was saying the same thing about that you think that you would have more than one celestial equator.
Yeah, there has to be two.
I showed him your map. I showed him your map and everything, and then he was interested. So we'll have to talk. But
hey man, is this the guy who was showing the analemma and how when the sun crosses into the across the equator, let's just say it changes basically?
Oh, not the figure 8.
Man, because I'd like to get that guy in there too, man. Because just that idea, just that one idea, man. And well, by the way, yeah, I'll do that anytime, man. Anytime that I can, and every time. So
Right.
set that up,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
That's awesome, dude. But check this
Yeah, I
out.
was talking about you.
So just that idea. If you looked at my map, if you look at the Cancer and Capricorn over the continent are damn near parallel, you know. But if you look out on the edges, like out in the oceans, they invert. Like in the north, Cancer, when the sun's in the north, it just slightly arches, you know, concave basically. Like it arches over the equator, like Cancer arches the way kind of the way we see the sun, just a gentle little arch. And then when it crosses the equator, though, when I have it going over Capricorn, it anarches, you know, just a gentle little anarch. So if you're on the continent, any one of the continents, it's gonna look like it's lining up as parallel, basically. And for all intents and purposes, it's parallel, but it's just a tiny little deviation. And that's what kind of put me on, like, this guy's, you know, kind of backing my map up a little bit, but I think I have to shrink it down to instead of 3 South Polar rotations to do it model like that, I had to do 2. And I mean, it's kind of a big assumption. It's a leap, but it's something that could possibly work, and you couldn't disprove it by looking at the shit, you know. But with the 3, I think there's some spots, a couple spots, like locations where you could disprove it with a camera. You know, it's not a big area, but there's a small area where if you were in the right place, way out in the middle of the Indian Ocean or the Pacific, there'd be a couple little triangles where you could pick up shit we don't see, you know. And you'd pick up an extra motion that shouldn't be there. But on the continents, you know, you'd never know either way. You just see what we pretty much see in the time lapses.
Yeah, I talked to him about the idea that you know, that if the stars stay parallel 360 degrees, you know, round, then it wouldn't work with the 2 disks adjacent to each other in the sky. And he seemed pretty sure that that's not the case, and that it would work that way.
Say that again. Say that again. I've lost you for one.
Well, you know, if like the way that the 2, if there's southern stars and northern stars, and then they run parallel through the celestial equator, right? But they converge and diverge at the ends, right? And his idea is that they actually diverge, go 360 degrees separate from each other, that the Milky Way gets torn apart, one half in one direction, one half in the other, and then comes around and meets up again through the celestial equator.
That's just it. That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. But there's 2 of them. But there's one on each side of the North Pole, and they're reflections of each other. So basically, if you have crux, say like, let's say you're going to South America, and you have like crux. You're looking, you know, I mean, it's a big giant black hole, so there ain't like there with no stars, and so there's no really navigation or anything. I mean, there ain't even stars way down there, but I found some lower than Bacon had said. But that's veering. Let me back to my point. If crux is coming around, let's say it's coming from a little above the horizon and circling the way they do in the southern hemisphere. Well, basically, on the other side of the sky, basically, where you know where the stars just left, that they're picking up on the other side. So it's basically the same rotation, but just, you know, just mirrored opposite of each other. So you only see one at a time, you know, basically. So if you went one way or the other way, toward either rotation, celestial navigation would work the same. The star trails would work the same, and you couldn't really prove it. It's like I said, it's an assumption. But if they were the same rotation, just flip basically, then it'd be impossible to disprove, in my opinion. But like I said, 3, there'd be a few spots that you could show shit that we don't see, and celestial navigation wouldn't match it. But I agree with him that there's got to be. I mean, we're looking at another fucking rotation, right? So it's either some kind of dome perspective or just a parent dome, perspective shit, which is possible, but I mean, it's
Well,
to me,
he seems to think it's like he seems to think it's like a negative and a positive, and there's actually two poles, and they work like thermodynamics, and they funnel in and work just like if you put like a dipole on a like piece of paper, and you put like the metal shavings on it, it'll make that same pattern.
Yeah, I like that, man. I like that. But how? Well, I'd like to see what he has to offer. I don't want to ask you all the questions, man. I'd like to.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. That's why I was saying I hope we
him.
could talk to him.
Because he might have some solutions, to some of my little my speed bump.
He had some really he had some crazy things. He had some crazy things he was saying about specifically about Orion's belt and the way that the arrow is pointing, and that there's like cycles that it goes through, and it's like some kind of revelation he had. So he'd have to explain it. But yeah, that's another big thing. If there's he knows the stars really well, and he seems to know where the globe is trying to make, or where the globe proponents are trying to make it seem like a globe where it's not. He's very sure.
That's before I got sidetracked. That's what I was going to say. So you say if you have crux doing the regular arch, and then you got A crux and P crux or whatever. There's like 3 cruxes and shit. But for celestial navigation, there's 2 of them called like A crux and Pi crux or some shit. And so if you take one and it's doing its regular rotation, basically for Australia, then if you just crossed up over the North Pole and shot up over over North America down to South America and looked, you'd see P crux in the position where A crux is, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? So just to give you an idea, so basically they're doing their same circle that they would be. So you're seeing the same thing. So the whole point of this is the celestial navigation would work just fine, and there would have to be another rotation. I think we see another celestial rotation. I mean, if we can somehow prove that there's a tiny bit of deviation, out at the horizon, like Stellarium shows. I've been trying to shove this point home for years, man, that look, we're seeing separations. That if I'm only spinning backwards in one direction, why are they separating from each other? And I can measure it, and I've had people, they said fisheye lens, so I had a couple people do some star trails. Even Travis did some with not a fisheye lens. And then I looked at Stellarium. Sure enough, man, they're fucking separating, bro. They're separating ever so slightly.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. You can see that they're separating for sure. That's huge.
Upon first glance, that's like a great globe proof. Like, yeah, these are in the south, these are in the north. But no, they couldn't fucking literally separate. And if they try to use perspective, they're fucked right out of the gate. You can't use perspective and it be so perfect and an infinite distance away. You can't. But you could say fisheye lens, but you can't explain. Why does it happen on Stellarium? Why does it happen with non-fisheye lenses? And it's spreading slowly but surely, that idea. But to me, if we could come up with a decent model like this, something that works, I'd feel a lot better about the argument. Period, man. That's me personally.
Yeah, the continents being away. I mean, Orion's belt. I just sent you the video. It's not I don't think it's the one I was looking for in particular, but it's one of them. There's a bunch of them, but if Orion's belt lines up with certain monuments, and you know where those monuments are, and you know that Orion's belt has to be in line, that all those monuments have to be in line with each other, then you know where to line up the continents.
Yeah, I can't wait to. I mean, don't you have something on that now you can post?
Yeah, I did. I just sent it to you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, check it out. Yeah.
I just took the stars, like I doodled that little sketch right there of that little model that I just had in my head a while back. But on about let's say 15 pieces of paper. I took and did some star trails, and I did one in the center, and I extended it out like I did. Started on one piece of paper with Polaris in the middle, and I just rotated around in a circle. But I covered that whole piece of paper, and then a little bit of another piece of paper. I just encased that one piece of paper with 4 others around it, and then I just wound up stacking together like 3 rows of paper, about 5 tall, basically. If you're looking at it against a wall, 3 wide, 5 tall, and I have a top southern rotation and a bottom southern rotation in the middle of Polaris rotation, and I haven't put the continents on that yet. So I want to watch that video and see if I can get any ideas on that. But it's pretty much, if you're on the continents or in between them, it's going to be pretty close to what we see. But like I said, you got to get past that assumption that the southern rotation is kind of mirroring itself. But I mean, ain't that what we see? That guy showed that when he cut the hole out of that circle. Out of the table and put that little camera in there and put them lights up representing the stars and representing like Polaris and the stars rotating around it. And sure enough, we had a couple points out, on the outside, a couple, flipped, like kind of mirrored rotations going the opposite way. And so that kind of helped me with that idea. So yeah, I appreciate you turning me on to these videos, and even more, if we can hook up and talk in person. That'd be awesome. Man.
Yeah, sure.
Looking
Yeah,
forward to that.
sure. You know way more about it than he does. I mean, you know way more about it than I do, and he knows way more about it probably than either of us in some ways. So yeah, that'd be cool if you guys could talk for sure.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm just facilitating. I'm just trying to hope get the right people together to figure it out that are better at me than figuring it out.
I'm gonna watch this video, but I'll be
yeah, I gotta go to bed anyway. But yeah, we'll talk soon. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I did, man. Peace out,
Right.
and
Peace, bro.
I'm gonna I'll DM you something after I watch
yeah,
this
I'll
video.
send you more Orion's. There's some other ones too. I'll send you.
Roger that.
All right, Rob. Later.
Take it easy.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, buddy.
I'll be back. Wait, before I go, did anybody watch that little 2-minute video from I'm gonna post it one more time in live text. It's like just a little 2-minute video, man. It's from a guy. This is kind of before the flat globe argument really became popular. It's Ron Hatch. He's one of the guys who was one of the early guys working on the orbits and shit and the modeling. And he's a machine head. And but it's an EU conference, an Electric Universe 2013 conference. And he's the one who presents the documents where they show, or the documents say, the engineers for the GPS say that the Sagnac effect, this whole argument we've been having all damn night, is not caused from Earth rotation. Inertial mass, like the inertia of the mass. But if anybody's interested in that short little video, it's full of information, man. We'll repost it.
So are you starting to flirt with Electric Universe then, Brian?
Man, not really. I mean, I'm always interested in anything alternative, man. Uh, I'm even interested in learning more about even the globe model. To be honest, I just like to learn shit. I'm willing to entertain any of it. I enjoy the debate, but the EU, they got some real clever people. They're doing real things there, in my opinion, and they show it. Real shit, not just numbers and fucking stories. But this is kind of before the movement, so I know that hearing about flat Earth at least piqued some of their interest. You never know what they think now, whether they accept it or deny it. They're like us. They like alternative theories and they like demonstrations. They like evidence and shit. So I'm sure they've delved into it, considered it, thought about it, modeled it, fucked around with it a little bit. It's the kind of people who are like, no, couldn't never work, ever be, and don't even consider the, even if it ain't flat. I mean, to not look into all the evidence and even consider it, man, it's not an honest stance in my opinion. And even if they were to debunk the flat Earth, I mean, it's opened my eyes to a lot of things. It's opened my eyes to a lot of potential deceptions, real deceptions, and just a different kind of way of life. A little more down to earth, a little more spiritual. It's just so whatever. Even if they were to debunk it tomorrow, it's still I've learned a lot from it. I'll be honest.
Yeah, cool.
I think it's the only conspiracy, as far as I'm concerned, that's left open. Like in terms of, still can't verify it, can't find out that there is some bullshit going on.
Electric Universe.
All the other ones, no, just the shape of the Earth. If there is, a discrepancy and there is a lie going on and whatever, it's the only one, from my perspective, that is left open. You know what I mean?
You can investigate it.
Well, yeah, it's at that point where there's only really a few things left that are really going to swing it for me, and I just can't see these things really happening. So,
Oh, right.
everyone else has got other priorities.
I mean, it's possible that it's not even a conspiracy. I mean, it's a tough thing to figure out when you talk about the whole damn world, and it could be something nobody knows about. Everybody could be wrong if you want to get right down to it. It could be some fourth dimensional shit that we're looking up at. No one knows 100% for sure, in my opinion. But to make a quick point, I was gonna say, man, I just got sidetracked, but I had a good point to make. I was gonna say we could all be wrong, but oh yeah, it doesn't have to be a conspiracy. I mean, there's enough globe evidence where everybody could be convinced of the globe, and I just wonder, like that makes me think about Antarctica and going down there, and when they claimed the 9 months of sunless winter, months that Bird had to spend alone, like. Why did he have to spend that shit alone? Like, it's possible the lands keep going out there, and they, there's just areas they don't really go. They have the areas they travel mapped out, and then I have another one where there was like millions of miles of shoreline of warm fucking no ice shorelines of Antarctica. They said like 8 million. They said I think on the western side there's like 8 million miles of fucking coast with no ice. Like, this is fucking a Navy documentary. This ain't like freaking PM magazine.
8 million.
Millions.
Wow.
Yeah. Maybe it was square miles actually. But yeah. It was millions, I promise. I'm gonna post that after I watch the Ryan shit. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy nobody talks about that. Like they blatantly say that he was trapped in for 9 months. You know, he hunkered down for 9 months of a brutal, sunless Antarctic dark winter. Like they didn't just say of not much sun. They said no sun, sunless, 9 months. So it could be possible
Yeah,
that
but that could have just
the
been like a weather system that come in and blocked out the sun. Like the context is hard, and he's a not Mason that was proven to be a Mason. So
but
it's a
I'm
bit
just
hard.
saying it could be this though. It could be anything if I want to be honest. I mean, if I'm being honest, but it could be that if you go further out and you're in the wrong place, that you're just getting further away from the sun and not closer to another one. If there even was another one, just opening up my imagination. But you could just be
Definitely,
getting
man.
further
I
away from the
agree.
sun, and where you didn't get any sun for 9 months. There could be
And they
places
did
like
kill him
that.
off.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'll consider everything. I don't accept everything, but I'll at least consider it. But I like to. It just seems like there's a lot of clues that don't get talked about enough, man. And
are there any of these clues you've changed your mind on recently, Brian? Because it sounds like you sort of weigh up a lot of possibilities. Are there some you've switched on recently?
not really, man. I mean, I'm open-minded, man. Pretty much, I'm open-minded, man. I'm always looking for new evidence, man. And there's a certain type of person that I'll ultimately take more seriously, their evidence more seriously. It's the people who are willing to take the time out, see it from a flat earth perspective, entertain it, without accepting it. Them are the people who I'll take their evidence against flat earth. I'll take them more seriously. But somebody who's just like, nah, that couldn't be this, that, and won't even look at anything you have to offer, or talk about it, it's talking to them people. I just do it for pure debate, right? Just to throw the evidence back at them. I debate for flat Earth. I call myself a flat earther, but I wouldn't bet money on it. I wouldn't bet my life on it or nothing like that. I don't think nobody knows what it is. That's my honest stance. I don't think nobody knows exactly what we're living on or how shit works. Maybe I'm wrong though.
If they can't prove it's round, it's not round.
But there's globe evidence, man. There's no proof, but there's a lot of globe evidence, man. Good model. I'll give you that. Eggshell. But there's a lot of good flat Earth proofs too, man. A lot of good flat Earth evidence. I mean, in my opinion, fair debate. Like God has a sense of humor.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. I didn't mean to be inflammatory, and I was asking Jerry that. I was just saying it. It was like there's lots of bits to make it look round to me.
If they wanted to prove it, if they wanted to prove the globe, two things, Eggshell. Two things. Either they don't want to, they could for sure. Or either they can't. There's a couple things they could do to pretty much shut. I mean, to satisfy me. If you want to prove it's a globe, then, like I said, just get some flat earthers. One fucking trip, one plane ride, or two plane rides actually. Be two step. One from Australia, one from South America, down far south as we can get, and go over the bases and cross paths, and then take pictures of fucking the two planes crossing paths. Because the McMurdo should be, looking at it, it's about 6.5 hours away from the Antarctic station, and they can get from one base to another, pretty close to the time from Australia to their base over there, and a pretty close time from South America to their base. but more importantly, the crossing paths. You know, they should be able to get from one base to another, and they have to come from them spots, or otherwise it would be nobody'd buy it. They'd be like, yeah, he could have come from anywhere. But if you're in fucking Australia and the other plane is in South America, then it's going to be hard to impossible, if not damn near impossible, to try and fake that.
You could do it with a gyro, couldn't you? You could do it with a gyro and get on a one of those Sydney Rio flights. You just go, am I heading south? Am I heading on a bearing of south? And does my
that's already been done, man. It's already been done. Max Egan, check it out. Matches the AE map. He brings his compass on the plane and live streams it, and it matches the AE map, not the globe. Now I got
he
something
tricked the pilot.
When you say they should show us, who sorry, go on, Bandy.
No, it wasn't me. I wasn't talking.
All right. Then shut up.
No, they said they'll use whatever resources necessary. They went to Congress and said we'll use whatever resources necessary to stop the spread of this disinformation, such as flat Earth, right? So they pretty much said we'll dump however much money or time or employees or whatever, algorithms, code, people writing shit to stop this. But I'm saying if they really wanted to stop it, they could. It just take 2 plane flights, bro. 2 simple fucking plane flights. That ain't shit, dude. And but it's possible they can't do it. Would you at least entertain that and consider that? It's possible that flight don't exist. And the Antarctic station for Australia and South America ain't that close. Is that even possible?
Sure. Sure, yeah, it's possible. I had a friend who claimed they went to not McMurdo, which is one of the stations in South Africa. She did 10 days there, she said.
Yeah, I'm not sure the name of it, but to me, Africa is just in between them. I don't think Africa is going to prove anything one way or another. In my opinion, Africa is just a distraction, in my opinion. But I'm curious to hear anything anybody has to say. But ultimately, proof-wise, it's in between the two. Africa's in between, so.
Brian, you didn't just say that South Africa is not real, did you?
You did. You were
Not what?
Africa was weeding out.
I don't know. I didn't hear what you said. South Africa's not, but no, I was saying to me, it's not a trip from South America. I mean South Africa to Rio or Sydney or any of that. That's not necessarily proof. It's not. The real deal is the antipodal shit on the globe. The West South America, the East Australia. Exactly opposite. Same longitude type of shit. But like I said, mainly, so if they did that idea, it'd just take 2 airplanes, and it would be they'd both stop in Antarctica to refuel or whatever. Not that they'd have to over that distance, but they'd have a place to land emergency wise. Do it in the summer in the summertime for the South, and just take 2 planes, and not 1, but 2, so it can't be debated. And pretty much just stop. It'd be damn near the same longitude, close enough, and it would be on a flat Earth. They'd have to be a good bit more than 6 or 8 hours. In my luck or knowing our luck, it would wind up being just like Jaren's test. It'd be right in between, or maybe leaning a little one way or the other. It would wind up being like 11 and a half hours or some shit, where it should have been 6 or 6.5 on a globe, or 16 on a flat Earth. It'd be something right the fuck in between. But who knows? I mean, if they wanted to do that flight, they could. And I mean, if they wanted to convince me anyway, I'd be convinced. Antarctica does get 6 months of sunlight, right? So it's got to be um, a time of year that's decent weather, right? Not that it would matter up above the weather in a plane, but it it'd still be better um, to have less weather underneath with that sun shining 24 hours a day on the globe model. It'd be a lot warmer. Probably a lot less chance of storms and shit. So probably a better view. The old, I mean, I was looking at some of the old flights and shit, some of the old footage, like them planes that were going down there to McMurdo and all that, and them other stations, like they fucking didn't have windows and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I mean, if you want to make a motherfucker suspicious who's already suspicious, why tell him that there's 8 million square miles of fucking coastline without ice in a Navy documentary. Then tell him that it's 9 months of sunless fucking winter, and then tell them that and then show them airplanes going down there with no windows and shit, and then make a treaty, and have the whole world agree on something. Have the whole damn world, every major power, agree on anything for 70 years. If you want to make me suspicious, they did a hell of a damn good job doing it. It's almost like rubbing it in my face. And when people like say, no, there's nothing there, not suspicious, that's just not on his stance, whether it's all true or not. I mean, that's contradictory shit, and then you look at the 24-hour camera that ran year round at McMurdo. Look back into it. It is McMurdo Station. And there's not one 24-hour set. There's no shadow going all the way around. Not one day in 2 years.
Right.
And yeah.
And that's quite a detailed document I seen you writing. That's just the second half of it.
I'm gonna go watch that Orion shit. I'll be back, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to read all that again to get my head around it.
Give you 5 minutes.
Hmm?
Give you 5, mate.
5? Damn. But yeah. Tell you what, they're a bloody sensitive piece of kit, these things.
A little too sensitive.
Well, when you get them set up right, they're pretty cool.
Oh, butterfly farts and all that, though, probably throw them right out.
Oh yeah.
Probably a butterfly net has to be put up around them so the butterflies can't get too close.
Pretty cool. They've got a table here for the different RPMs. The motor has to spin at different latitudes. Everything. Which obviously helps to allow for the whatever it is, the precession or whatever they call it. It's been affected. But this is for an old one, an old weighted one, not a fibre optic one. Optic fibre. Did I say fibre opta? Optic fibre.
Fire big opter. You have been drinking.
Yeah.
But it is that time of night, so that's fair.
No, I haven't been drinking, not today.
Oh, no fishing today.
Not today, no. But no, I go fishing too
Not
early in the
wrong.
bloody morning to be drinking.
But you're fishing.
Oh, I suppose, what do they say? It's midday somewhere.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. If you're fishing, you should be having a bevy. It's just relax, no matter what time of morning.
Well, I get bevies brought down to me, but it's like a thermos of
Coffee.
coffee or whatever. Yeah. So I'm
Fair
looked after
enough.
I'm looked after pretty well there. Like if these things, I just sent to writing. Like if these things are seeking due north because of the rotation, right? And this is what they do when they come out. Like you build them in the factory, right? So we're north of the equator, and if it's got something to do with the rotation of Earth, right? And this is why they are pointing this particular direction, right? I might be able to get my head around it. That yeah, okay, then it's pointing due north to because of the rotation. But then if you were to build one south of the equator, well, I would presume that the opposite would happen. It would seek due south, right? Just because of the shape that it's on, if that's what it is doing. Understand where I'm coming from, right?
It's all dependent on which side I think you put the weight. So which way you spin it versus which side of that gyro that it's weighted. That'll govern which way it tries to find a neutral point with all the different forces at play.
Hold on, that's not in here. You might be right. No, it was just governed by a weight alone.
Well, the weight, just to give it the down vector, right? That keeps the down constant, and that constantly applies that force.
Yeah, it's keeping it plumb. Yeah.
Well, no, it's off axis, so it's applying a torque to it, so that it tries to correct.
Yeah, but that weight, right, is trying to get it plumb, isn't it? Otherwise, why do you have a weight there?
Just to give it a constant vector, you could say plumb, I suppose, if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what
But just to keep that same force.
It's pulling it down, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, but not from a neutral point.
No, but the vector of down, right, is going to be plumb, right? It's not pulling it.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then. So it's so whether or not it is plumb or whatever, it's trying to pull it plumb. Oh, that's why the weight is there. So now, now it's aligning itself up. So now it's pointing down, but now it's just aligning itself with the rotation. Well, you've got two axes it can choose from. So how does just by pulling it down go? Well, I'm gonna point north rather than south, because if it's going on torque and stuff, if it's going on torque and stuff, right? The further south you are, you're gonna have less towards the south, and the more north you are of the equator, you're going to have less the more north you get. See what I'm saying?
But I think physically it would have to operate in reverse to do that, which is why I don't think it would be an issue when you cross the equator if it's indeed spherical.
Well, I think physically it does it opposite because it is trying to seek magnetic north.
Well, if there's a magnetic component, then it's going to be irrelevant of all the rotation. It's going to use that magnetic setting. Yeah. But if there is no magnetic component whatsoever, like Eggshells is suggesting, there is a device that purely seeks north based on the forces at play of rotation and gravity, then that would have to be proven for a start. But based on applying a torque to the axis with the gravitational vector and watching it correct.
Yeah, but depending on what side of the equator you're on, it's going to be opposite to one another. Those different forces. Or am I missing something?
Yeah, well, if it's again, you got to remember these things keep their rigidity in space. So no matter where you set it off at, you can turn the ship around, head south after heading north, and obviously the gyroscope itself is still facing north. The ship's just rotated around it. I don't think it then flips to go pointing south just because you've gone over the equator. I think that's based on how, like, if Eggshell's design or idea of how they work is correct in one of the devices, it's based on, I think, which side they apply that down vector to originally, because it's not neutral. If it was neutral, it'd be pointless. Has to apply torque.
Oh yeah.
I should probably actually look up a picture of one of these things before I say too much more. Oh.
Well.
Yeah, fluval binders left on my shoes, Andy. Got this new puppy, a little staffy. Fucking cheer me up.
Oh really? Oh nice. What's his name?
It's Coco, a little English
Oh,
staffy.
she. Sorry,
Yep.
Coco. Sorry, Coco.
Yeah, not a very manly name, is it?
Original Coco.
Sure, yes. Let the youngest do it, and it was the first thing that came out because, of course, she's brown. There you go. Fucking sleeps on my pillow, like right up against my head. Crazy thing. How does if it works the way Eggshells is suggesting, how is it not offset very quickly by all the other movements that are going on, like Earth's orbit, and just fucking everything else?
It needs a reference point to seek in the first place.
It's just a hodgepodge of nonsense, isn't it, Whites? It's just a bunch of GPS.
Well, I mean, again, we're in Narnia, aren't we? We are enabling. It is an enabling server. I'll give you that, SE. We do enable the baller logic, but yeah, it's hard to fathom with the standard forces at play, let alone, when you start talking about, orbital stuff.
Yeah, they got all these forces acting on things at all times, and all right. And it's like, yeah, we got to consider them at this time, but not at this time, and everything's relative. But you put a pendulum here, and no, it's all that relativity crap goes out the window.
Yeah.
Don't forget those pendulums.
I can't remember. Do they actually have a Foucault pendulum at the rotational like North Pole? Like right there?
No,
Or not?
no.
No, okay.
There's nothing but water and a flag
Oh,
underneath,
right.
a Russian flag, mind you.
Oh, so the actual axis of rotation is out in the ocean somewhere, is it?
Yeah. Russia went and claimed it. They went and put a flag there. Sure of it.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know the magnetic one's moved out to the ocean somewhere. Fair enough. You can go and touch it.
You in a hailstorm again?
Oh, really?
No, it's better
Fuck.
now. Better now. No, better now.
Oh. When it hails, I fucking know about it. It's loud. We've got a really
Tinwood?
big no, we've got tiles on the roof, but we've got a back veranda section that's got the black polycarbonate stuff.
Okay.
That's loud as hell, man.
You've got the north gyro, you've got the south gyro, and then you've got a follow-up magnet put in there as well. Wonder why you need a follow-up magnet.
To keep it on, just to follow up, make sure it's
a follow-up magnet. It just gets better and better the more you read.
When all the baller shit doesn't work, we've got a follow-up magnet to make sure it actually works.
Oh damn.
Yeah, it's like the other fella before saying about the master fucking, I don't know, the master whatever it was. It's got a reference on the master buddy device.
I missed that.
That uses the magnetic north. No, you didn't. You were here. I forget who it was, unfortunately.
Oh, I might have tuned out. Maybe I might have.
Not hard, mate. Not hard. It was a few hours of the same shit. That bloody one. Sorry, mate. Go on.
Oh no, I was going to say something silly. It's just in the maintenance, it says once in 3 months, put a singular drop of gyro oil in each gimbal ring. One drop.
Ooh, one drop.
We have particular gyro oil. Wonder if that's
Oh
spent.
shit, yeah.
But anyway, sorry, mate. Go.
Oh, I'm not sure what I was going to say now. Your silliness just threw me. My
Oh, well,
serious comment.
oh, I got a bee in my bonnet, didn't I? I must say. Rang up and hassled some poor old dude. Oh man, you're breaking up again. All right, I've had enough of that. I'm gyroed out.
I'm with Reckoner, actually. I think something on the moon that we could actually focus in on and see that was there, some sort of structure that they build that is filming Earth back, and you could buy a subscription and log in and see it live, and like, you know, as it come around and it was your night time and it was dark enough, you could set up fucking like a row of bonfires or something with you and a few of your friends, and you'd see that row of bonfires or something like that. I think that would be closer to definitive as I think we're ever going to get. I think Reckoner's right.
Well, why not? I don't know. You know, would be pretty cool setting some sort of laser show on the moon. Right, not pointing towards Earth because you don't want to get into, you know, the pilot's eyes and all that sort of stuff, but just, you know, pointing it up, right, and you know, have like a laser show, like a fireworks show coming from the moon every night.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty
Yeah, I've
cool.
said that for a long time.
Oh,
If
have
it
you?
was real, there'd be advertising on there, without a doubt. Someone would have done it.
Yeah. Well, not so, well. You don't want to destroy the pristineness of the moon.
They destroy everything. They don't give a fuck. They've destroyed everything they come across for money. They would definitely put a Pepsi logo and a Coke logo plastered on the moon. They'd use dynamite to do it if they were allowed to.
I was shown apparently what they said. They said they've taken pictures of the flag on the moon, right? And you can see the flag clearly. I went, oh damn! I'd like to see that. Anyway, the photo they showed me was, you know, a picture of the moon, tick, right? And, you know, craters and this and that, tick. Okay, it looks pretty moon-like. So then I go, so where's the flag? And they point to this thing, and I piss myself up, and I'm going, where? What? I go, it looks like another crater, you wombats. It
Classic.
looked nothing. It looked nothing like a flag. They go, but you're looking on top of it. And I go, no shit, Sherlock. Like, but how is it a flag? But what distinguishes that from the rest of the terrain that's all around it?
Yeah, well, that's just where we're told it is. So we just have to assume that little blip at that mark that we're told it is it. Look, we
Well,
can see it.
You shouldn't have a robot placing a flag, reckon, or you should have a robot there just waving the flag at us all the time. Right? That'd be better. Or some pom-pom girls or something, right? Animated a
Oh,
little bit. The pom-pom, oh, we need pom-pom girls. That's the way to do it. I'm sure, that's a fact. They were robotic.
oh, who cares how they were replaced? Can I look at them with my telescope, reckoner? Can I physically see them from here that they're there, or not?
Does Reckoner ever talk, or he's a bit like JJ? He's a talker in text.
Would those certain scopes be out of my privy, reckoner?
Oh.
Because I've never ever seen an image where any of these people with fancy scopes zoom in and show the reflectors. They'd be doing that left, right, and center if that was possible. Crow 777, wouldn't he have pictures of the fucking reflectors? Or is he not privy to these fancy scopes either? The moon is difficult. Oh, excuses. I hear excuses are difficult.
But a
Reflector
satellite.
characteristic.
Oh, lucky we have
Satellite.
satellites. Lucky.
And those pictures would just have to be accepted, wouldn't they? Fortunately.
You can navigate the moon. Well, that's handy if
Yes.
I go there. If I go there, I can get around with moon maps. Google Moon
Google Maps for the moon. I love that. Just take a left at fucking fucking, I don't know, Moon Crater 1. I've got no idea of any of the names on the fucking moon. Moon Crater 1.
Turn right. Turn right at the next crater.
Yeah. Treat all craters as roundabouts. Give way to your right. Oh,
Are you guys
only in the
heading to the
southern
moon?
hemisphere. That's the moon. If you're in the northern hemisphere at the moon, you're going to give way to your left.
Oh, do you? Oh, damn. What the hell?
Oh, dark side, bright side. We've got to swap that. When you're on the dark side, you give way to your left.
Do you need special moonlights on your car to be able to get around?
I don't think so.
No? You had to think about that?
Well, no, I did because I was just thinking. Hang on, we're in a studio. We're in a studio, and so far, studio lights have worked. Do we need special lights now for the buggy? I don't think so. We can just go with studio lights.
Okay.
I like it.
Good morning. You guys are going to the moon soon?
Hey,
we are.
Hey, Chucky. Yeah, we're going to the moon, apparently. Well, not too soon. It keeps on getting pushed out and pushed out and pushed out. So.
Bring water.
Well, yeah. I'd want to be bringing water because I don't want to be drinking recycled pee myself.
Yeah, you don't want to wring out your diaper.
That's just water. Wring out your diaper. Nice.
Welcome back.
At least you're not a piss drinker.
No. You can't quite jump that hurdle myself.
No, I think humans are the only species on the planet that are stupid enough to entertain that. You don't see any other animal when they go and take a piss in nature, just have a quick squirt up to their mouth, do you? Like some of these freaks claim. Oh, I just point it up and just, have a squirt. Oh.
Actually, goats piss all over themselves. They're feral beasts. Whatever. Or billy
that's for
goats
different
do.
reasons.
Billy goats do. I don't know what the yeah, I don't know what's attractive about that scent all over him.
It's probably more just that it's a strong scent.
Mm. Yeah, billy goats are feral. For sure.
Oh, it's like Sex Panther, you know, in Ron Burgundy. Fucking that aftershave or that cologne that fucking just stinks like fucking piss, burnt piss or whatever it is, and clears the room. But it's attractive to some.
Yeah, it works 90% of the time, half the time. Something.
Yeah, that's so funny. It works 50% of the time, every time.
Yeah, there it is.
Shit.
Damn, Jerry. What are we doing, Jerry? What are we doing?
What?
With anything.
I think that's the eternal question.
I wonder if anyone alive has one of those fucking suits that fucking David Icke's got on in that photo Eggshell posted.
God almighty, yeah.
It's like that parachute material or something, like but a fucking jumpsuit made out of it. It's funny as.
Is that nylon?
I don't know. I look synthetic, yeah.
Remember the parachute pants from the 80s, 90s, early 90s?
Yes, I do.
Oh my god. I can't believe I actually had a pair. Tie-dye. Oh my god.
Parachutes used to be made out of silk, weren't they?
Of silk? Back in the day,
I thought so, because they're strong and light.
Mm.
Sure, they're polyester now.
Yeah, they've definitely been synthetic now. Yeah.
So did I hear right that you guys were struggling with the Foucault's pendulum?
No,
No, mate.
We're not struggling with it, are you?
No.
Okay, cool.
So you're aware that it's evidence for Earth rotation, then good.
Ah, no. Are you?
We're aware of the story.
Yes.
Oh, you're aware of it. Okay, then.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, feel free to inform us more.
Well, I don't think I can get through to you, so I won't bother.
Okay, then.
Get through. Oh, that's sad.
Yes.
Because if you understood it well enough, you would be able to explain it.
But you
No,
did
you said
find
you understood it enough. So if you said you didn't understand it, I could explain it to you. But since you think you understand it, I can't.
Oh, okay.
Right?
You're breaking up for me. I'm sorry.
If you thought you didn't understand it, I could explain it to you. But you think you do understand it, so there's no way I can explain it to you.
Well, I understand the story. So this, you know, in the narrative of the Bohr model, I understand that the story makes sense. It's just not verified that that's the cause. That's all.
So you tried it. What would be the cause then?
My connection's bad, mate. Sorry.
No, it's probably me. What do you think the cause could be, if not rotation of Earth?
Oh, I think it's just in the apparatus, personally. I think the way it has to be perpetuated.
But how does it change? Perpetuating the swinging back and forth of the pendulum is different than the period it takes to rotate and the direction in which it rotates.
Yeah, but that can be changed with, you know, the different varying forces or whatever of whatever keeps it going. You know?
Exactly.
I'm just saying those things haven't been shown to not be the cause.
No, that is the cause, the Coriolis.
No, I'm talking about what keeps it going being the cause, not Earth's rotation.
But how does what keep it going know its latitude?
No, it doesn't need to. You have to set them up.
Yes.
Yeah. And the
So how
person
do
who
you set
sets
it
them up knows the latitude and knows what it needs to do. So it gets adjusted until it's doing what it's expected to do. It doesn't just do what it does and it matches. It is set up
See,
to do what is required to do.
and you don't think they could move it to a different latitude and get different results?
Well, they can, but they give it different results because they have to set it up
How do they give it different results? That's what I'm asking.
by adjusting the input to get it to keep going. It doesn't
What
just
input?
perpetually swing, right?
What input?
Okay, do you believe they perpetually just swing on their own back and forth?
No.
Right, so that input, whichever it is.
So a magnet can change the period of rotation.
Shit, yeah. Give it more or
How
less
so?
force.
It seems like a force over time. So how do you give it
So
more
if you give
force? You
it
put the
more or
magnet
less,
closer?
No, I don't know how it's done, but they haven't shown any way that that's not the cause, have they?
No, no, you have to show that a magnet can make something rotate perpetually.
No, they've got a device they're claiming that shows rotation of the Earth. It's their obligation to remove all other possible causes, and they haven't done that.
Not every one of them has a magnet.
Okay, what other devices used?
Some are just very long ropes.
Very long ropes. Don't they have any
Yes.
tension in them?
Of course they have tension.
Oh, they do have tension. Oh, where there's tension, there's torque. Hello. We have
There
an
is?
effect. How have they ruled that out?
Why do you think tension equals torque?
Oh my God. How about answer the
I have-
question instead of with a question?
No. Tension and
No?
torque are two
Okay.
different directions of force.
Oh, I never said they weren't.
Okay, well, you said where there's tension, there's torque, and that's not true.
Oh, okay. No worries. I didn't say they were the same thing. I just said where there was one, there was the other.
Yes, so can you explain why that's so?
Well, you got a piece of string. If you tension it, it twists. So there you go.
Is it only a wound string?
No, not at all.
It'd be the same for monofilament?
To a certain extent, it'd be less measurable, less witnessable, but it would definitely, yeah.
Okay. And even if you torque the string, why does that make it? Would you have to get a different string south of the equator as to north of the equator? Opposite winding?
No. Like all of these situations would need to be experimented with and shown that they're not to be any influence at all over the device for it to be definitive at all.
Okay, that was not the question I asked. So when you move, you're saying that the torque is what provides the tension on the string provides the torque to spin, to rotate the pendulum, which doesn't make sense. It would
No, I
rotate
didn't say that it's what is
mass.
happening. I said that's just a variable that affects it. How has that been ruled out?
And how, even if there's torque on the string, that would rotate the mass. How would that rotate the direction of the mass?
Well, if the mass is rotating, it's going to have an effect, isn't it? What's the mass made of? What's it swinging through? Is it swinging through air or is it in a vacuum?
No, it's swinging through air.
So it's swinging through air. And what's the mass made of?
Whatever you want. Something heavy, dense, probably lead.
Something heavy,
It's cheap and
dense.
dense.
Okay. So it
Easy
has a
work.
magnetic field around it then, just like everything
No.
else in nature, or not? It doesn't.
Lead
Wow.
is not magnetic. No.
The only thing. No static
No.
charge on its surface. Nothing like that. Wow.
No. Plastics
Wonder how you
are not
verified all of
magnetic either.
that.
Plastics
Oh my
are not
God.
magnetic
Come on,
either.
mate.
Are they?
They don't need to be magnetic to have a field.
Are they electrostatic? Plastics, are they electrostatic?
Are they hydrostatic? Why, it's
Electrostatic, yeah, they
lightning.
are they not?
No.
What do you mean by electrostatic?
What did you say? Are they affected by electrostatics?
What is electrostatics? Still electricity. What does that mean?
Okay. Electrostatics, do you know what it is? Static?
No.
Okay.
Still. Static is still.
Is it? So it's
Isn't it?
still well, it's still on a rotating, moving object that is going through a field of some sort that could influence its direction.
So that sounds more like dynamics to me, but I don't know anything.
Well, you want to have to rule it out, wouldn't you?
Yeah, have you
Why?
ruled it out?
Why
wouldn't
would you have to
rule
rule it out?
Well,
What,
wouldn't you
what
want to
about
be
the color? Is it
I
maybe
don't
the?
know. Are you
Would
all
we
about
rule out color?
science? Are you all about the science of these things?
No.
No,
No,
the-
not
so
at
the-
all. No, not at all. No,
So the-
just wants to come in and give us another education lesson on how these things work and why they
All right.
work.
I'm asking you how they work, and you're
know.
throwing out a bunch of words.
No, don't. Well,
Throwing out a
They
bunch
don't
of words. Yeah, it's called science.
Well, you said torque. Where there's torque, or where there's tension, there's torque, which is not true.
Right. Okay, sure.
What?
really?
What school taught you that, or what experiment did you do to determine that?
How did you show that it's not the case?
No, you made the claim.
Oh my God. You're claiming that a Foucault pendulum hanging on a string isn't affected by any torque whatsoever. And it shows the rotation of the Earth. I think you're the one making the claim.
You are claiming that where there's tension, there's torque. So in the beams, if you use the solid beam in a bridge as opposed to a wire rope,
Yep. Where there's tension, there's
but
torque.
not torque. Why?
Yes, there will be, because you can't evenly
How?
apply tension.
It doesn't matter.
It does. If you can't evenly
Why?
apply it, you are giving it torque. You are giving direction, and you are giving torque. That's why there is always torque where there's tension.
Tension is from the ends, right? So it's longitudinal, whereas torque is a rotation around.
You've said that twice now.
longitude.
What's that
So
got to
very
do with anything? What's that got to do with it?
They're opposite direction. Well, they're not opposite directions. They are
So what?
parallel.
What about a magnetic field and the direction of electric charge? So you got flow of electrons, and then you've got a magnetic field. Opposite. Where there's one, there's the other. Next.
That is not the same thing.
Oh, hang on. I thought there couldn't be one thing where there's another.
I never said there can't be both tension and torque.
No, but
What
your
I said is
example
there
was,
doesn't
but they're in
have to be.
different directions. They're in opposite directions, so it can't be. I just gave you an example where opposite direction things can be.
Okay, when I'm turning, when I'm turning a shaft on a motor, where's the tension?
Well, wherever you're applying it to turn the shaft, where do you want to put the tension on the shaft?
On the rotor? But I don't want tension. There's torque. The rotor shaft is experiencing torque, but I don't know where there's tension.
Well, tension doesn't always have to be linear, does it?
Yes, it does.
Why?
That's how it's defined. Do you mean sheer?
No, not necessarily. No. You just broke up there.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Chucky. I'm sure it was an excellent point, but you broke up.
If only any of his points could be backed up.
Well, no, tension. When I park, I will show you what tension means. But if you're talking about
You're breaking up, Chucky. On another good point.
Yeah, they're killers too.
I know. Damn, we didn't get it. It would have just crushed us that last point.
He came in hot.
Didn't he? Didn't he?
Came in hot with fucking not Cavendish. What the fuck is it?
why do you think I'm hot?
Colt.
I came in with questions.
Foucault, that's right. Yeah, with hot questions. Like you had something, you know, to back him up with, but
Yeah.
no.
Like we were just chilling here, having
Yeah,
a good
yeah.
time, sitting around the campfire. You're just coming, bang, Gatling gun.
Well, I'm sorry for hurting you.
No, don't apologize. Don't apologize.
I'm Canadian. That's
We're
what
just sad that you can't back it, that's all. We're just disappointed
Can't
you've
back
come in all hot, but with nothing.
Oh,
Sad.
there is one
Hold
good
on.
thing about Canada, the maple syrup. I'll give you guys maple syrup.
You don't like beaver?
Oh, shit. I'm pretty sure those trees will grow here, Bambi.
Yeah, but it's so much easier.
You have
to
sugar
just go to
maples?
the supermarket. Sugar? Oh yeah, sugar.
Sugar
I
maple.
shouldn't be. Oh, sugar maple.
Yes.
I'll pass on. I'll indulge in some pure maple, definitely. That's worth breaking the rules for.
Is it? Damn.
Oh,
Okay.
for sure.
How much does maple syrup cost there?
Oh, the good stuff. I don't know. It's about $10 a bottle, thereabouts.
For like a liter?
No,
that's
God
more
no. Okay, here we
that's
go.
about, yeah, it's about
$15 for 300 mils.
Oh.
There you go, 300 mil. Yeah. Yeah, it's
My wife
expensive.
gets 4 liters for about $60.
4
Of
liters.
the
for
pure
60
good
bucks.
stuff.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, is that really dark and really thick?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Ours is still bloody watered down, I reckon, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
the American one too. Is yours from the United States or is it local?
No, from Canada.
It's Camps Canadian maple syrup.
Yeah, it probably is watered. Ours is thick.
Probably glucose
I guess you
syrup
don't
or
get
some
to
shit
know
put in it.
because you boil the maple syrup till it's really thick, and then you pour it over snow, and it's like a toffee.
Oh, really? Oh, yum.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds
Or
good.
not good for
Yeah,
you.
I've seen footage of that where they have like troughs of the snow and people go in and
That's
they
it,
just drop the hot stuff into the snow with a stick in it or something like that. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Not good for you, but makes you happy.
Yeah. I like the flavor
Anyways,
on
guys,
bacon.
I'm not trying to
Maple
be
bacon.
hot. What's that?
Maple
Yeah,
bacon
maple
is
bacon.
pretty tasty.
No, just put maple syrup on your bacon.
Well, that's what I mean. Maple bacon.
Yeah, because they have maple flavored bacon. It's nowhere near the same.
No.
Yeah, I only tried that just recently. Maple syrup and bacon, and I'm a convert. Now I cannot have bacon if it doesn't have maple syrup with it. Is that wrong? Is that wrong?
No, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't have bacon 3 times a day.
Don't let it be eggs.
Yeah, I'd never noticed it before, but it was in a movie that I saw. It must have been a Yankee movie or a Canadian movie or whatever it was. and they went to some, I don't know, little diner, and they had breakfast, and anyway, they ordered whatever they ordered and had bacon with it, and they got the maple syrup and they poured it all over the bacon. And I'm just thinking, that just sounds so wrong, but actually so nice all at the same time. So we got home, I think it was the following day or the day after. I was asked what I wanted for dinner, and I said I want bacon smothered in maple syrup with a couple of eggs, fried tomato, a few sausages.
And maple ham is nicer than honey ham. Have you had that?
No, I've never had that. No. But it sounds nice.
Do you make ham, like baste it with something?
I don't myself, but you can buy the honey ham and stuff.
Yeah, they don't sell maple ham, I don't think, but you have to make it yourself. But it's worth it.
Okay.
Here's a dumb question: what is Vegemite?
The nicest staple food you should have in your cupboard. It's a it's a byproduct of the brewing process. It's basically all the crap that's down the bottom of the vat. Anyway, they gather it all together, process it a little bit more, and whack it in a jar, and you put it on your toast in the morning or on your sandwiches at lunchtime. Lettuce, cheese, and Vegemite sandwiches.
Oh,
You can use it to put in a broth as well. Many different things.
but is it sweet? Is it bitter?
Oh no, it's bitter. It's bitter.
Why is that good? It's like eating the coffee grounds.
Oh, no, it's not. It's Vegemite. It's nothing like coffee grounds. Put it with tomato on crackers. Oh man, it's like Vegemite is like gaffer tape. You should always have a jar on hand. Like
Is
it's
gaffer tape what we call duct tape?
yeah, same thing. MacGyver tape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember if that actor was Canadian, but he's an honorary Canadian because he was a hockey player.
Oh really? There you go.
I don't think he was Canadian. Yeah, Canada's big into the duct tape. I have some duct tape holding on my fridge shelf right now. But I'm guessing that not everybody loves Vegemite. So love it or
Well,
hate it.
everyone in Australia likes it. So, but it seems to be an acquired taste in the Americas.
Is it only Australia, not New Zealand, or you mean the whole continent?
I'm pretty sure you can get it all over the world, actually. But
Yeah, my friend's mom, this is 25, 30 years ago, was Australian. I think she had some at home, but I was told not to eat it.
oh, really? Man,
It's on my bucket list.
man up. Go get a jar.
I honestly, I don't know that we can get it in Canada.
Don't you have one of those? We've got shops here. It's like USA. So anything you can get in America, you can go to this shop and you can buy all the bits and bobs that you can get in America that are like iconic to America. Don't you have one of those shops like for
No,
Australia?
we have
in
an
Canada?
aisle. We have an aisle that has Indian food and American food and British food, maybe Australian food. You know,
Okay.
it's called the international aisle, and then probably it's only half of that.
There you go. Well, maybe you should go to that shop and say, "Put Vegemite. Can I please order some Vegemite?" Let's see what they say.
So you would eat it in place of meat.
No, you put it on your toast in the morning. You put it on your sandwiches at night or at lunchtime. On your crackers. You put it on. Eat it by the spoonful. I probably wouldn't recommend that. It might put you off if you eat it by the spoonful, but Make sure you smother your toast with plenty of butter, real butter, and
That's a given.
yep, and then a nice generous serving of Vegemite. You're either gonna love it or hate it.
And isn't there something called Marmite too? Is that similar?
Oh no, that's disgusting. No, it's nothing like it. Nothing like it.
What's Marmite?
That's I don't know, axle grease. That's what that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that Australian too or no?
No, that might be British. Actually, I don't know.
Now, Vegemite come from the West End brewery that's been shut down.
Is that where it originated? No.
I think so. It's all the fucking inside the vats.
Yeah, I knew that, but I didn't know that it originated there.
Yeah, I just remember hearing years ago that's where it come from, and I just as I heard you talking about it then, I thought, shit, that's closed down. I wonder where they've shifted their supply from, and whether
Well,
anyone's noticed a flavour difference. Different beer.
oh, I don't know. It was a terrible beer to start off with. So no loss.
So it's hops and rotting hops.
Yeah, it's like a residue of the yeast. The process of the fermentation. They scrape it out of the vats, and they put it in jars and go, here you go, kids. Get your
I
vitamin
think
B12.
that's one of those things like head cheese where you have to taste it before you know what it is.
Yeah. Yep.
Have you guys had head cheese?
No, I've never had head cheese. It sounds something that my missus would not want either.
Do you know what it is?
Head cheese? No.
Yeah. They
And that's like
boil a
brain or
pig's
something,
head.
or what?
No.
Oh.
I don't know if the brain is taken out, but they definitely boil a pig's head with the skin and meat still on it. Or at least the meat still on it. And then it turns into a jelly, and then the meat breaks up, or they break up the meat. So it's almost like a pate with a jelly on top.
That
It
actually sounds
sounds
okay.
absolute disgusting, but it tastes good.
Oh, yeah, that sounds beautiful actually to me. Would have that.
Well, if you like pork, which most of us do. But when you go get a bowl and the head's still there, it's a little bit freaky.
Yeah. I can understand that.
Anyways, guys, I'm not trying to come in here hot.
No, you're cool. Tis the day of hotness today.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking
Came in
about,
real
Bandy.
hot. It came in real hot last night.
Who was hot?
There's
well, Jeremy, we've sorted out the gyro compass. Did you hear that one?
No, I bet we have. We never sort anything out.
Oh, why are you such a pessimist? For bloody hell!
Why are you up so early, Jeremy? You're retired.
Have I got you?
No, I went back to work.
You're not meant to
What's
use that
that?
word.
I went back to work and I'm getting kids on a bus.
Oh, yeah, no, don't
It's
annoy me.
6:50? My goodness.
Morning. Anyways, carry on. Carry on.
All right.
What do we do with? How do we solve the gyro compass?
Well, it uses a compass, Jeremy. We
in the
worked it
fine
out.
print at the bottom of the page.
In the fine print, it actually uses a compass to find north, believe it or not.
That's so.
Uh-huh.
Here we go. He's back. He's called someone.
No,
The
I just said
gyro
dinner.
compass. There's a you're saying there's a compass in it?
It uses the the principle of a compass to seek north, right, magnetic north, and then it's basically adjusted to find true north
This is
from there.
Banslaw's claim. The claim from a variety, a reasonable variety of reasonably good sources, says the opposite.
Hey, you brought out a wiki. That's not reasonably
Yeah.
good in anyone's book.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I brought Wiki out amongst Simrad who make them and the guy who installs and troubleshoots them.
Yep. And
Okay.
I rang up a guy that told me exactly how they work, right? And he told me exactly how they work and how they seek north, because they use magnetic north to get them to initially start pointing in the right direction. So
And to be fair to Bandy, also howstuffworks.com gives his description that I still hold to the position incorrect, or the possibility there's a third device. There is some sort of device that does do that, but the gyro compasses, or at least the ones I was hearing about from IB Hunter and reading about on Wiki and Simrad and places like that, are different.
yeah.
Hey, who's using the site howstuffworks.com?
Writing
That
was.
No, that was from
Okay.
New Perspective. I found it. I got to be honest, I found it, but Bandy and I were having a fairly staunch debate, and I was like, I'm not going to give him a source that agrees with him. But I did send him an
I'm
email.
telling you right now, those
I'm sure you've
people
got
at
this
House.
wrong.
Right now, those
Just
people at howstuffworks.com are idiots.
Yeah.
Well, they're the ones that are on Bandy's side.
And then I found another source, independent of how stuff works and whatnot, that pretty much said north-south magnets all the way through it.
Wow.
I mean,
like every second word says north-south magnets, compasses, north-south.
Inside the schematics, but one of the important tests is this thing affected by a magnetic field? Because if it was a magnetic compass, it would be affected by a magnetic field. Specifically in multiple places, it says the use case for this.
No, affected to the point that it's redundant. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It still works.
So after all that shit with Doofus that day saying that the not affected by any magnetic field and there's magnets in it?
It's definitely affected by a magnetic field.
How do you
100%. 100%. It's affected by a magnetic field.
I mean, I'm sure. Like, if you got a strong enough magnetic field, I think virtually anything can be affected by it. In what way do you feel it's affected by a magnetic field?
Well, depending if I put it on my really, really, really big brand spanking new container ship, or I put it on my really, really big old rusted out container ship, or I put it in my dinghy, or I put it in my my garage, they all have a different magnetic field effect on them, and they have to be adjusted accordingly. We've already been through this.
Yeah, I know the claim. My understanding is the opposite. That you use it where magnetic compass would be.
It's resolved, Jeremy.
These things don't need that.
Well,
I mean, it may need to be calibrated for the ship. I certainly think it needs to be calibrated for the ship's heading and speed and latitude. So there are definitely calibrations or interventions, whatever you call it, on it. It doesn't just always do exactly the one thing, regardless of.
If they weren't affected by a magnetic field whatsoever, why would they have to take these things into consideration?
Yeah, I don't think they do. I mean, short of a very, very, very powerful magnetic field, I haven't found anything. I don't know. I'm leaning towards they don't, because I found quite a few things that say it is unaffected by ferromagnetic fields, including Wikipedia.
Is there magnets in the gyro compass?
100% there is.
Yeah, it's got electric motors. Electric motors are stators and rotors, which is magnet.
No. There
Follow
are
up.
different. There are different magnets in them as well, right? Different magnets.
Yeah, you sent another quote out of one of the bits that sounded a bit like it.
As well.
So it doesn't matter. Magnets are definitely affected by the Earth's magnetic field, right? I mean,
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The question
Yeah.
is not like does it have magnets in it? Is it affected by a magnetic field such as one you would find from a operating container ship or large vessel or the Earth? And if it is affected by gravity, but sort of at 10 times that level does it start? Sorry, magnetism. If it gets affected by magnetism, but it requires 10 times stronger than you'd find in either of those two use cases, then I think it's not affected by it. But if it's, I mean, the question is,
every
like,
magnet's going to be. I mean, all you need is you don't even need a piece of metal to be magnetic. If it is magnetic, that's definitely going to make it be affected by Earth's magnetic field. No.
Well, yeah. I don't mean 100% like zero, totally unaffected. But I mean, the Earth's magnetic field is very, very weak, right? You don't an ordinary bar magnet that you've just got sitting in your hand doesn't flip to orient north south. You
If
need
you
to suspend
had
a tiny, little, very light magnet in water before it easily aligns. So I think that you could have weak magnetic effects that aren't affected much because the effect, the torque, the power that comes from the spinning thing is, if it's 100 times more powerful than the Earth's magnetic fields and the warped fields in the boat, like here's a manual for the gyro compass that Bandy sent. It'll help. It'll get you up to speed.
I've got
Bandside, did we debunk this gyro compass thing or what?
100%, Jeremy. 100%.
All right, that's good enough. That's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Been debunked. Let's move on.
Like it's got a north gyro in it, it's got a south gyro in it, and it has a follow-up magnet in it.
What are you saying?
Right? It's got a follow-up magnet in it.
As soon as the ship begins, okay, I've just got to this one. It's got a magnet here, but it sounds like it's talking about something we're talking about. This is again from your doco. As soon as the ship begins making way, the damping cutout switch to automatic. Sorry, turn the damping cutout switch. Actually, interesting. This came from the previous instance of magnet in this article, and that was about the damping cutout switch. So I think damping is slowing movement or something.
All right. If
should be in the automatic position when the ship is making way, unless the navigator directs that it should be turned to another position. The navigator may direct the switch be flipped to off.
Here we go, writing. Here's a good diagram for why would it need a follow-up magnet, I wonder.
I don't know what that. I don't know what the magnet is.
There we go. It's got a magnet in there for a particular reason. See, follow-up magnet.
Sure, yeah.
So
I'm happily accepting there could well be magnets in it. The question is, does it work by finding magnetic north?
Right. So
I mean, Doofus was telling me that this thing was made out of brass and lead and shit, and had nothing in the gyro compass was affected by the magnetic field. Remember that?
Similar to what IB Hunter said. He said you use it. One of the main use cases is in an area like on a ship where it's got very strong magnetic fields, and you can see that again from the article with Bandy posted because it's mostly discussing ships and the heading and where it goes on the ship and where magnetic. Is that the one with the magnetic fields of the ship? No, voltage, motor force, anti-hunt unit.
it's pretty strange that you say that they don't rely on that they don't use magnetic fields at all. Yet so much stuff tends to point at exactly that they do.
Well, the main question is, why does every article on the fundamental question we're asking, how does this find north? How does it, can all of them say you can find due north when I'll post the image again? Those are the magnetic lines of the world. So you would need to know where you are in the world to know what your declination is. I think if those lines are correct and they're sort of showing north and south, there's some weird lines and stuff going on there, right?
What did I tell you about the different latitudes? The different latitudes, right? The thing now has to, because of the magnetic field, has to spin at a different frequency to account for the to account for the stronger and weaker magnetic fields.
That's the
right?
bit.
And you disagree with that?
They definitely require it. IB showed it with there's a switch to for what latitude you're at. That's got to do with rotational velocity or whatever the fuck you'd call it, not from magnets. So I'm agreeing with the first half. I disagree that you're setting it for even if it was just latitude. The lines, at least on the maps I'm looking at, don't all follow the same latitude. So just knowing latitude wouldn't be enough information, I don't think.
That's all they need to know to change the speed. There's even a chart in them.
Exactly, and that's what you were saying before. It changes
Right.
the RPM of the motor, which I think is matching the rotational velocity of where we are on the surface of Earth. You're changing the RPM based on latitude. There's not much suggestion that's got to do with heading, nor does it cover the problem I said, which is
Where are the magnetic fields stronger and where are they weaker?
don't know if they're stronger and weaker. That's a good question. I just thought they point down towards the poles. I'm sure there's places where they're stronger and weaker.
Well,
Yeah, they would be stronger at the poles and weakest at the equator.
there you go. So then, right, the graph that they show you that the motor has to rotate at different latitude lines makes perfect sense because it spins higher for, and lower or vice versa towards the equator and away from the equator.
So the explanation that makes sense to me is you try to match the RPM at some sort of like factor or something of the rotation of the Earth.
Well, that makes sense to you because you want to live on a ball that's rotating, right?
Right.
And I'm living in reality where the magnetic fields are stronger and weaker, which we can demonstrate and prove.
So an IB hunter's wrong about it. So he gets them and sets them up, but isn't aware that the gyro compass is finding north through magnets.
That's what they use as their
The question
initial.
is, what do you think is
right?
going on for IB hunter? Do you think
That's
he's mistaken
how.
or lying or?
Well, I'll have a chat to him and I'll talk to him, right? And see how his information, right, conflicts with the information that I got at about 4:45. But they seem to be very two different explanations, right, from two people that seem to know what they're talking about. And I've heard IB talk about gyros, and he doesn't talk about them any differently to the way the fellow that I spoke to did.
Well,
They both seem they both seem very well. You don't know what this guy does, right?
No, but I know what I spoke to IB hunter about.
Yeah, and I've spoken to IB too. So I've spoken to both of these guys, where you've only spoken to one of these guys.
Right, but you're saying what you've said about if this other chap agrees with IB hunter, that's great because IB hunter agrees with me. So what you're saying is you've heard IB hunter and you've heard this guy, and they both comport and they both agree with you. And what I'm saying is not that I've heard your guy; it's that I can play for you the clip.
When did I say IB agreed with me? Did I ever say that?
I was saying the same thing.
No, I never said. No, I never said that at all. Those words didn't come out of my mouth. Rewind the tape and get those words that came out of my mouth, because that didn't come out of my mouth. What I said was I've spoken to IB, right, and I spoke to this other chap, and they both sound equally knowledgeable with what they're talking about. That's what I said.
But one or the other is wrong, either lying or mistaken, correct?
I'm not saying anyone is lying.
Right, but one or the other, it's not possible that they're both correct. If the chap you spoke to said that you need to tell it where north is before you leave shore, and IB hunter specifically spoke to that point and said the opposite, it's not possible they're both right. So one or the other is either mistaken or lying.
Well, if they don't, why else would they use magnets in them?
Is someone saying that
I've given you many possible reasons. One is all electric motors use magnets. They
No,
work on electromagnets.
hold
and the
on, hold on,
down-
Whitey.
there's all manner of
There
things.
are there's more than just magnets in them, other than the motor,
Okay.
right? Right.
How many magnets?
I posted a picture right before the one that you posted that is not in the motor at all.
Okay.
Right? It's got nothing to do with the motor. Okay, then.
Is somebody
So-
saying they find?
So let me ask you this
Saying they
question.
find
Ben.
north Hold on, eggshells. I'm trying to jump in a row. Is somebody saying they find north on their own?
Yes, I am.
You?
Say again.
You?
Is he
Right
cutting out? Or
Is it
Yeah.
just you saying that, or did somebody else who told you that?
IB Hunter says this, Wikipedia says this, and my best source, I think, is a company called Simrad that says this. The chap that Bandy talked to installs gyro compasses. He installs Simrad. If he does so, he installs Simrad gyro compasses. On their website, they say specifically does not use magnetic heading, finds true north. Using the Earth's gravity and axis of rotation. I'm pretty sure. I'll find that for you again.
Yeah. And
How does the
that
compass?
mean? Sorry, Jeremy.
Okay.
You're clipping a bit at the start of your sentences again,
Yeah,
mate.
I'm barely getting you.
But jump in, Jeremy. You just clipped there. I jumped all over the top of you.
What did Banso's guy say? If he finds north using the what?
No.
Okay, am I good now?
No.
Yeah, you're good, Jeremy. Yeah, sorry about that, mate.
No, it's fine. I jumped in all over your shit. So how does it find true north?
So it gets rotational speed. It uses the rotation of the Earth, the sort of 1,000 miles
Oh,
of the equator,
nice.
if you will, as a force, and is able to essentially make that force more obvious by using a gyro that's trying to stay fixed in place. And so the gyro will try to process. There's a quite cool drawing of it, which I can talk you through. I'll post it again just a second. Essentially, if we're turning and a gyro is trying to stay fixed in space, it'll go to move a certain way. But if you hold it so it doesn't go that way, if you sort of put a weight on it so it hangs down, it will process a reliable way. It swings around. The way IB Hunter says it just swings around to the right. So if you look at the top one, that's what a straight up gyro would do, and that is want to swing over to the side from vertical as a ship moved around the surface of a circle. In a gyro compass, if it's still pulled south because it's got those weights on it in the bottom end.
Hold on 1 second. You just said in a gyro compass. You weren't talking about a gyro, dude. How does a gyro compass find north?
Sure, that's what I'm trying to explain. In the image I just posted shows both a gyro and a gyro compass, and I'm trying to explain the difference for you. And it is.
I don't need the difference from a gyro to a gyro compass. I just need to know how a gyro compass finds north. That's all.
Okay, so the Earth has, if it's spinning, a single axis of rotation. As an object, it can only rotate around a single axis, right? You can turn any object any way, but at any time you turn it that way, it will have an axis through it, right? Which will have a north and a south, essentially. If you've got to rotate, if you can find that north and south by balancing out forces such that that's the easiest way for it to point, then you can get a needle to point at that axis of rotation. This thing will point if it's properly calibrated and set up right, it will point its Polaris regardless of what the magnetic lines are doing underneath you at the time or through you at the time. You can spin it up out at sea, totally unaware of which bearing you're at after some sort of event, and it will spin up and find north.
Yeah, how? I'm asking, how does it find north?
So there's an equilibrium between, like, it's. I can't go better.
Dude, it's fine.
So a gyro will want to rotate through space. If you hold that gyro down, apply a torque so the down always stays down, that, because of the laws of angular momentum or something like this, will pull it around to the right. So it will always want to line up with the axis of rotation.
Put a thing on it. You hold it down.
Yeah, you put a weight on it so it stays oriented in along the vector of gravity, and then you're basically comparing the vector of gravity with the angular rotation of the Earth. And you're
Where to
going,
put
when
the
this is
weight?
out of whack, you lean back this way or this way. So it goes waggle, waggle. When you start it up, it goes waggle, 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 waggle. I was trying to like
All right,
find it.
where's the weight? Where's the weight on the gyro compass?
This one, it looks like it's doing it with some sort of tubes with maybe that's that oil one that Bandy talked about. The one IB Hunter showed me, it was just like a lump on the bottom of a gyro. Normally gyros are identical, and this one had a lump on it.
You've got a few different designs.
So the gyro doofus was wrong that whole time, and gyros do. I don't know if doofus was saying. I could have swore there everyone was saying that we had to set it to north. Now they find north on their own.
Gyro, you can use gyro. You could set a gyro to north because it'll try and stay fixed in space. It'll have a 15-degree-an-hour drift, but it'll stay fixed in space. So you can use those for certain applications in planes because they stay fixed in space and spun up by the plane's battery electrics, right?
So here's a question.
The gyro and the gyro compass are different things. The gyro has no torsion. You try to get as little torque out of it, so it's reading perfectly fixed in space. Whereas a gyro compass, you deliberately apply torque through the vector of gravity because that will then get to an equilibrium where it's around the center of rotation, if that makes sense.
Okay, so here's a question. Quick question. If it's facing north and then you start it up and it like comes off north a little bit because of the torque when it's speeding up, when it reaches, cruising altitude, if you will, like that, the spin up speed that's required for it to show this precession, does it then go all the way right, all the way clockwise, and like basically 359 degrees, and then reach north again, or does it just go back 1 degree to the left?
I think it bounces back and forth. I think it goes like past north, and then it's like out of whack there, so there's no torque, so it starts to want to swing back to the right again.
So it doesn't always follow the right-hand rule?
Not about this I'm really foggy, so I wouldn't take anything I'm saying on that to the bank. It just, I don't know, maybe I don't know.
They use the magnetic.
So you're telling me?
Go
ahead, Banter.
I said they use the magnetic field to initially to get them pointing in the northward direction, right? So it knows which way it has to start to settle. Okay. Then after that, they are then calibrated, right, to true north. And they're not going to point to magnetic north, right? They are then calibrated and set to point to true north because the magnetic field does shift, right? So they've got to set them.
But do they set them based upon their latitude, or do they set them based upon local charts with magnetic field lines?
No, I thought they didn't set them. I thought they didn't set them. I thought they found true north on their own.
Yeah.
You've got to tell it what latitude. You've got to tell it what latitude you're at, which correlates poorly with magnetic flux lines. Correlates very well with angular rotation. And as Bandy found
why
out,
do you got to tell it what latitude?
You need to adjust the RPM to still find true north. It's not a set and forget device. You still need to calibrate them. You interestingly calibrate them using celestial navigation.
Yeah. And what you do is you set your gyro compass, right? You pick your point between A and B, all right? And between A and B, it is going to have a different magnetic field, stronger and weaker or stronger, whatever it's going to be. And the motor itself will either slow down or speed up in relation to the magnetic field it is in. It's got nothing to do with the spin of the Earth. It's got to do with the magnetic field that it is in. Because further north, because further towards the North Pole, from the North Pole, the magnetic field is strongest, and as you get further away from it to the equator, it gets weaker and weaker, and then from the equator it gets stronger and stronger again. This is why you have to change the settings for it.
That's not what
It's not
he's
quite
saying, though,
right, Andy,
Banzo.
Well,
because look
well,
at the
it
map.
might.
Look at the map I've put there at bang on the hour. That is what
Hold on,
magnetic north lines look like.
I'm
So they
looking at.
are.
Hold on, I'm looking at this chart again. I might have misread it.
Well, you only set it just for latitude. That is not a strong correlate with magnetism. I've got a video up.
Why do you need to set it to
quite old
latitude?
video, that I'm going to watch. It's pretty short. It's like 10 minutes.
Alright.
But
I'll get the other one. I might have misread that. Here we go. Here we go.
I'll mute myself.
So depending if you're at 0 degree latitude, it goes to from 3,000, and then as you get all the way down to 45, it goes to 2,100. This is interesting. It keeps on getting. So the further down in latitude you get, the RPMs get less and less and less. So I was incorrect there. So the RPMs are stronger at 0, and as you work your way further down to 70 degrees, that's where the RPMs are the most least.
I'm never muting again. I guessed lower RPM, and yeah. So if you look again at the magnetic line, would you agree that some of those lines lean east and some of those lines lean west, even at the same line of latitude? So pick any line of latitude and you can find some lines going east and some lines going west of north.
Well, the magnetic field seems to be strongest in the north.
Yeah, no, I'm saying though the grid lines on the map, that's true north, map north, but the magnetic lines, the swirly ones, are going left and right at every latitude. Would you agree with that?
I'd actually like to see those instead of on a flat map like that. I'd like to see how those lines look on a globe.
The reason it's important that they lean left and right is because what that shows that you can test with just get any hiking map off the internet and it will show this is in true north, and it will give you the local declination, magnetic declination that you adjust for, right? With the ordinary magnetic compass, bit by bit. So you can check any of these and you can see across America there are certain places where north is actually north because the lines are going left and right. So if the only information you needed was latitude, why does that match so poorly with what is when the magnetic compass is pointing a little bit east or a little bit west? It can't tell based on latitude alone. It needs to know exactly where you are. When latitude works perfectly, rotational velocity, as your rotational velocity decreases, the wheel should run slower to match up with it, right?
Yo, Riding, why do you need latitude? And let me flesh that out. Let me flesh it out. My question quickly. So if the mechanical setup of this device is such that it's it's limited to one axis and it basically forces itself to find true north because of the rotation of the Earth, then why do you need to set it with a latitude first? Shouldn't it give you the precession, and then from that you can tell what latitude you're at?
That's probably quite possible. I mean, it's possible you could use it backwards in some ways like that. I don't know much about them, but
well, you're saying backwards, but it seems like it's circular kind of logic. You're basically putting the cart before the horse by setting the latitude first, because you could be setting the latitude, thus dictating, and then when you're balancing and counterbalancing it, thus dictating the precession, and then being it's telling you my latitude, but in reality you just set the latitude, so it's telling you what you want. You're starting off with a presupposition.
Compass isn't trying to find latitude, so that's. I mean, what you're saying is it sounds like what you're saying is it wouldn't be very good at doing a job it doesn't have. Its job is to find true north, and if you set a latitude correctly with a properly calibrated gyro compass, it'll point at Polaris. That's the only claim being made, and it works. There is a very good explanation why this happens if the Earth is turning. A really robust.
So you wouldn't rely on the precession. Well, if you wouldn't rely on the precession to that it takes to reach north to say that this is the spin of the Earth, and this is what latitude we're at.
Latitude bit is relatively unimportant. It's just sort of how the device works. It's got different settings. What's the importance to you for latitude?
Well, if you have the latitude, that dictates the precession, right? And from the precession, we are coming up with rotation of the Earth. But if you're
What do you
setting
mean?
it,
We're
you're
using
basically
this-
setting the rotation of the Earth.
Right, yeah, if it's got a line of, we have lines of latitude because we're on a rotating Earth, and the only way to make latitude is towards poles, which have to be equal and opposite to one another, like a compass, which is important, right? No other compass that we know of, every compass, even if you snap it or crush it to dust, maintains one quality, and that is equal and opposite north and south. So even if it were magnetic, you've still got big problems.
No, I have no issue with it being, like, I'm not arguing the magnetic thing. That was what Vance was arguing. I'm arguing that it doesn't make sense to use this as a proof when if you have to set the latitude first. If you set the latitude first, you're basically dictating the precession rate, which you're basically dictating, you're presupposing the rotation, right?
Yes. You're presupposing the rotation and setting it such that if it is rotating at that speed and I was at this latitude, it will hold north. And the test you can do is set the wrong latitude. Here we go. Maybe IB Hunter's in.
It just seems like circular logic if you have to set the latitude first to get it to work.
I've just messaged him, so he I think will be able to explain it better than I.
I'll be back in a bit.
Here's an interesting one, Bandy. IB Hunter's suggesting that there could be such things in planes. So if that guy misunderstood what you were saying, yes, there is actually, isn't there? It's not called a gyro compass, but there is something that you set. I think my dad set it or something like that, which is, yeah, you get your heading from your compass and you crank it in and then you snap it.
No, he was talking about ship ones, not plane ones.
Okay, from what I understand, he says the gyros on aircraft that are used to measure change the heading, measure the change in heading over time, since all it does is indicate the change in direction. It needs a reference, usually either a magnetic or GPS-based compass.
He doesn't deal in plane ones. This guy only deals in ship ones.
The guy you talked to, okay. These are small gyros that are not designed to measure angular changes as slow as the rotation of Earth. There is another type of gyro-stabilized magnetic compass, but they are not as widely used. So that's the third one, a gyro-stabilized magnetic compass. So there could be, that's what I said, remember, in our private messages about this, there could be a third device that people might shorten to gyro compass, but it isn't actually a gyro compass. They're not as widely used, he says. The gyros resist relatively fast changes in the magnetic field that can be caused by passing ferrous materials. Unfortunately, if the ferrous material remains over time, the gyro-stabilized compass will slowly drift towards the magnetic bias. Marine gyro compasses do not have these limitations. Right. Right. He's saying the gyro compasses are not affected by that. That is the gyro-stabilized magnetic compass, which is probably for smaller applications, like he's saying, like aircraft.
Does a gyro compass have any other magnets in it other than the magnets in the motor?
Oh, I'm sure it does. Yeah, I'm sure it's got.
Do they? Do they?
I don't know, man.
Well, ask him. Ask him that question. Do they have any other magnets in them other than the magnets in the motor?
I still don't understand how it just finds true north. Like we don't have to, or he said we have to set our latitude and then it finds true north.
Essentially, if you know the number that your angular rotation will change by, if you know your latitude, you can use a fast spinning gyro to point at the center of the rotation of the Earth.
So yeah, okay, no, it doesn't help. We figure out what our latitude is, and then we tell the gyro compass, the mechanical gyro compass. Saying?
Just a second.
Do you know how it just finds true north?
So it's the torsion. There's in fact, if the Earth is rotating, as you say about we should be flying off, there should be some force that is detectable. This device, using the angular rotation, fast RPM spinning disk, detects the rotation of the Earth. Does that help? That's about as simple as I can make it.
The fast rotating disc it stabilizes it, right, on a plane. That's what that is doing.
Yeah, I don't. The gyro compass supposed to keep its rigidity in space. I don't see how that finds true north.
Yeah. So that's all that is.
I can't explain it many more times, man. I'm just going to watch this 10-minute video about it, and I'll.
Well, you just messaged IB in regards to the question. Did you send him another message asking him if there are any other magnets in it other than the magnets in a motor?
Sending him messages. I'll report back to you.
Thank you kindly. And
I said, Bansor is asking what magnets are in them. In the motor, for example, they're asking if magnets affect gyro compasses because they still suggest it's, in quotes, a fancy magnetic compass.
No. I asked, are there any other magnets in it other than the magnets in the motor?
We'll get the same answer. The question is,
right.
Bansor is asking what magnets are in them in the motor, for example. Any other aside from the motor is the same as any including the motor.
Or not including the motor.
Well,
we already know there's magnets in a motor.
Right. Because I'm sure he'll have a very interesting. I bet you he'll have detail about how those need to cancel one another out or something like that, or don't have an effect because of blah 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 reason. You know, just because my immediate feeling is lots of little magnets in different and changing orientations wouldn't have a huge effect. What you need is a single magnet all going in the same direction, not like one's all pointed in a ring and these ones over here and those ones over there, some of them on, some of them off, different times. You know, I see that as being a very local and chaotic and not very powerful effect, with the gyro being a more powerful effect, so it can ignore something like that. Possibly. I don't know.
Well, they can put things in it that make it very, very sensitive too. I know you're trying to make it sound as insignificant as possible, which you're doing very, very well with your wordsmithmanship. I'll give you that.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Bandy. That's nice. I'm gonna watch this video. I'll report back.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, Bandsaw, do you understand how you just spin a gyro up and it finds its true north?
Not unless it's got something to direct it that way.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how you would spin a gyro up. There's nothing you could do to a gyro beforehand, or
no,
to make it know where true north is.
And they say a gyro isn't a magnetic compass, and cool. I've got no problems with saying that it's not a magnetic compass, right? Because it's not seeking magnetic north, right? It's seeking what we call true north, right? But all you've got to do is calibrate it, right, to now seek that true north, going off what magnetic north is. And these things have to be calibrated in Australia every 12 months. They've got to be recalibrated, obviously, to make sure that all the workings are intact, but also if there's any magnetic field changes, whether that's on the ship or not. I was also told, Jeremy, depending on the ship itself and the magnetic field around the ship, this also too affects the gyro compass. If I was to put the gyro compass in my shed, for argument's sake, the different magnetic field around that would affect the gyro compass. It's very strange that our information conflicting.
But aren't gyro compasses made in such a way that they're not affected by magnetic fields? You know, that's why they work really well on ships and stuff, steel ships.
What do you mean?
They rely on gravity and
well, they rely on plumb.
Yes, on gravity. Okay, they rely on plumb and
Thank you.
Plumb and the centripetal force, one of the forces with regards to the rotation of the Earth. They rely on those two forces, right, to find a balance,
Well,
to
that's what
find
they
true
say.
north.
That's what they
Yeah,
tell
that's
us.
why. Yeah, that's why they're
Well,
not affected by magnets. Because if they were, instead of finding true north, they would end up looking for magnetic north, right?
so then why do they have to take the magnetic fields into consideration? You know what I'm going to do tomorrow?
Do they?
Yes, This is what I was told at 4:45, Nate.
Well,
Right?
who told you this? Who was this other guy that told you this, Benzo?
I rang up a fellow, right?
Uh-huh.
From a gyro compass company, and I had a bit of a
Okay.
chat to him, and this is where I've got all my information from. Right now, his information is conflicting with apparently my
Everything, yeah.
source. Well, no, not everything. Not
Yeah,
everything at all.
it conflicts with how most people say gyro compasses work or how most people use them. Because
No.
if they was affected by magnets, then they would not work accurately on ships. You know, how would they work on the ship if it was
Because
affected by magnetism?
because they are calibrated to that particular ship. They're calibrated, and this is taken into account.
But the ship
Can
is
I
moving,
suggest that
and as the
there's a
ship
device
moves, oh,
that
sorry,
does
go
the
ahead,
same
Angel.
thing that is on ships that I said before has these two steel balls either side of it. Again, that one I got from IB Hunter.
Yes, he
You
must be
just Google
smoking
ship's
crack.
magnetic compass, and you'll immediately find this thing with the two massive balls either side of it. So why
So
do they
you got
have a device that does exactly that? Is calibrated to the ship to cancel out
that's
magnetic compass bearing, and also another device that does the same thing.
affected by.
I don't know. Are you able to get your friend here, Banso, so he can just go into detail as to how you calibrate it to take into a? Okay, could he write something down?
Number one, he ain't my friend. He was just a guy I
Okay.
rang up. Right?
Okay.
So,
Okay. Could he share something where it explains how they calibrated for a specific ship and
recalibrate them.
how often though? How often do you recalibrate a gyro compass once you've set sail?
Here in for the port of Gladstone in Australia, I know it's every 12 months, and if a ship doesn't have the certification when they come to port, they won't allow them in port at all. They have to sit out at anchor, and they have to helicopter a guy out to the ship to
All right. Let me ask you this. So it's every 12 months, and that sounds reasonable. That's what I would think as well. You don't have to calibrate it that often. That's what I would think as well. You don't have to calibrate it that often. Once a year makes sense. But if my gyro compass is affected by magnetism and I'm traveling from Australia to South America, there's so much shifts in the magnetic field lines of the Earth that it's going to impact the gyro compass, and I'm going to need to recalibrate it every other day. Don't you think? I don't know.
You know what would be a good test, Nate? You know, it'd be a really good test if you're to have access to one of these things, fire them up and get a really strong magnet, right? Big electromagnet. You know those big ones that you pick up cars with. Those ones, whack that one of those on the side of it and see if it has any effect on it.
Okay, I'm sure there must be a video, something like that.
And then you can say, I'm not talking about a fridge magnet or something like
Yeah,
that.
a big strong magnet.
Right, because obviously these things are calibrated and built in a way to resist a lot of stuff as well. Okay, but you want to overcome that resistance. Now, if you can overcome this resistance that they have to other influences, which are on the ship anyway, naturally, with all the wiring and the ship's hull and all that sort of stuff, well then, yes, they do use a magnetic north to initially get them pointing in the right direction, and because they're calibrated to set to true north, they will then settle where their calibration is. Okay, they won't set at magnetic north. Now, you can find plenty of stuff on the internet saying that a gyro compass isn't a magnetic compass. Well, it's not a magnetic compass because it doesn't point to magnetic north.
Because
So
it doesn't
it's-
use,
so-
that's not its mechanism, right? You describe it by its mechanism. If you say a diesel car, you mean it runs on diesel. This is
yeah,
one that
well,
runs
it's
on gyros.
yeah, yes, but it's using the a magnetic field to get them to point in the due north. Otherwise, it's got nothing to point to.
Describe it by its utility, and the utility is not to follow magnetic north, is it? No.
Yeah, I'm a definitely look for that bounce on how a giant magnet would affect the gyro compass. Because this is, if what you're saying is true, then this is pretty interesting. Because all my life I've thought that's how gyro compasses work. You know, based off
Well,
these two forces, you need to find balance with.
Well, that's what we've been told, and like I said, after speaking to people in Gladstone, not exactly how they work or anything like that, but it's the calibration method that these things have to be set, right? So having in my mind that these things have to be set, okay, then cool, and then they've got to be calibrated. So they're set to point due north. Well, after talking to this fellow today, which was he's a really nice guy, said that yeah, they do use a compass to or a magnetic field to, not necessarily a Boy Scout compass. So you're not going to find a Boy Scout compass in them, but the magnetic field itself helps to orientate them.
So here's Bandy. The quote you're looking for in the video I've posted is, I'll just give you a timestamp. This is a video I found 3 minutes 55 in. This is, what is it that drives it to find north? Hang on, if I go back too far, just a second. Yeah, 4:02, 4 minutes and 2. No. No, sorry, I got the wrong time. Let me find it.
Fucking hell, shells.
Sorry, yeah, it's a 30 seconds further on from there. 4 minutes 27.
You sure this time?
Oh, well, I'm providing a source and an exact timestamp in a short video. It isn't magnetism and it isn't black magic of the lines you're listening for.
It's no different to a video telling us that boats go over the horizon and disappear because of curvature. We need to verify this stuff, mate.
Yeah, I mean, this can definitely be verified. Just go buy a gyro compass. I mean, this is not a hard video to believe or to want to question this, that, and the third. I don't think whether or not it works on. Yeah, but we could crowdfund, Benson. We could put money together. We're all grown men. We all work. Yeah, you, me, Jeremy, eggshells, White. Let's put money together, and we get a gyro compass. Let's do it. Yeah.
No, but I can have a standard mechanical gyro, a non-compass gyro, and sit it here on my desk, and it does not turn. It will not process with Earth rotation.
Say again?
Yet it should, shouldn't it? A standard mechanical gyroscope should process. just on my table with Earth rotation? Should it not?
What kind of a
Can we at least see a picture of the
You've got to do
gyro
maths,
in
right?
question?
How many RPMs is it spinning? How free is its movement? How free from torques and forces from the outside is it? You talking about a little one you spin with your fingers?
Hang on. No. A decent gyro that holds its rigidity in space. Now, the gimbal surely is moving around the outside of it on a rotating Earth. So should we not
Why
see?
doesn't a gyro find north like a gyro compass finds north?
No.
He's asking why doesn't it
If
just
Earth
back?
is rotating, which is the cause apparently for these compass gyros to, centralize and find true north, then a standard mechanical gyro just sitting on my table, spun up obviously, should rotate, should precess.
Yeah, it should find
It's a
north anywhere in the world.
It's a function of
No,
several factors. You
no,
have
you're
to
missing the
maximize.
point.
Right.
Why would
It's
a
it's
standard
a
mechanical
combination.
gyro find north?
Okay, it's a combination of several factors. I guess nobody can hear me. That's fine if nobody can hear me.
No, I was already talking.
Eggshells, you were saying?
The standard gyro compass is different from the gyro because the gyro is trying to have no torque applied anywhere. So it is free to spin throughout the 3 axes or whatever it is. A gyro compass is deliberately designed in the opposite way to have a torque that is based on a weight.
No, I appreciate that. You missed my point. My point was that if you claim that
north because it's not a gyro compass.
no,
That's not what he's
I didn't
asking.
ask that.
Again, that's not what he's
Listen
asking.
Listen again. If you claim it is Earth's rotation that causes a gyro compass, right, to find that that null point of true north and stay there, then Earth's rotation should also be detectable by a standard mechanical gyro spooled up just sitting on my desk. Nothing to do with north, right? But yet they don't.
I've just posted a video where it does exactly that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
There's
I
a combination.
will bring up the point. I will bring up the point that any gyroscope, you can find a certain spin rate where it will process at a set given rate. So how in the video that you've showed that someone just mentioned, there's a video, have they showed that at different frequencies, it doesn't change that precession rate?
What do you mean at different
They
frequencies?
spin
He watched
it
the
in
video. He's done all of that.
Different
He's
RPM,
counterbalanced
different
it.
frequencies.
He
Yeah,
has
but they
done
spin it in opposite
frequencies and he's counterbalanced it to make sure there's no other drift on it.
Right. They spin
So
it.
if you
But
watch
you
it,
can
he's
do it
got-
the
he's got a
opposite
good-
direction. That's fine. You're still going to get the same drift based on RPM. So that's irrelevant.
They spin it in opposite directions. Can anybody else hear me?
Go for it. Sorry, Doofus.
Yeah.
All right. So in that particular video, they spin it in opposite directions. If the torque being applied to the gyroscope in this particular video is causing it to precess, spinning it in a different direction would cause it to precess in a different direction, which is not what they experience.
That's a fairly
Why would that be?
response.
What the fuck did he just say?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah. Dude, but could you say that different? Like, I was kind of confusing.
All right. So say the reason why it's processing is something mechanically based, right? If it's something in the gyroscope that is, I don't know, causing some sort of friction somewhere to offset something to cause it to process around and around. If that were the case, then if it was spinning in the opposite direction, an opposite torque would be applied and cause it to process in the opposite direction. But that's not what they experience in that video.
Well, that's an explanation, but it could also be that the field that it's generating around itself, because it's spinning up, changes in strength with RPM, and therefore the field that's in the atmosphere that's causing it to turn and process anyway is changed by that strength of the field.
What do you mean by field?
Now we're just
actually just making things up.
But we just need to back that up, don't we? No, it's not made
Right,
up.
you're just actually making it up though on the fly.
What kind of field?
I did not make anything up.
What kind of field?
What field specifically is it being processing? What's processing it?
Yeah. What field? What kind of force field is this?
Do I have a view around there right now?
Is he breaking up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he is. It's hailing where he is. So.
Okay.
So it creates a field is White's position. Bandy, you still on the it's actually a fancy magnetic compass?
I was going to
You're
mention
starting to
something
go
else
over to the
earlier.
gyro compass side.
I was going to mention something earlier. The startup of one of these can be accelerated if you're trying to get it to hone in on true north faster. You'll want to start it up closer toward true north. Great. That doesn't make it a magnetic compass.
Yeah, I said that earlier too. I'm totally okay with the idea that they started up with what they think is close to north to speed up that time. Like, why would you point it? I mean, sure, I'd point it south once or twice if I was playing around with them just to see what it did. But generally speaking, if I just wanted to find true north, I'd show it roughly in the direction of true north, and it would point at Polaris.
Right. And if you, regardless of its initial orientation, it will still get to true north. It just takes longer if it's not started up in some general direction.
What's interesting, I think that we should also start talking about is how a compass is just, you point north wherever you want. South is just as good at the top. So what it also does is point at sigma octantis. That's kind of important. That means that you could fix one of these to any location on Earth, and if you knew that during the nighttime it pointed perfectly at sigma octantis, you've now got a really strong case that the stars are still there during the daytime, and it is at a fixed point that's over there. Right. Gyro compasses point south too.
I was going to mention to Slappers or whatever his name is now that in addition to the friction on the gyroscope needing to be so low that if you just have a tabletop gyroscope, you don't have the necessary precision. You have to maximize your angular velocity, so it needs to either be big or moving extremely fast. And it needs to have very low friction, because if you have it oriented such that it precesses in a horizontal plane and your latitude is close to the equator, you're looking for something that's like, I don't know, like less than 6 degrees per hour. And that requires very, very low friction in order for it to do that.
Here we go. All right. Gyro compasses, right, are affected by magnetic fields.
Are they?
Right? Yes. Well, this equipment receives a
What
heading
do you
signal
mean?
from the gyro compass, and by means to the strong magnetic field near the degaussing cables may also affect the gyro. So all you guys keep on saying, no, magnets have got nothing to do with it. But I come across heaps of stuff where it says you just
Can you
got to
show
dig
me
a
that?
little bit deeper.
And what was that? Magnetic fields affect it? Oh,
Well,
I thought there weren't fields around things.
well,
No,
this
you
Pretty
equipment
sure there
can
are
just
receives.
fields
describe
around
it as
things.
magnetic and then measure it with a magnetometer. If it's just a field, and when we say what is that field made of, and you don't have an answer, then it's not meaningful to me. But if you say it's a magnetic field or a static field or a field with cows in it,
Oh, a
I think
field
that's
of
more
whatever kind, a field that has influence. You can call it
you've
whatever
got to
you
define
want.
what kind of field, because you don't mean one with cows in it.
I
Doesn't
don't.
really mean magnetic, do you?
I didn't say paddock, did I? If you want to, think I meant paddock, and that's a bit silly because we're talking about not fucking
What kind of field
paddocks
then?
or cows.
What kind of field?
Anyone that could exert influence. Eggshells.
But describe them. Give them names.
You just did a great job of it. You just did. You could have done that yourself before,
I can't think
which
of
you
any.
probably did, but you're just being pedantic.
I'm just trying to understand what field you mean. It's not pedantic. When you say it could be a field, then just tell
Yeah,
me.
and we all know what different field modalities there are. That's exactly right.
Okay, so tell me some of the field modalities that affect the gyro compass.
You just mentioned a few. Do you want to mention them again for yourself? Because you're the one asking.
I'm mentioning ones that I'm quite confident do not affect the gyro compass.
You're confident. Okay, that's fine. We're all allowed to have
What fields
opinions.
are you talking about?
Like you
What
think the
fields?
Earth rotates. That's an opinion. Like, show us some proof of stuff.
Right, the gyro compass is a pretty good indication that we're on something that's rotating.
No, that assumes that it's happening because the Earth is rotating. Now prove that it is the Earth rotating that causes it.
Well, what else? There's one thing that will cause a gyro to spin a certain way or one way or another. Is well understood. The Veritasium makes a great video on this. The video I've got on my screen right now is showing it. The gyro it detects this, and you're going, it could be a field. When I ask what kind of field,
It does. It detects this. It's if it's happening. If it's happening, it probably does detect it. Can we prove that it's happening so that what we see with the gyro, we can go, yeah, that's because of that and not something else? And I don't need to tell you what else, but is there a way to show that that's the cause?
Yeah. So
like, science.
Could you tell me what the other kind of something else is? I'm keen.
Oh, we've already discussed this. I'll say one word. Ether. There you go. Ether. So how have we discounted that?
That's where they.
How has that been discounted? Oh, so they haven't? They've just run with the Earth's turning? Okay, nice. Sounds scientific.
Mickelson Morley.
Right, boys,
Two words there. In
that's
answer to your one word of
explain
ether.
what about gyro compasses? Tell me how similar Mickelson-Morley's experiment was to a spinning ball with.
That was an answer to his one word ether.
Right. Oh, Mickelson-Morley proved it wrong.
Exactly.
No, they didn't. Oh my god.
Wow.
Aries failure. Hello.
In any case, can you explain to me how that interacts with a spinning disc? Does it interact similarly with, other spinning discs? Is it magnetic?
No, all sorts of things that rotate are influenced more so than things that are stationary.
Things that
definitely. And if you're going to spin things faster, they're going to have more influence.
Okay, so why is this influence to point north not there on a standard gyro, but is there if you apply a torque through the vector of gravity?
Well, I don't know what they're made of. Like that would be down to you saying, "Oh, and they use this material so that it negates this effect or whatever." Like I've got no idea, mate.
Two things. One of them shows that the Earth's rotating by tilting over at 15 degrees an hour reliably, always in the same direction. And another one uses that fact to point north. Two really robust reasons to think we're probably on a spinning ball. And your response is maybe it's a field that I can't name like ether. And I cannot describe the mechanism by which.
No, you named a few of the fields. I added ether because you were whinging that you didn't mention enough. And I said they could. And how have they been accounted for to show that they don't have any influence? And instead of just answering with, here's where they did all the work to show that they have no influence, you just keep talking around in circles.
Well, but one of the fields I named was magnetic. And
right.
It is.
Bandy has shown that does influence them.
Okay.
And you're saying that they can't be. So you're already wrong there.
Well, okay, Wikipedia's wrong. The guy who builds them and installs them and refurbishes them is wrong. The company who makes them is wrong. Or the guy
really
is wrong. And
is this what you're saying or what? You've verified all of this?
I mean, you've joined the discussion late. This has been going on all day.
I've been here all day, mate.
Okay,
not late at all.
You missed it. We've got multiple sources.
Oh, I missed it. Right. No, you haven't got any sources where they've verified any of it. None whatsoever. Just stories.
Who are saying that the gyro compass experts are wrong, you're actually disagreeing on the mechanism. Are you both aware of that? Or are you also saying it finds magnetic north?
No one says it finds magnetic north. It's not its futility. It's for true north. It utilizes magnetic north to then know where true north is.
How?
Oh, many ways. I think there's 3 different devices, isn't there? Yours is the one that's in contention based on the rotation of the Earth. That would need to be proven first.
Right. The
Doesn't need to be proved.
basic.
You can just use something you haven't proved, right? If the Earth's rotating and you can use that fact to find north, you don't have to show somebody else that the Earth's rotating. You just got a thing that points at Polaris.
No,
Or
you'd
points at singular
need to
octantis.
show that that's actually the cause, wouldn't you?
Okay.
It's
The
no,
gyro
I
compass.
don't need to show you anything. I mean, I don't. I'm not going to be
Oh,
able to
okay.
convince you. But does it offer a compelling explanation, and your side has nothing? Yes, that is
Oh,
the
well,
case.
just like, you know,
It's a very
ships disappearing
compelling,
over the horizon. Is that a
simple,
nice excuse
comprehensible.
for optics? Yeah. Is it true? No. Could it be verified? You could verify it, but you don't.
Right. The mechanical gyro compass, the original design, something that you could actually build on your own with enough precision, you know, enough care taken. This sort of thing has no need for any magnetic input in it anywhere in order to find true north. It does that absent any
Beautiful.
magnetic input.
Yep. And is that because of the rotation of the Earth?
It has no other explanation.
Yeah.
Well,
Might
no,
not be. It
no.
could be
What's the
either. You
claim?
just
Is
need
it
to say
because of the
how.
rotation of the Earth or not?
You just
It
need to say
is
how
so
ether affects this thing in a bubble.
interesting.
Look at it.
If
How ether
mechanical gyro compasses, when you stick them on any rotating platform, align as best as possible with the axis of rotation of that rotating platform, then what I have right now is an explanation as to why they precess to true north. Right now, I don't have an alternative.
Well, fair
On
enough.
your point,
That's
I
fine.
asked that one of IB. I said, if I put it on a merry-go-round, would it find it? And he said no, because it's comparing it to gravity, and the gravity wouldn't be oriented the right way, or something like that.
Right. You need a rotating platform
Yes.
that can rotate in an axis other than horizontal. Yeah.
Oh, right.
So we need to verify that Earth is rotating, and then we can say, yep, there we go. That is the cause.
That's silly. What you're saying is this thing might work based on Earth's rotation, but before it could work, or I'm willing to trust that this thing does find north, absent any other explanation, you now need to prove to me that, like, it's like saying I don't believe your car runs on petrol. You've got to prove petrol exists. Like, we'll just hop in the car. Like, if gyro compass works, why do we need to prove the Earth's rotation? It works.
Because we're scientists and we want to
No, we're
eliminate
not.
all the potential other causes. Oh, okay.
If there's
Fair enough.
any other magnet in them other than the magnets in the motor, why would they have other magnets in them?
Well, I think
For
when I
what
read
reason?
one I read about in the manuals you sent me was damping mechanisms. I can imagine to spin up the motor. I can imagine to
spin up the motor. I said other than the motor.
Oh, right, yeah. Damping mechanisms was one of them. There is a follow-up device or something like that. There is ones that intentionally.
What's it following up?
I don't know. It was just in the long video I was watching before. I don't know how gyro compasses work. I think that to argue against the people who like make the videos of them is the I don't know. Like it seems it offers a pretty good explanation.
I've seen videos from Pfizer, mate, telling me how shit works and how safe it is, and I know that's a bunch of bullshit. So videos from experts, mate, mean shit. All right, show us the science behind it all.
Right. So
you can
in
search
a
for
mechanical gyro compass.
I'm not going to find you. I'm not going to be probably not even going to be able to find you science on gyro compasses because they're just a device. The science on them will be like science on actual compasses. It'll be super weird applications, and I'm not bothered to go and dig for that kind of stuff for you to just wave your hand at them. You've got no rational, reasonable way to say that these work differently, except maybe it creates a field that I'm unwilling to name. I'm unwilling to put a name on it, except for saying maybe ether.
Well, you're the one that say they do work like that, and you can't even verify it. So we've got no idea whether they do or don't.
How would you verify?
Buy one and
Yes,
pull it
you
apart
can
and show us
actually
that there is
verify
no
it.
mechanism that it uses to find north.
Pull it apart.
Yep, buy one, pull it apart, and show us.
That's brilliant.
I have
waste some money.
I have read out plenty of stuff this afternoon in regards to the whole magnetic field thing. Now, I've read heaps of stuff that all has to do with the magnetic field.
Okay.
Sure. Yep. And
And you're saying,
said time and
and
again.
you say it's got absolutely nothing to do with it whatsoever. You keep on trying to hammer that home. It's got nothing to do with it. When I keep on coming back with stuff from the manuals that say, well, it's funny there's nothing to do with it when they have to take into the north and south components of the magnetic field.
What do you mean? Who said it's north and south of the magnetic field? It's a compass. Of course, it's got parts that are labeled north and south. It's got the north axle and the south axle. It's a
not what he's.
compass. What else are you going to label the bits except for north and south?
Fuck,
That's not what he's.
Joe.
That's not what he's having an issue with.
Look at the first.
The old winch around.
Look at the first
Careful.
bit of
Careful.
gyro compass on Wiki. A gyro compass is a type of non-magnetic compass which is
I'm not
based on a
caring
fast
about Wiki. I'm caring about the
rotation
actual
curve.
manual that I'm reading. So throw your Wiki out altogether.
All you're saying is,
I've been looking at the manual, right,
but all you're
of
saying
how
is
they
I
work.
found magnets in it. You've not found anything saying magnets affect it. You just go, I found magnets in it when I've said from the start, I'm happy to accept that they're.
I have found plenty of things to say that a magnetic field will actually affect it.
Okay, show it. Because what you posted so far, just like.
Right. In the startup procedure of modern gyro compasses and in the calibration procedure, in order to verify that it is getting to true north faster, they want it to align faster. So they give it a head start, getting it to that direction. If you look at the original design of a basic mechanical gyro compass, it does not use any external magnetic influence to find which direction it needs to point.
Yeah. And did they work?
Yep.
The original design worked.
Yep.
Nice. Is that hearsay? Do we know for sure?
Because it's as built as the video showed you on the Sperry. What is it? Sperry Mark 7? Which one is it? Oh, Mark 14. Okay. Yeah, on that particular thing, it's not using the magnetic field to figure out which way it needs to go when it's in normal operation out at sea.
Nice. Now let's verify that.
Look at the damn thing.
It's
What is it
actually
using?
No, I can't look at it. I can't look at it to verify that. How can I look at it and verify it?
It's got to stop it from working.
They show you the entire mechanisms inside the thing in the video. Yes, you can look at it. Don't tell me you can't look at it.
Okay, so how do we know that it isn't itself when it spins up affected by the magnetic fields and offset for true north? How do we know that?
How do you think they test that? By putting a
Oh, show me where they tested it.
The entire purpose of
Is that
the
what they
thing is
did?
to be not affected by the surrounding magnetic fields. That's what it's built for.
Right, yet Andy has showed you that there are plenty of situations where they need to account for the external magnetic fields.
No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't.
It seems that you didn't actually listen to my response to that. So I'll say it again. If you could listen this time, that would be great. So let's.
Sure.
So the calibration process. They want it to spin up and get to true north as quickly as possible so they can verify all of their adjustments. What they do is they point it toward magnetic north to get it that head start. Okay? The device in normal operation, does not require a magnetic field in order to figure out precisely which way it needs to point to get to true north.
Right, but what does that have to do with what Bandy said and what I said
That
before?
is what he said. He said they use magnetic fields during calibration.
No,
and some of these
he
devices
said,
that are newer, and some of these
why would
devices,
they need
and some of these devices that are newer also employ magnetic sensors to get the startup time down to make it faster to start up.
Bandy, repeat what you actually said, mate, with regards to having to account for magnetic influence.
I can't remember now. Everything's getting lost.
Do y'all have a
Can you
model
read it
number
out
that
from
uses
something?
the magnetic field?
Yeah. Well, they are affected, right, by they can be affected by strong magnetic fields.
Where are you getting that from, though?
Near door near. Well, this is why things have to be door gouged and stuff, which may also to affect a gyro. Alright.
So you've
So
read
it's
that.
all talking about magnetic. It's all talking about magnetic fields, right? You can dance around. You can dance around it all you like, right? But all these things are pointing towards magnetic fields. All right.
But it matters what they say specifically, right?
Tell me the bit in that document that says what you think it does, Bandy, because I am searching through it. I've only found gyro compass once, and it says nothing about it being affected by it, just that it's used to find the ship's heading, and I think something about the wires that feed it, the current to the coil or something like that. And it's right in front of chapter 1-11, which is effective degaussing equipment on compasses and other magnetic equipment. But it doesn't mention the gyro compass there.
This equipment receives a strong signal from the gyro compass, and by means, I chopped off the last bit of it. Hold on, I'll have to go back to it now.
Actually, it's in part 2.
The fact that you've got a degauss around the place suggests that otherwise it is influenced by that.
No,
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No. Let's be clear. You're not degaussing because you've got a gyro compass. You're seeing what happens to your gyro compass if you do happen to need to degauss your ship. You're getting it back to front.
What? So you degauss your ship, and that changes its magnetic field.
Yeah, it somehow aligns it or something like
Right.
that.
So it changes the magnetic field, which could have an effect on the gyro compass itself. May have an effect on the gyro compass because you've changed the magnetic field.
Okay.
Yes.
Actually,
yes.
that's why the
Would
gyro
you agree?
compass.
Hold on. Are you basing that off of the small snippet that you got from Google and not the actual contents of the paper?
Oh, you're not even worth it, doofus.
Right. Why? I mean, it might be important what the rest of that says, right?
I posted the rest of it.
Here we go.
All
The
right.
strong magnetic fields near degaussing may also affect gyro compasses. So this is what it's talking about. This is the bit that it's talking about, which is what to do about gyro compasses. Interestingly, it again splits the difference between the two. So if this thing was a fancy magnetic compass and doesn't actually use the forces of the Earth, why they have two magnets on it? Because he's talking about the degaussing procedures on ships. And it says...
I didn't say.
A strong magnetic field near degaussing cables may also affect gyro compasses, radar equipment, and similar equipment located near the cables.
Right. There's an electromechanical repeater in there. It's the encoder that's in the follower, which is what's giving the heading signal to the rest of the parts of the ship. That could be affected by the magnetic field surrounding it.
Why do they
It's
have?
It's not a strong case that this is finds north from.
Why do they have any other magnets in them, doofus, other than the magnets that are in the motor? Why would they have them? Hold on,
Right.
is your name Doofus?
As I mentioned just a moment ago.
Is your name Doofus? Riding? I directed that towards Doofus.
Riding on doofus.
As I mentioned just a moment ago, the follower that's in, or not the follower is attached to an electromechanical device which sends signals to other stations on the ship, which tells it what heading that device is pointed at. In order to see that, what the device is doing is it's sending an electrical impulse along wires to those other stations. It does that with a coil. And next to that coil has to be a magnet in order for it to do what it does.
Nice.
So there's a reason for a magnet. Also, if it was working on magnets, how could you have magnets in it? Right? Having multiple magnets that are turning on and off at different times, how could that work if it aligned to magnetic fields? Surely that would fuck the magnetic fields. Surely you can only have magnets in a device that doesn't require magnetism to find north. Like otherwise don't you think, Bandy, the orientation of these magnets would be in some geometrically obvious way? It wouldn't be called a gyro compass. It wouldn't be able to find true north even when it doesn't know it's the magnetic local declination. Because so far you have found that strong degaussing cables may affect it. That there are magnets in it. The guy you talked to said that they're pointed north. And How Stuff Works has got it wrong.
The magnetic field would have to be exceedingly strong.
He's here. He's here.
Yeah,
Finally, everybody, this is the guy.
The magnets that are actually used on the ghost ring system for the pickup, and it's a really small magnet that so the way the magnets work is the size of the magnet determines the size of the field. The material of the magnet determines the strength of the field or the density of the lines of flux. So they use little small magnets, and that's what they depends on which model you use. But some models actually use this little tiny magnet with a coil around it to detect the motion of the sensitive element. Now that field within that small area, usually about a quarter of an inch or so, is many tens of thousands of times stronger than the Earth's magnetic field, and can be affected by external magnetic fields tens of thousands of times stronger than that. You would have to be very close to a degaussing coil to be able to affect that. But I've used these things in really powerful magnetic environments, and it doesn't seem to affect it at all.
What's a magnetic environment? Why is there a magnetic environment?
Bits are made of iron.
Yes, basically places made with ferrous materials, but also within a thruster room of a ship where it has large motors and stuff inside. Where they're like Z-drive thrusters, where the thrusters actually can rotate and all, so your magnetic fields will be changing orientation and everything.
Right.
You would never put a magnetic compass in an area like that. You would never get anything. It would change all the time. But you could, generally, that's where the compass room is in that little area outside of the, it's an area where you could put it where you don't hear the compass running, and it's not affected by those magnetic fields. It requires something really, really strong to affect the internal components of the gyro compass to actually affect the heading.
Right, and the entire area surrounding it has flux going through it that's many orders of magnitude stronger than the Earth's magnetic field. So it can't really use the magnetic field located there to do anything useful, but you can bring in an outside source where you knew which direction was north before you went in there to figure out which direction is roughly north to give you some better startup time if you need it.
Yeah, but most of them don't require that. If you watch this startup on like a Robertson RGC50, that one's interesting because you could see how everything works real well, and it's not balanced to where its gimbal stays upright all the time. It relies on the gyro spinning to make itself upright, and it'll take almost 4 hours to stabilize on north because it's actually got to stand itself up. One way that you can get around that and make it faster is when you turn it on, you can push the gimbal up, and it'll start to process around. And then once it's standing up on its own.
Yeah, I bet you what they did there was they have a fluid bearing and they pump the fluid around.
It does. It actually has two little tanks, one on each side, and that's what they use for some of the balancing and the dampening of the thing. It uses a little oil to dampen it.
That's cool.
But you could actually touch the gimbal mechanism and kind of direct it more or less in the direction you think where north is, or the direction the ship is heading more accurately, and kind of get it close. That way it doesn't hours to spin
Right,
up. It may
I've got
only
it
take about
starting up on
45
screen.
minutes to spin up.
What was the model again?
Yeah, I can't see. I'm driving.
RGC
It's a Robertson RG50. Yes. It's an excellent one for demonstrating how a gyro compass works, but it's a terrible one for if you buy one or get one. You really need to know how to operate it. It uses suspension wires. The actual sensitive element is dangling off of sensitive wires, and it uses the torque. It's torsion wires, and they're very sensitive. If you don't handle it correctly, you can break those little wires, and it's a time-consuming and expensive process to replace them.
How many times have you had to replace them?
4.
Jeez.
Actually, we've had 4 break. We've only replaced 1. The others, it was just not worth it. It was we just got a different type of gyro compass. Actually, we moved on to another one. I think it's the MK32, which was imported by one of the domestic gyro companies after the Soviet Union collapsed. It was one they used in their attack helicopters, and there was a rumor that they were also their ICBMs, but I don't know that that's the case. I don't think that's the case, because it didn't look like it had the capabilities to have the speed offsets that they needed.
So we've now got the expert in here. Where's percentage? Where's bandsaw? Where's White's word? Up to the plate, lads.
I'm right here.
Okay. So,
No,
what do you think
you
now
have
about the
questions
idea
on?
that gyro compasses align magnetically?
When did I say that
Prove
they
it's the Earth's
align
rotation.
magnetically?
They are basically a fancy magnetic compass, I think, were the words you agreed you said.
I didn't say that they align to magnetic north at all.
Okay.
Right? I did say they're.
So.
I said they're a fancy magnetic compass. That's what I said, or something. Yeah, pretty close to those words. Yep.
Yeah. So beg your pardon. Sorry for changing your words. It's right of you to call me out on it. Yeah. So, do you still think
I never said. I never have once said that they are a magnetic compass.
No, basically
not
a fancy
once.
one, I think.
Right. So you keep on wanting to try and pollute the waters. Keep on going. Keep on going. I dare you to keep on going, trying to pollute the waters by trying to insinuate that I said that they are a magnetic compass, because they're not a magnetic compass, obviously.
What is basically the same as a magnetic compass mean?
Basically a fancy.
Basically a fancy.
One.
What does that mean?
Well, just that.
I don't know what that means, because it seems like you described it accurately.
Then you calibrate them to true north.
No, you don't. The only calibration you actually have to do on your ship is actually when you mount the compass, you kind of orient it to where the compass north is or the compass heading is facing your ship's heading.
Sorry, IB.
Go ahead.
Okay, so depending on the ship and the magnetic field in the ship, type of thing, doesn't affect the gyro compass at all.
No,
Oh.
not at all.
Not at all. Really?
No.
Okay.
No. Not
Well,
less.
that conflicts to what I've just been told.
Well, I've got a lot of experience with it. Like I said, the only way that you'll get any kind of magnetic um, in, influence on the compass is if you're overwhelming the electronics inside of it, which you could do that with just any electronics if you put it in strong enough magnetic fields. But this is like many thousands of times stronger than your refrigerator magnet, which is also tens of thousands of times stronger than the Earth's magnetic field. But you're just not going to see that on normal ships. When they developed the gyro compass, they were actually developing it for anti-mine, so that the mines wouldn't detect the magnetic fields of the ships. And that what they would do is they would use these degaussing coils within the ship to degauss the ship itself. And when you do that, you're changing the magnetic field of the ship, and you're actually degaussing your magnetic compasses. So you're taking away the magnetic field inside your magnetic compass if it's too close to the degaussing coils. So they needed a way that was not reliant on the magnetic field to be able to determine heading, and that's why they developed the gyro compass.
If I put a really strong electromagnet next to one of these things, will it affect it at all? One of those, you know those really big ones that you pick up cars with. IB, you know the ones you see in the movies, and they pick up cars and they move them from point A to point B. If I put one of those next to it, is it going to have an effect on the gyro compass?
It's possible. Maybe it might be strong enough, but it's one of those. I would have to see what kind of measurement it is in Teslas, like, because one of the things about those types of magnets, it's a strong magnet, but it's also a large magnet. So it relies on its size to actually help pick up large pieces of metal.
Yeah.
So it's not just the field strength. So what can possibly do it is a small, extremely powerful magnet that you could put right inside the housing, possibly affect it, because there's a little coil in there. If you could overwhelm that coil, you will affect it. Now, also, if you could have a fluctuating magnetic field that's really powerful, you could actually induce, there's other electronics in there, you could actually induce currents into the traces on the motherboards. But if it's strong enough to affect that, you're probably going to be affecting computers. If you have a laptop next to it, you'll probably be affecting your laptop also.
Would that change direction, or would that change the direction of it, or the direction of it, or would that just give randomization and errors?
It depends. If like it's a degaussing coil, it's gonna be a random because it's a fluctuating field. If it's something like is this install bandit that I was talking
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I can't see. I'm driving right now.
No, you're right. You're right.
If it's something like the magnet that they used to pick up cars, that's a consistent magnetic field. It's not fluctuating. And depending on what system you affect in there, if you're affecting those little coils on the pickup, you could possibly cause a bias into it. It's gonna, and what that bias is may not be directly affected by which direction it's facing. Because if you're affecting one side of the coil more than the other, can possibly it could possibly cause a little bit of a bias in one direction or another. It's kind of hard to determine exactly on speculative, and different systems use different methods. Some actually use an optical method, and it doesn't use the magnetic at all. So it's just a method of picking up the movement of the sensitive element. think there's actually one. I'm not real familiar with it, but there's actually one that actually uses encoders into the thing instead of using the little the magnetic pickup, and that would be much less affected by.
Is that like
the
a
Gauss
what do you call it? An optic fiber gyro you're talking about now? Ivy?
No, it was that's still a mechanical gyro, but basically to pick up the motion, they could actually use an optical encoder to pick up the motion of the sensitive element. It's just a way of determining the motion of the element. There has to be a way of doing that. Some of them use a little coil because it's very sensitive and it's cheap and it's easy.
Question, Ben. So you seem to be talking about these massive magnetic fields, and could they have an effect? Under normal operation, in a normal situation, these things seem to not be affected by.
You're shouting. I've got to turn you down.
I'm
So
shouting?
your mic. Well, you're really loud, like writing is sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I'll just turn you down.
I'm never loud. That's weird.
It might be my fault because I'm probably quiet. I'm using earbuds, so.
No.
I don't think he's too loud.
Well, it was too loud on my end. I've just turned him down a bit. So go on.
Yeah, so I am just wondering, are we trying to understand whether these things can will function to find the direction on Earth not using magnetism, or are we trying to find out what could possibly cause a failure in the most extreme of conditions, not normal conditions?
Yeah.
They're not designed to.
Sorry, IB.
Oh, I'm sorry. They're not designed to be mounted right next to degaussing coils. That's because technically you can magnetize some of the metals within the gyro compass, and technically that shouldn't affect it to the most part, but it's definitely not a good thing because you're going to be attracting grind.
Bunches and stuff.
Well, not so much. It's not going to magnetize that strong because of the type of metals they use, but you can get like the iron dust and stuff like that, which is really terrible for inside of there.
Right, and whether or not a magnetic field several orders of magnitude stronger than the Earth's magnetic field can affect it doesn't really seem to be important, because that kind of effect can affect all mechanical devices. So if we're saying something that is millions of times stronger than the Earth's magnetic field could possibly do something to this mechanical thing made out of metal, sure. Does it use the magnetic field to figure out which way it's going? No, not in the general case.
When we put, I've heard people talk about having to orient it and enter in a heading or whatever, and I think there's a confusion on that because there is a gyro that's used in avionics, in aircraft, that basically measures change in heading. It can't detect true heading, but it could only detect change in heading. It's not a super sensitive gyro to be able to measure slow rotation or slow angular changes, but those type are actually you actually have to actually give it a reference heading to determine how many degrees off of that heading you actually deviated. This is not that type of system. This is actually what they call a true north-seeking gyro, or is kind of the common name for it. There's a wide variety of ways of doing it. Two of them developed it separately. The first two were developed separately. On-Shoots actually developed one, and I've used them, and they're a pain in the rear to use, but they're it's a neat design. They use a sphere inside of on floating in oil, but his was a lot more complicated to design and manufacture. The manufacturing process made it very expensive. The Sperry actually designed one that actually was fairly easy to manufacture. And then what happened over
You
the years
shouldn't have
is
barked. You shouldn't have barked, pup. You scared her. Sorry.
what happened over the years was that there's been a meld between those two designs and hybridization of them, and then new methods of doing it to make it to where it's easier to manufacture, to where the bearings last longer and increase some accuracy a little bit. But most of them now are not pure Sperry or pure unshoots. They're hybrids of those systems now.
Why is it go? We've been talking about this topic for hours, and now it's gone dead. We finally got the person in here.
They need time to reset.
So many people are arguing.
Prove it.
Yeah, for God's sake.
What would you need to prove, do you reckon, Whites?
That it's actually the Earth's rotation that's doing it. That's all I've asked the whole time.
What would prove it to you regarding this gyro compass?
Yeah, have you got some other mechanism?
Well, if you
that
could prove
cause
the
it to
Earth is
change
rotating,
direction?
then we would know that that was the cause of it doing what it does.
So you're saying
By
it
default.
Do you have some other cause? Do you have something we can test?
What you're saying is it comports with a spinning ball, right? If the ball is
Well,
spinning.
Oh, sure. Many things do. Many things do.
That is correct.
Of course, but they just can't be backed up. That's all.
Right. Many things do, but they can't be proven to you.
Sure.
But he doesn't
This
accept
wouldn't
them.
even be a conversation. If they
Right, it
could be.
is a conversation because you won't accept the things that are mentioned.
Yeah, unless you were very good at saying no, that's not the reason to things that happen.
Well, some of the things we do know about
But if you could definitively back it up, there'd be no question. But you can't. That's why there's contention. Not just with
There
the
is some other
gyro,
mechanism that's causing it to
Didn't
persist.
even curvature.
Didn't Doofus say to begin with? Didn't Doofus say to begin with that you get it a heading to get it a head start? You point it, you find the true north to begin with, using a magnetic compass to begin with.
Yeah.
You can use that on models that allow you to set it somewhere first. It's not required. The devices will still find true north absent your input.
Is that
Yeah,
true
and
from the guy that's the expert?
most of the ones I'm familiar with are survey grade, and there is no input for heading. There's no way to set it. It just finds it on its own. I have heard of some of the smaller that they use on more consumer grade things, where they'll use it on like tour ships or something like that, where they may have to spin up faster. For us, we have to wait 4 hours before we can, even if it's indicating accurately, we have to wait 4 hours to be sure that it's settled in. Whereas some of these other ones, they can't wait that long. They have a tour that has to go on or something like that. So they'll turn it on and they'll assist it getting to true north faster. I've heard of those. I've never actually flew with them, but the ones we work on, there's no mechanism for doing that. Now,
So your impression of it is that it's using the rotation of the Earth and gravity to find true north only?
Correct.
There's no magnet at all inside it.
No,
Whether there's a magnet present doesn't address that magnet's function. For instance, magnets around the motor obviously make it so that the motor can spin. Then a magnet is present. That doesn't change the fact that it doesn't use the magnetic field to find which direction it needs to go.
As is evidenced by being relatively strong magnetic fields have no effect.
I would like
we can
to
eliminate them.
I'd like to
You're
address
saying it
what,
does use the magnetic field. Okay.
No.
What Ben Saw was actually asking about earlier. The way I approach a lot of stuff is the engineering approach. So we on these surveys we actually measure the Earth's magnetic field for many of these surveys. We use something called a cesium magnetometer, and we can measure to within the microtesla. Generally, Earth's magnetic field is approximately 30 microteslas, and we can measure within a fraction of a nanotesla of the Earth's magnetic field. Now, like a refrigerator magnet is like 30 millitesla for a refrigerator magnet, so it's like 10,000 times stronger.
Oh, lots of people like to steal stuff.
So you can actually determine what the magnetic field flux lines are doing within that area, and you can manipulate the magnetic field lines and see if it affects your gyro.
We didn't catch it, but yeah, even Ashton steals stuff. No, Ashton was actually able to steal my necklace.
Oh, is that Ebola?
Yo, someone's hot micing crazy. Who is it?
Yeah, it's Elbow TV.
Elbow.
It was my bad.
Okay, what I was saying is whenever I have actually spoke to a couple of guys that actually design some of these, and I actually design equipment that uses these things. So if it doesn't do what they say, then I'm relying on the fact that it does what they say it does to be able for my equipment to work. If it is affected by magnetic fields, it wouldn't work in many of my applications. If it does not find true north on its own without any input, it still would not work for many of the applications I designed these things for. But the fact that they are able to determine the amount of forces that's going to be present and can calculate what it should be to be able to actually design these gyro compasses is a pretty good indication that the forces that they're allocating for are actually present and what they expect them to be. The thing that the average everyday person can do, which these gyro compasses are available for rent. You can actually rent these things, and if you look online, you can find them used. A lot of ships are actually replacing them over time. But the other thing that an average person can do is figure out if the gyro compass is actually measuring rotation, then there's other effects that would happen with that rotation, like centrifugal force. And you could actually go about measuring centrifugal force and see if it matches with what the gyro compass comes up with as far as the amount of rotation.
That was what I was going to do for my motorbike trip, but I bought a scale.
Right.
It's not accurate enough.
Yeah, you're going to have to get a pretty accurate scale to be able to do that. You have to do the calculations beforehand to figure out what you would expect to measure and make sure your equipment can measure that.
Yeah, I think it's well outside it.
Well, I will try to jump on again another time, but I am at my office and I got to get to work.
Thanks very much, Roby.
All right.
It's very interesting.
Sweet.
So I think we've eliminated magnetism as a method of operation, and I think by proxy also electric fields. And we know
I
that
wouldn't say we've eliminated it.
And we know that it reacts to position or orientation, mechanical motion. So I'm going to go with there's probably mechanical motion until somebody comes up with a better answer.
I mean, he did give some pretty compelling reasons with some pretty, like, I wouldn't have known what degaussing was until I hadn't heard that word, I don't think, or maybe I had but forgotten it until we had the discussion, and he knows what degaussing coils are. I wouldn't even know one if you hit me in the head with it. So I think he understands.
You've never degaussed your old CRT monitor?
I do.
Yeah.
Old CRT monitors, they had a function to degauss it, which basically, like, I don't know, I haven't been listening to know exactly what it does, but yeah, it seems to relieve, like, the buildup of whatever energy.
I was home.
Crackle, didn't it, when you put it in front of a monitor?
It's reducing static charge, isn't it?
No, no. I was homesick one day, and my father's brand new color TV. I walked by it with a speaker magnet, and I saw that the CRT changed. I was like, "Oh, that's cool!" And I went up to it and I started messing around with it. And I put that ring magnet on the screen. I watched the whole picture sucked down to like a pixel. And, oh man, I had a great old time. Then I pulled away and I finally started looking at the image, and I was like, "Uh-oh." I had totally corrupted the display, and I had to spend like the next 2 hours manually degaussing it with this ring laser, or with this ring magnet, by passing it around until I got the picture right again.
Isn't I mean, you said no to the static, but isn't that one of the byproduct? Like, isn't that one of the effects that it like a byproduct effect? Like, it
Yeah,
does that also?
it would. Some static. It's just, as far as I know, it's just demagnetism. I don't know how exactly he does it with like CRT screens, monitors, or whatever, but I'm sure some of that magnetism might be caused by static electricity.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. Because like your shirt or like a napkin, a toilet paper would like be attracted to it, and then after you did it, it wouldn't. It would just fall down. Like,
Well, if you remember when you would turn off a TV, it used to build up a huge static charge. At least the ones that I'd seen. So if you get 5,000, 10,000 volt charge sitting there, I don't think static had much of an impact on the picture at all.
Okay, here it is. It says to erase information from a magnetic disk or other storage device.
That's one.
To neutralize the magnetic field of a ship, for example.
Yeah, just remove the magnetic property. Yeah, so look, at the end of the day, we've got this device that does what it does. And that guy I've even admitted that, if it didn't do what it did, he couldn't use it. He knows the guy that builds them and talks to them. And if it didn't do what he did, his devices that he makes wouldn't work with it. Now, none of that definitively tells me what the cause is. He's just happy it does what it does, and it does it very reliably.
With a very
right, that does not show the cause.
It's based on very solid, simple explanation that relies only.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Of momentum.
But that's not science.
Oh, it absolutely is.
A simple and clear mechanism proposed, and such that you can use it to test measurements, test ideas like what if I set it to the wrong latitude, test ideas like gaussing and degaussing, and he talked about all of these things. What about if it was one of these other magical fields? Well, unless you can describe how ether works, it only ever seems to work in places where the ball is. You can't show me it rotating, provided I call the ether every example of rotation. So do you have something other than ether to explain why we rotate, why it looks like we're rotating?
That's irrelevant. I don't need another reason. The job of science is to rule out every other possible cause. And just because you can't think of one doesn't mean there isn't one. If you've proven that it's Earth turn, that's fine. It means you've eliminated every other possible cause.
No, science never eliminates possibility.
How could you eliminate every possible cause when what you were holding space for is causes you can't even name? You're just going, oh, what about things I haven't yet managed to dream up?
Okay, so before we knew about radiation poisoning and we couldn't detect it, like, what's your answer to that? So what, it's not real because we couldn't detect it before, therefore it doesn't exist? Or is it possible that things do exist that we can't detect now and that we will in the future and things will change because of those discoveries?
No, this doesn't make the slightest bit of sense to me.
Yes, it does. So just because you can't think of it and other people can't think of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist or a cause.
I'm going to go ahead and support that analogy, writing that analogy made complete sense.
Well, I would say that the analogy breaks down a little bit. What people would have said in science is that concentrated uranium, which I mean, basically we didn't have this until Madame Curie, but being in the presence of this material causes deleterious effect.
Right, but they have
at that point we wouldn't have made a mention of why it happened. We hadn't come up with that. We could say that there's probably an energy field coming off from it, but that
that's
would be
where you're at right now. That's where you're at. You say when the thing does a thing, it does a thing. You're not talking about.
Means that But science makes hypotheses and says, okay, now somebody says, I think that electrons are coming off of the uranium. They test for electrons. Nope, it's not electrons. We know in this case that we can move the compass, and physical motion is the only thing that seems to cause the compass's position. It's the only
That's
thing that changes it.
that's where you're at. The only thing that Marty said he can't make stuff up. He should be able to say maybe it's still out there and we still have to figure it out. Like that seems
That
like
is with everything, dude. Everything. Boiling water, the same answer is there. We don't
I
know
agree. That's
anything.
why I don't know why
to a
writing is.
100%.
Yeah, I don't know why writing why you're like you can't be in guess land anymore. It doesn't. I mean, you can stand by your side is stronger, but I don't know why you're saying he can't guess.
That's true. That's
I'll
fair.
even agree your side is stronger.
But yeah, so then could I change it to make it clear, or like adjust it? I think as well based on that. Can I say? I'm not saying it's bad to guess. I'm saying it's good to guess, but offer a mechanism. Offer something like that I can sink my teeth into. You know, don't just go. But it could be something else. And when I say what else, don't like I don't know which ones Whites believes in because he made me mention all of them. He wouldn't mention any of them. I said he was the only one he proffered was ether. I'm just saying, do guess, but like, what is it? Static? Okay, with a good guess was magnetism, but I've heard compelling personal testimony now from a chap who sounds like he knows.
That's one of these other funny things. Like, no, that's one of these other funny things I hear is they say things like ether is real. Now talk about the least scientific argument ever. Yeah,
Who
and then
says
they'll
ether
argue
is
the
real?
science of something that's vetted like a gyro.
Fuck. Do you say gravity is real?
It's evidently true.
So you won't even say the sentence, will you? Because it's stupid. Who says ether is real?
Who does? Yeah, that's a good question.
Lemon.
A lot of people think it is.
A lot of people.
It might be.
A real question.
Oh, a lot of people postulate it's a possibility. I don't think many people say that it is real, like factually. Because they'd have to have evidence for that, wouldn't they?
Propose that it's possibly real. Yeah, absolutely. What's the question?
Sure. I mean, if we're stationary, something's moving. So there has to be something moving if we are stationary, sure.
You could argue that it's real, like factually, by saying that every wave requires a medium. Light is a wave, therefore it requires a medium. Just like saying God is real. Hold up. Just like saying God is real, because every creation requires a creator. We have creation, therefore.
Yeah, but you can't give it properties. You can't like detail.
Yeah,
you know.
Of course. I mean, we do know that it's not moving relative to the Earth, so that if the Earth isn't moving, it's stationary. If the Earth is moving, it's moving with it because of like Michelson-Morley and stuff. But that's about it.
That's what Lemon uses to prove that there is an ether, but obviously there isn't because Michelson-Morley just debunked ether.
Did you hear what I just said? Michelson-Morley shows that they're not moving. That they're not like moving different to each other. If it does exist.
Yeah, so it doesn't.
It could be
so how does
stationary
it exist?
on stationary Earth or moving with the Earth, in lockstep.
So what did Michelson-Morley experiment do then?
It just shows that they're not different.
No, but what are different? They have to then assume that there is an ether to begin with. How do they know that there is an ether?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you can argue that there is. If there is, you can't say that there definitely isn't because of Michelson-Morley. Michelson-Morley just showed that they're not different. That if there is an ether, it's not different than like the position of the Earth, the movement of the Earth.
Nope. But then I can say that Michelson-Morley proved that unicorns move with the Earth.
No,
and you can say nothing to that.
No, because it's two different arguments, man.
No. Yeah, but there is no evidence for ether. What is it?
I just
no
told
one
you
knows.
The evidence is that light is a wave. Waves require mediums. Therefore, the light has a medium.
But that's not true.
Which is what they call
That's
ether.
not true.
How
that is not true. Because light doesn't need a medium.
Hold up. Aside from light, can you show me another wave that doesn't require medium?
Well, light isn't that kind of a wave because it's not a wave of the medium, just like sound is.
Yeah, okay, but
Different
light is in
thing.
contention here. So do you have anything else to rely on, or are you just special pleading light?
No, light is in contention because you're saying that light and sound are both waves in the same way, and they aren't.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Sound requires a medium, light requires a medium. That's my evidence. What's yours?
No, but no, that's not evidence. That's a claim.
It's
also
evidence, actually. That's, you know, the fact that
No, it
waves
isn't.
require
So-
mediums
okay,
is the evidence you could rely on to
back
say
that
that
up.
ether exists.
No, you don't need a background medium. No, you don't for light.
Okay, show me, why is light special? Show me a different one, a different wave that doesn't require a medium.
Well, show me a different
It's
way
not a
that
wave.
requires a medium.
Sound.
Yeah, it's not a wave.
Okay, sound. Okay, so we have 50-50. We have light, doesn't require a medium, and we have sound that does require a medium.
No, and
Sound
but
being
that's-
all mechanical motion.
Light does require a medium.
But
Well,
that's
that's a
shit because
statement.
light isn't material. Light isn't sound isn't a thing. It's just pressure waves of the air, and that's not what light is. Light is photons.
I don't know about that.
There's no particle for
Ooh,
sound.
Light is just
There are set
perturbation.
particles for sound. They're called phonons, just like light. You have photons.
No, oh sure, phonons.
Phonons.
Fuck off.
That was quick.
No, look into it.
That
Man.
was quick.
You never heard of a phonon?
Look into it, man. Well, Michelson and Morley proved that phonons is stationary, so there is no sound.
What? No, they didn't.
No phonon. There are no phonons.
Bro, look at the
Fucking hell.
definition. The phonon is the quantum term relative to the wave of sound, just like photon is for light.
No,
If,
I
they're
bet
all-
you not.
if you're dead set, I gave you credit for being witty and quick. If you're actually dead set that there is a fucking phone on, then I
look
withdraw
it up,
all
man.
that.
Of course there
Yeah,
isn't. I mean, it's
Oh, that's
stupid.
bad.
Here we go. A
That's
phonon
stupid.
is a definite discrete unit or quantum of a vibrational mechanical energy, just as a
That's
photon is a
sad.
quantum of electromagnetic or light energy. So there is a phonon. He didn't make it up.
No, there's a word. There's a word like a gluon.
Yeah.
Do you reckon there's a gluon, Bendy?
So what is
Gluon.
so a photon
Yeah,
is a
and
form of
that's for
energy.
Britannica.
No, a photon is a form of energy, but the phonon is a mode of oscillation that occurs in the lattice structures, whatever that means.
Wow.
So totally different things.
I
So
don't
the
know.
long and short of it
Not
is,
really. It's
But
the
if
sound equivalent, man.
if you're saying that photons and phonons are the same thing, and both sound and light need a medium, we know that the medium for sound is any matter. So what is it for light? It has to be matter too. So then
That's-
we'd have to have a physical ether.
No.
That's exactly the proof that that people will rely on, saying that ether exists.
No,
So
because
what
they
is
don't
for
say that
light?
it's
The light-
physical.
for light, it's the ether.
No, but it
So-
isn't physical, so it's a different thing.
So, Sam,
No.
would you say a phonon is a mode of vibration, which is neither a wave nor a particle?
I would say it's the quantum equivalent to a sound wave, like similar to a photon being the quantum equivalent of light in waveform.
But it's neither
basically
it's
the quantum
it's
particle.
neither a wave. It's neither a wave nor a particle.
Yeah.
Is a photon neither a wave or a particle? No, they consider
don't
it
know.
the quantum particle.
I don't know, buddy.
Right?
I don't know. I'm just reading. what I'm
Okay. Well, hold on. But hold on. Now you said that light isn't a wave nor a particle. So why do you need?
I
You
didn't
said
say
that you need something. Okay, so you think that it is a wave?
What's the wave?
Yeah, light is definitely a wave.
Okay. How do you know that?
Are you disputing that light's a wave now?
No, I'm asking
can
you. How
act
do you
as a
know that
wave,
light
yeah.
is a wave? That's just a question. Not
Because
disputing
it
it.
propagates in
It goes
wave
through
form.
Because it has frequencies. It has
Oh,
frequencies.
hold on.
There you go.
Percentage. What did you say? It propagates
Yeah, in waveform, it has wavelengths, varying
what?
values and frequencies that correspond to
wavelengths of what?
It
of
goes through
electromagnetic
things.
radiation.
Sure. So not. Where's the
What are you
need?
trying
Where's
to
the
get
need
at?
for the medium?
It seems like you're
But
fishing.
if if it's a wavelength or a wave function of electromagnetics, then there is no need for a medium. You just have the electromagnetics that's wave. You don't need the medium.
No, you need a medium.
I just told you the
So you
evidence
need
for
a
a
medium
medium is
for what?
every other wave that exists.
For the
Every other wave,
electromagnetic
a
No,
wave of water.
but it's a
requires
different.
the
But it's a
water as the
different
medium.
wave. You already said it. You already said it's a wave of electromagnetism. So that is your medium.
Yeah, electromagnetic
What
energy.
way do you? Yeah. So you don't need the ether because you have electromagnetic energy.
In what though?
No, you need a medium for that to pass through.
So
No, why?
You're right. It's like saying water is waving, in like waves of water require water, or like a medium of water.
Yeah.
Similarly, you could say
Sure.
waves of electromagnetic energy require electromagnetic energy all over. So maybe that's, the ether, just this electromagnetic energy everywhere.
No. No. I mean, you'd have light everywhere.
Not necessarily.
What? Why would it be
not be
light?
visible. It need not be
Exactly.
visible light.
How do we know light is a particle?
It's not.
We don't.
I didn't ask you. I'm asking people who claim that it's or includes a particle nature.
I don't fully get.
They don't know.
I don't know much about it.
Yeah, because I mean, for the most part, I
neither too
consider
much.
the wave in my dealings with radio and stuff. I don't ever deal with the particle nature of light. Is it
not an
only
actual-
the split? Oh, what the hell I call it? The slot experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
double
double
slit. And
Double
that's
slit.
exactly the point. Like you could split this so-called particle of light into, and it's a photon, right? For lack of a better word, you could split it with a beam splitter, and then have half the electromagnetic energy, and still call it a particle, or still call it a photon, as if it's the same thing, but it's not. All you've done is taken that quantum, that amount of energy, and you've reduced it by half, right? So it's not necessarily that there's a particle called a photon. It's just a quantum of energy. It's an amount of energy. Just like with sound,
No one
photon is like they consider it a phonon being the quantum of vibrational energy. It's just another way of thinking about it in the quantum kind of methodology.
This is why
No one
I
is
contest
splitting
that
photons.
vacuums aren't empty. You've removed the air, but there is still a medium in there.
But I mean, that to me is just like infinite regress of mediums.
Not really. All
what if you
vacuums
take
have
away?
light in them, right? So they must have a medium.
What if you take the light away?
How? By turning it off?
How?
Yeah, how?
Yeah, just a dark vacuum.
A dark vacuum.
Yeah, like a vacuum chamber that's solid and just black.
Okay, show us a vacuum chamber that
You're
has
not
completely
taking the
gotten
light
rid
out
of
of there, you're
all
blocking
electromagnetic
it.
energy. How can you even confirm that?
Sure, blocking it out, so there's no
Yeah, you're
light
blocking
in
it. You didn't take it out.
But there is no light there, so why would I even take it
How
out?
can you take out something that you don't know exists, Mailman?
Hmm?
If there's this baseline of electromagnetic energy that acts as a medium for light to propagate through, and you can't even detect it, you don't know it exists, you're doubting its existence right now, how can you remove it?
Well, you said
With
that it
a spoon.
exists, so you have to know how it works.
I'm saying the evidence that exists is that we have sound and water and waves therein, and we know that they require a medium. That this oscillation is just the propagation of this thing at different wavelengths, and that shows that shows in the medium, right? We have waves of light propagating at different frequencies, wavelengths. That the necessary antecedent that we've shown in other examples is that it requires a medium. You haven't shown anything different. You're saying light is special, in that it doesn't require a medium, and that sounds like special pleading. You haven't shown any evidence for it.
Yeah, you just said no.
No, but he's saying yes with no validation.
No, he's saying we see it in other things. He's giving you logic and reasoning. We see it in other things that it requires a medium. And this is why we think this, and we see frequency, and we see this, and this, and that's why we think light is doing this also. And you're going, no.
Anyways,
Well,
why it's
I mean,
weird,
it's
that's
taking the
basically the
question an argument
justification
from
for people to
ignorance.
say
Ignorance. Many scientists differ on this. You're just on two
Yeah,
sides of the camp.
sure.
Yeah, you agree with that, but you're the one going no, 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 like you know it's definitely not true. When even the
That
leading
is just my
scientists
opinion.
that are way smarter than you and I hope you would agree with that, are disagreeing on these things. It's not settled.
Sure, and many agree with
Then
these
why
things,
are you
sure.
saying no?
Because I can't
Well,
say yes.
consensus.
You just want to disagree with him?
No, that is what
Contrarian?
Rakia said. Rakia said that I'm dumber than scientists.
No, I
so
did not
therefore
say.
scientists should say yes.
That's not
Oh,
what I
that's
said.
what
You
you
are a
said.
weird
Don't get
guy, man.
offended.
You are a weird guy.
Hold on. You said that scientists that are much wiser than I am say yes.
No, I said some disagree. The scientists that are probably smarter in this area than you and I is what I said. So I put myself in there.
Yep.
Also disagree with each other. So how are you saying no, no, no? You're making yourself smarter than all the scientists.
No, I mean, who cares about
No, no, I'm not.
Just
What if I say, okay,
Mailman,
scientists
if you're saying
disagree.
no,
So
what
first,
evidence
hold
do
on,
you have?
hold on. I gotta
Oh, my
defend myself.
goodness.
Uh-oh.
It's not
You
a
said that
defense.
I'm putting myself. You said that I'm putting myself above the scientist when I say no. Is percentage also putting himself
I'm
above the
above most
scientist when he
scientists,
says
yes.
yes?
Yes, definitely
Oh, fuck me.
percentages. Yeah, no,
Oh,
percentages given another way, and he's given logic behind it. We see it with sound, we see it with other things. So he's saying this makes sense to me, and you're going no.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
instead of just
because it
appealing
doesn't
it to the
make sense to
authority of
me.
scientists,
Because
how
there's
about
a
you just tell
difference.
us why you don't
You
think
can't
it's the case?
say no there.
I already told you why I don't agree with it.
Why?
Flat Earth.
I
Because
didn't hear.
light and sound are different.
Yeah, okay. How are they
That's it?
different?
Because one is just vibration of air. There is no sound, just like there's light. It's a different thing. Totally
Why
different
is it? Why couldn't light be a change in the frequency of the medium?
Yeah.
thing. Because you can't show the media.
No, but
What
you're
are
the
you
one making the
talking
claim that
about,
they're
Joe?
different.
What are you
Well,
talking
what
about?
media?
We know
No, what media?
we see a wave just like we do with water and with sound and whatever else. So, like that's the evidence that there is a medium. You're the one that's saying it's different, that light is somehow special than the rest, and you haven't shown why. You're saying because we haven't
but
found a
there's-
medium. But again, logical deduction says that there's a medium that we just haven't found. We can't detect it. You can't
No,
say that
but-
it doesn't exist.
No, but you're saying that light and what else did you say that are waves? Water.
Water, yeah,
sound.
like waves in a pool. And
Yeah,
we could have
sure.
many examples. Shear waves, seismic
Sure,
waves.
but those are totally different kind of wave things than just light. It's a different kind of wave.
Waves, nonetheless, though, right? In a medium.
Yeah,
It's propagation of
Yeah.
energy.
No one said there wasn't different
wave.
kind of waves. Yeah. And
Yeah, it's
different
propagation of
mediums.
energy.
No one said that. Even
that is-
you have to
that is
say
true.
that
There's
light
a
acts
different kind
differently
of-
in different mediums. Light travels differently in space than it does in the atmosphere, right? Two
Well,
different
yeah, the
mediums.
path is different.
Well, it can travel differently in
Positive.
space than it. Oh, my bad,
But-
man. Go ahead.
Yeah, just that if there's a difference between how it travels in space and in air, then if it's like some kind of ether waves, then the ether have to also be affected by gas.
No, we're
and other
talking
things.
about what you believe. Two different
Light-
mediums.
No.
Hold on, light.
You're saying
light
they're
can
different.
travel.
You don't
It's a positive
accept it?
claim.
Hold on, light can
I mean, you
travel
don't
two
accept
different
it.
ways.
All right,
I'm
go ahead, Jeremy.
asking you.
Well, let's let Jeremy get in.
Yeah, light can travel two different ways in the same medium. I mean, they got light to travel differently in space than it does normally in space. That's how they change the speed of it in space.
Yep.
They
Very
changed the.
true.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard of this, but sure.
What they
They
do,
changed
Jeremy,
the path.
They can just change the speed. How do they change the speed of light? In
By
the
making
exact
Change the
same-
path.
by making
Let's
it
not go
travel-
into that again. Oh,
No, real
God.
quick, Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, they make it travel a different way in space.
Yeah, it's not necessarily
Different
the same
way.
thing.
Yeah, it's the path
Yeah,
is
a
different.
different-
So of course. then-
Yeah, the path is different. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it travels a
same
different
time.
way in space.
Yeah, same speed still, just different.
No,
path.
not same
I mean,
speed. It goes
obviously.
slower
Yeah.
because it's taking a longer path, so it goes slower.
No, it doesn't. It takes more
Well,
time.
how do we get speed? How do we get speed?
Jeremy,
It's over time.
But Jeremy,
knew
that's not really what we're talking about, because we're talking about the medium
Yeah.
changing, right? And what you're doing
Yeah.
is changing
But
the
if
path,
but
not
if the
necessarily
if the medium, but if the medium has an effect, then the medium has to have an effect to what the light is a wave of. So if it's a wave of ether, then gases affect ether.
So let's agree that do you agree that the medium does affect the light?
Sure, yeah.
Then
Obviously,
it must be
there's
in a
different-
medium, right? Then it must be in a medium.
No, why?
You agree that the medium changes light, but it's not in a medium.
The light isn't part of the medium. It's just photons traveling through a medium. So it's not the medium. Just like in the water.
You just said it affects that.
The wave. No,
You
the
just
wave
said it
is
affects that.
water.
I don't think anyone said light was the medium. I think people are saying light is traveling through a medium.
No, it could be that non-visible light is the medium, and then what we're observing is just, variance within that medium, oscillation.
That's the ether.
Of the
I
energy.
agree. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's the ether ad hoc, but I don't think it's true because
It's not ad hoc. It's
like-
shown in, the fact that we have water being a medium, and then you have the vibrational energy propagating throughout, and that's how you have waves, and you have, air and matter and stuff like that, and sound is going through them.
No, but it's
the same
it's
exact
still
thing.
different.
What if air is water, just in a different stage?
Well,
It
that's
isn't in manner of speaking. You have
well,
water
if
in the air.
you deny the atomic structure of gases and liquids and like that, then sure it could.
How would I be denying that? I'm actually propagating. I'm actually saying that those things break down under pressure and temp and become, especially water, and become different things. So at different stages, you would have.
H2O.
Technically,
Yeah,
it wouldn't be the.
You think that's all it is, right? Like that's it. No matter what.
That's why I said that if you don't accept the atomic structure of water and air, then sure it can be water.
Technically, it wouldn't
If
be
you
the
just
atomic
deny it.
structure, because when you have vapor, that's
But
still,
sure, but
it's still the same molecular and atomic structure. It's just the differential of the molecules.
But I still
You're
think
describing
when
water, liquid water, as H2O, not the different stages under different pressures and stuff. Wouldn't it become something else?
What?
Under what?
Wouldn't water become something else if you changed its makeup?
Oh, obviously, if it's not water anymore, then it's not water.
Right, and you
Yeah.
would call it what? You would give it a different name, maybe like air, is what I'm saying. But it still contains.
Sure.
Yeah, so it still could be the medium, just in a different stage.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, then
Yeah, that's
hydrogen
a little
is water
confusing because you're
because
saying structure in
H2O.
place of state. But yeah, sure.
Like diamond instead of carbon.
Yeah, it's just coal, but it's diamond.
Right, different pressure state. It's hadn't been under the pressure. You take the pressure away. So water under certain circumstances it's liquid, under others it's solid, under others it's gas. At different stages it cavitates. At different stages it's more breathable.
Yeah, the main
But the
difference between
diamonds are
air
still
and water is
carbon.
that in water there's a lot more, H2O, whereas with air there's a lot more nitrogen, like a lot more
Yeah.
nitrogen, and then to a lesser extent oxygen.
Yeah. Yeah, so it stands to reason there's stages in between that also, right?
Of course, that's why, like,
course,
you have fog,
But I think that's sort of weird. It's like saying
not really.
Ice is air. It's just a different form of air.
Yeah.
I think light is energy, but I mean, traveling through that
No,
medium.
I said ice. Ice is air.
Oh, ice.
Because it's
Yeah,
just
but it kind of
just dense air.
I mean, think about the different ices. Think about carbon ice and dry, whatever the ice is, nitrogen ice, and then just think about those materials not being ice.
Yeah, different types of ice. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, then we breathe in ice, but with the photon
Different
thing,
types of water.
yeah, like ice.
Dry ice is very different than ice, though.
Like air. Like
No,
air.
but it's all ice. It's all air. Everything's
Look,
air.
I don't even know what y'all are on about. I was gonna ask you y'all on
They
about
went on
why
they
is
went on a
Mailman
tangent.
actually Mailman's like agreeing there must be something weird going on.
Weird in what?
But what are y'all talking about? Space time material? What y'all talking about? Ether material?
No, just light.
Oh,
But I
just
think
light?
just like water, like wave in water is a wave of water. Like the water is changing its form, so there's a wave. But with the light, if you're saying that there's sort of an ether, then there has to be an ether that is waving somehow.
Yeah.
Because if that's because like let's say there's a wave in the ocean. The ocean water isn't the medium where the wave is traveling through. It's actually the wave itself. It's just water.
What? It's traveling in the water. The water is the medium.
So what is the wave? What is the wave?
Mailman,
The
do you
wave is the
believe that
variance,
light?
like the oscillation of the water itself.
So you're saying light is its own medium, Mailman?
No, but I'm saying that there is no sort of ether. It's just electromagnetic, just radiation or something. It's not. There's like ether, like a substance, physical substance that is light.
How would you know?
Like you're saying light's not physical?
There's no physical substance that's sound. It's just the energy input.
Well, there is.
Just like
there
different,
is. It's just air.
different frequencies of waves. Different frequencies of waves have different energy inputs. Sound and light have different frequencies based on the energy input.
Mole Man, are you saying that?
Sound is
Mole
just
Man, are you
movement of
saying
air.
that light's not physical? Mole Man, are you saying that light's not physical?
No, it's physical, but it's not made of like material, just like matter.
So
that if there's an ether that is a physical wave of water, like just material, then I would say no.
No, you're conflating physical with material to suit your argument.
Exactly.
No,
I'm just saying that I don't. We have like infrared and ultraviolet and a whole bunch of non-visible light, and it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. It could be that is the medium that is allowing visible light to propagate through, or all other types of light to propagate through. It could be that there's a baseline of that, just like in water, or like for a wave, there's like the medium of water. And until you can completely, remove this electromagnetism, then show that light is still propagating, no problem. Then you'd have evidence. But until then, you don't.
Yeah, but neither do you.
It's a bit like
just like with sound.
pulling the air out of a vacuum chamber and claiming that it's empty.
When you pull the air out of a vacuum chamber, the sound stops propagating, right? The less matter,
because
less,
the sound is
medium, less sound. Show that
sound
with
is just,
light.
Sound is just the motion of air or water. You can have water with waves and sound waves.
Yeah, but hold on. People that talk about ether aren't saying that light is the motion of ether.
They are.
No,
that's the problem. That's what Lemon says. That's what Lemon says.
Some do then. I'm not. I can't.
Yeah.
I shouldn't speak into such generalizations. Okay.
Yeah, a wave is basically the propagation of energy of like that medium, right? A wave of sound is propagation of energy within air or whatever. Wave of water is propagation of the water, like of energy therein within that water. So why wouldn't it be the propagation of energy of the light within electromagnetism?
Exactly. High energy short pulses create very short waves.
And point is, there isn't a set thing called a particle, because you put it in a beam splitter and you still have a
percentage. Say that again. Mole Man didn't catch it about the propagation of light through the electromagnetic field.
Yeah. So a wave is just the propagation of energy, right? Within a medium. So you have water propagate, like the energy is there's a disturbance in the medium, if you will. There's the propagation of energy within that water, and that's what a wave, like a water wave, is, for lack of a better word. In light, you could have a propagation of energy, within that electromagnetism, and that's what
light
is.
But that's what I would say, that light is the propagation in the electromagnetic field, which is the medium for light.
Yeah, and that would be the
So
ether.
not ether.
No, because you
Well,
can't get
if
rid
you
of the
call
Wait, can
electromagnetic
he
field.
repeat that, please? The
Yeah, if you
medium.
can-
Hang on 1 second. The medium of light is the electromagnetic field.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would tend to sort of agree with that. Yeah, yeah. So not ether.
Well, that's what you
Just
said.
electromagnetic wave.
Well, I would hope you would agree with it.
No, but that
Yeah,
is the
just,
ether.
it's not ether.
That's
yeah.
what people claim is the
Well, if
ether.
That is
but
what
most
people
don't.
claim.
That's the problem.
No, that's fine
That's
with him
when we say
saying no
no.
there.
Completely.
Hang on. It's
Go
fine
ahead.
with him saying no there because he's disagreeing, but he's got to replace it, right? So if it's not ether, what's the medium
Yeah.
that the electromagnetic field is in?
There
And
is
oh,
no
by the
medium
way,
for that. It's
there
just
is no
exists.
medium for an electromagnetic field.
They call everything a
Yeah,
field.
no.
To travel
The
through?
electromagnetic field is the medium.
Empty field.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the ether.
Cool.
So unless
yeah.
you could,
Well,
you can
if you-
show,
if
just
you
like
call
with
that
a
ether, I'm
vacuum
okay
chamber.
with it.
Hold up, Melon. So just like with a vacuum chamber, you can get rid of the air and show that sound is no longer propagating. If you could, in some sort of chamber somehow, get rid of electromagnetism and show that light is still propagating, that would prove that that this medium isn't required. That it's not like
Yeah, it
the
would.
ether.
Yeah, it would prove that there is that electromagnetism is the light isn't electromagnetism, which it is. So, I mean,
So you
but I
agree
mean,
in
if
the
you call
ether
it
then?
ether, that's well, sure. If you agree that if I say air is ether, then we breathe in ether. Do you accept that? That we breathe in ether?
You're just calling it
No,
something
what?
different,
We
man.
don't
It's
breathe
just
in
another name.
electromagnetism.
So
Sure,
here's
that's
here's
sure,
what
sure,
the thing
sure.
is.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with what you said. I just don't call it ether. But if you're saying that there is a physical ether somewhere that isn't electromagnetism, then I would say no.
Yeah, the reason why me and Mailman wouldn't call it ether is because often ether comes with some other properties that we don't agree with.
Like what?
Like ether winds, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Like if they're claiming that, they have to show evidence, and Mickelson Morley has shown that it either isn't moving with like it's stationary relative to the Earth, or it's moving relative to the Earth in lockstep. So there's going to be no ether wind that's going in a specific direction, specific what have you.
Yeah. But essentially, that's what I've said always is I find saying that it's space time or nothingness is taking it too far into taking it too far in one direction and saying that it's this ether medium that is moving like with ether wind or ether drift. I think that's taking it too far in the other way. I'd say it's a field of energy that stretches out, and that is the medium itself.
So you don't call space space because they take it too far, and you don't call ether ether because they take it too far.
Yeah, personally, I don't like the way both sides describe it. I don't like the way ether is often described, and I don't like the way space-time nothingness is
So if
often
we
described.
called it speether, space and ether, you would be cool with that.
Yes, I would be.
That
yes.
doesn't make any sense, man.
As long as we agree that it does have the properties that I've talked about, like
Yeah, I think
no ether wind.
Okay, well now you know that you agree that you believe in the ether.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, because when people say ether,
No, when it's correctly described. When it's correctly described.
But
Yeah,
what
it's
makes you say?
ether.
But what makes your definition of ether accurate while other ones aren't? Like, what makes your version superior?
Because I come correct with it.
So you just say that
But
electromagnetic field is ether, and that's your ether.
But like, if I were to talk to someone who believes all the stuff Ken Wheeler says, they use the word ether as well, but not in the way that I would accept it.
How do they use it?
It's a whole other conversation.
Good luck.
One way that I don't accept it being used is when Lennon says that the Earth is stationary and Foucault's pendulums persist because of it. And if it's just electromagnetism, there's no function for that ether
I
just
would
make
disagree
the
with that.
pendulum move. Disagree with
But yeah, it's like I've always said I have no problem with the word ether. I have problems with some of the connotations that come with it, especially around some circles.
Sure, I would agree with that. You know, if people are directly like refusing the results of Michelson and Morley and saying that, you know, ether is moving different than the Earth or something like that, I would say they're wrong, straight up.
Yeah.
And I think they'd
Yeah,
be
and
doing
that's the same thing I would
disservice
say. Yeah.
to, like, you know, the classical idea that waves require mediums.
And I also like, and I find that to be like disagreeing with that is almost on the same level as saying, oh no, it's just a field of nothingness, which is just
No, but
like
that's what
nonsensical.
majority of, you know, like heliocentrists say or believe. They
Oh,
believe
yeah.
that if you were able to somehow limit all electromagnetic, like have an electromagnetic free zone, that light will still propagate because they're little particles that, you know, go through it and they don't require any medium.
Yeah, but the thing is, the thing is, the way I describe it is that like space itself, like not space as in outer space, but space itself, like volume itself, is this energy stretched out.
Yeah, because
So you could
I
never
wouldn't say
have
it's stretched
anywhere
out, but I would
without.
say it's I wouldn't say it's stretched out, but I would say it's everywhere. It's ubiquitous. Right?
Well, yeah,
We
but
have-
but the reason I say stretched out is because it's not a one point. Like if we talk about like, oh, the energy of a battery, well, it's contained within a specific place, while the energy field itself like was more of a stretched out everywhere kind of thing.
No, but when you say it's stretched out, that means that the medium is changing. You would expect that the propagation of light would also change.
What do you mean the medium is changing?
Well, if the medium is electromagnetism, and you're saying it's stretched out, as in it's, I mean, you can either understand that as it being equally stretched out everywhere, symmetrically, or asymmetrically. What do you mean?
Well, when I say stretched out, I don't mean like the same way you take a tablecloth, hold it up, and then start stretching it. I just mean the same way that you hold a tablecloth and just hold it out. So it's not a bunched up. You know what I mean? Maybe stretched out is the wrong word. Like maybe you're right on that.
Okay. Yeah, I would say it's everywhere, right? And, you know, and that's
But
why
I wouldn't even
regardless of
say
where
that
you are,
it
you
is
kind of measure
everywhere.
light. Sorry, go
Sorry.
ahead.
I was just gonna say I wouldn't say that it is everywhere. I would that it exists everywhere, but that rather that it makes up everywhere. Like it is what makes up the fact that there is a left, right, up, down.
Are you talking about electromagnetism?
No, the field of energy itself, which I wouldn't call electromagnetism the field itself. I would say that electromagnetism is the perturbation in that field.
I disagree that it's what makes up, down, left, right. We could be completely blind and have no, you know, kind of electromagnetism, no idea of light, and yet we would still have the ground and plumb bobs. We would be able to like kind of feel that this thing is going down, and it has nothing to do with electromagnetism. So I don't think.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that electromagnetism is this energy. I'm saying that electromagnetism is using this energy. It's moving through it. Like,
what?
I would say, for example, So think of if you have a pool. Let's just say that the water is this energy. It fills up everywhere. Now you can have a pool with no ripples in it, no waves, and therefore no electromagnetism. But when you want waves, well, you need a medium to do it. You know what I'm saying?
So
You
I
disagree
was with
with
you
that?
up until the point where you said if there's no ripples, then there's no electromagnetism. That's wrong. There'd just be no
Okay.
disturbance. There'd be no variance in the transfer of the energy of the electromagnetism, right? But electromagnetism is the pool. It's the medium.
Okay, well then the only disagreement we're really having right now is a wording, where I'm not calling the field itself or the pool itself, like the medium itself, electromagnetism. I'm calling the disturbances within it as electromagnetism. So I think it's just a wording thing or like a naming thing at this point.
Yeah, I would say that you're probably using the wrong terminology though, because in that regard, because with water, you don't have like something different. It's still the same thing, right? It's just the only difference is the energy levels that are propagating through it, but it's still, you know, water. So and the entire medium is water in that pool. Similarly with light, you know, with it, we notice waves, differences in energy propagating through, like disturbance in that medium, which is light, right? It's just,
Okay.
it's non-visible. It doesn't need to be visible light. But like that light is electromagnetic field, which is always persistent. We haven't found a way to get rid of it, to test whether it's required. We know that sound requires the medium, right? We know that water requires medium, whatever. And it stands to reason that light requires the medium. And so far we've been able to get rid of air in a vacuum chamber to see that sound is reduced, and we could get rid of water, obviously, to see that the waves of water are reduced or what have you, that they require it, they're the necessary antecedent. We haven't been able to do that with light, but the logical deduction is that it's required. And to say that it's different, which is what most of the people that believe in general relativity, to say that it's different is a positive claim, and you have to show evidence for it, and it's kind of like an argument from ignorance.
But what I'm saying is that my belief is more along the lines of, let's say you had this vacuum chamber and you figured out how to empty it of this energy. Is that if you did, then there would no longer be any room inside the vacuum chamber. It would not exist anymore. The thing that makes up room is this energy, is what I'm saying. Yeah, and I'm okay with you disagreeing. I'm just saying that's the way I describe it.
I would say the thing that you could have the idea of volume, right, without having electromagnetism, without an electromagnetic field, because all that's required is material to give us, spatial dimensions, 3D, right? Height.
Yeah,
width,
but when you
length,
say we need this material to create 3D, that's the material.
Yeah. So we start off with a material that gives us dimensions, that gives us a unit of measurement, and then at that point, we can have a hollow thing, and we can have we get rid of that material, and since we have the unit of measurement, that convention, we can now use that to define emptiness. It could be completely empty, nothingness, right? And we could be able to define
well, you can define it, but would it ever exist?
It would, because you could have two particles that are separated by nothing, and you could define the space between them, and we could call that space, right? Just like you could have an empty vacuum chamber devoid of everything, and inside you would have, this idea of space, but it's just a convention.
So I wouldn't agree with that, because I wouldn't see this background medium, whatever we want to call it, as being made up out of a discrete particle. It would be a continuous thing. It wouldn't be like, oh, there's a particle there and there's a particle there, and in between there'd be nothingness. It would be the entirety has energy. The same way that it's like, you know what I mean?
I don't, honestly. Like, if you have an completely empty vacuum chamber, let's say you figured out a way to, shield it from all electromagnetism, and you've, pumped out the air, and it's completely empty as far as we know. And let's say we have enough knowledge to confirm that it's empty. Why wouldn't that make sense to you, that it still has, a conventional volume based off of our ability to measure because of units of measure?
Does it have any energy still?
Well, I mean, let's say that's kind of, it defeats the purpose, because you're saying that there is an energy, and I'm asking you why. So
yeah, but what I'm saying is you can't have.
And we have no disagreement.
What I'm saying is you can't have space without energy.
I don't think you can say that until you show it, right? Because actually, I completely disagree. Space is definitional. It doesn't require energy.
But that's why I'm saying is, sure, if you want to play the definition scheme, you can define it without energy, but will it ever exist without energy? And my statement is no. Like, that's what scientists nowadays call vacuum state energy, or zero point energy.
Okay,
where
I think
no matter
maybe
where you look in space, you have energy.
I'm with you, Gummy Bear. So I think you're using the wrong term. I think by space you mean volume. Space, by definition, is it's a convention that we used from, that we kind of got units of measurement from based on material, right? And so we came up with these units of measurement that define spatial dimensions. That's what space is, right? It's metaphysical. What you're talking about is actual volume. Can we have, volume, things existing without electromagnetism? And I don't know about that. It's possible that everything kind of hinges on this kind of lattice, this matrix of electromagnetism, and you can't have anything without it.
Yeah, but that is what I'm saying. I'm saying that volume itself is this field stretching out, this energy
It
stretching
could
out.
be, but I would say you can't really say that unless you've found a way to get rid of it, the electromagnetism, to test it, right?
But
This
if
is a
you,
hypothesis,
but
for sure.
if this was true, so let's say we're in the universe where this is true, then in order to test it, you would have to create nothingness, which is an impossibility, and so therefore, what's
It's
the
an
conclusion?
unfalsifiable claim.
And therefore, we're never gonna get to the truth because it's unfalsifiable. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, you can try testing it, right? And if we can test it,
so if we
that'll
try
give us
and
the answer. If we can't, then it's going to remain an argument from ignorance.
What I'm saying is, we continuously try and get a region of space with no energy in it, and that we never are able to do so. What is the conclusion? Of course, we can't conclude that it definitely is so, but to every single ability we've tried, we can't get to separate volume and energy, or volume and space, or however you want to call it.
The two conclusions are that one, like, it requires the other, or two, that we haven't been able to figure out how to separate the two. And that's about it. Yeah. I don't know.
Well,
if
yeah,
there's a third one.
but that's the thing is, at the end of the day, the fundamental thing is that whether it is the same thing or whether we just can't separate it is irrelevant.
No, it's not relevant because it might change. We might be able to separate it in the future, and that's where I would say the burden of proof for the people that are saying that light is a photon and doesn't require a medium. It's their duty, if they're going to substantiate their claim, to separate it. Until then, they're wrong, right? Until then, it's just a contention that they have, an alternate hypothesis that hasn't been substantiated.
Do fields require, in your estimation, do fields require a medium?
Fields. Elaborate.
Yes. Yes, I invent for the very first time, I invent a giant permanent magnet. That thing that's around it, that attracting force, that field. Does that require a medium?
I would say the field is the medium.
The field is the medium.
Okay, so if the field is the medium, if I was to then spin that magnet around or vary that magnetism, I don't see any problem with it alternating its own medium.
Yeah, what you're doing is basically you're causing that disturbance through the medium. You're changing the energy, making the wave through the medium. Just like you could have, like what Gummy Bear was saying, you could have a pool that has no, ripples, no waves going through because it's like completely still. And
so essentially, light is its own medium.
What's that?
So essentially, light is its own medium.
Yeah, but light in like different waves, is that is a propagation of varying energy, right? Within the medium of light, right. Electromagnetism.
The only thing, though, is the way it's described within current science is that space-time is the nothingness of volume, and then field exists as within all points of that. And they're not saying that fields are a medium. They just say that they're nothingness with values.
Yeah, it just sounds dumb.
I can say fairy dust. Same thing.
Well, thanks for that.
And that's why the way I describe it isn't nothingness with values. I say it's an energy field that's stretched out in all of volume, all of space.
Yeah. And I say you have no
itself.
idea. You just made that shit up.
No, that the second part of what he said, SE, was correct. They can't claim that it's nothingness until they're able to get rid of all electromagnetism, which they aren't able to do. So they can't claim that
if they're able to one day separate volume from energy, as in get a volume of reality with zero energy of any kind in there, then sure, I'll retract my statement. But until that happens, I'll believe that volume and space, or like volume and the energy that stretches space, are the same thing.
Absolutely.
But you said space-time before. You said space-time.
No, he was saying what they believe. and that's why I said. That,
Oh,
you know,
what they believe
believe
again. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I don't agree with the current exact ways of wording space-time about like nothingness and fields in nothingness. I do agree that that is kind of ridiculous the way they word it, and that's the contention I'm getting at right now. Is I don't really fully agree with the way they word it. A lot of the conclusions from my way and their way is the same, but the way they word it is definitely wrong in my opinion.
Yeah, so we're on the same page. We both agree in ether with the correct description.
But and I add the caveat that I don't agree truly, because I don't believe that we can say that our description of ether is the correct description, and therefore I would use a different word for it.
I mean, it's just the logical deduction based off of other waves and mediums, right? But I understand if you want, like, you kind of move away from the term.
Because otherwise we're hijacking the term. Otherwise, we're hijacking the term ether to mean something that it historically hasn't been.
I think they hijacked the term, like in the classical luminiferous ether, you know, with Tesla and stuff like that. They hijacked it, you know, to say that, oh, now it's moving relative to a stationary Earth and stuff like that. I don't think that was ever the original claim. I think it was the original claim was just that it's
how about we come up with the new term and call it the ether field? There you go.
All right.
How about if you say you have no freaking clue? How about that?
Oh, we have a lot more
Once again,
clue
I see
than
you
what you do, Essie,
generally
but
have-
thank
No,
you
Essie, you're coming
for your
in aggressive.
input.
I don't think it's warranted.
Yeah, thanks, Essie.
No, you
You're
have
really
no
helping the
clue. None of you have
conversation
no
by saying
clue.
nuh-uh. That's really helpful.
I say the truth. You don't like it. You have no clue what
Essie,
the
just
ether is or is not. None
okay,
of
well,
you.
can you be constructive and say why we don't have a clue, or you just?
Yeah, you never been up there, and you don't know what's there. Very
No, ether
simple.
would exist everywhere, SC. Ether would exist on Earth as well.
Yeah, good story, bro.
Yeah, that's so helpful. You are just
You're coming in
really
half-cocked,
aggressive
Essie.
commentary.
No, I'm just telling you guys the truth, man, that you don't like. You're pontificating stuff, just like yesterday. You
What
didn't
part do you
understand
disagree
the
with?
hump turning into a drop. You just say stories in your brain, guys. That's all you do
All right, I'm
lately.
out, gentlemen. Have a
You
good
don't have
one.
you don't have an actual disagreement. You're just being aggressive.
No, I'm not being aggressive. I'm
Okay, then what
telling
part
you
do you
guys.
disagree with? What part do you disagree
Both of you have
He doesn't
no
think
clue
ether can
what this
exist on Earth.
ether is. Am I wrong about that?
What's the ether according to you, Essie?
I have no idea.
So why? How can you say what it isn't then? If
Because
you don't know what it is,
don't
how do you know
either.
what it isn't?
That's
We're
the beauty
explaining
of
what
it.
we think it is.
You don't either, man. That's just the beauty of it. And you
So
think
have I
that
ever
you
said?
do.
Have I ever said that I know exactly what ether is, and it is exactly this? You cannot say anything different. Is that what I've stated,
You
Essie?
and Percentage are talking about something which both of you have no clue.
We're explaining
what
what we
is.
think it is,
So
and it just so happens. Oh, it just so happens that we agree that about what we think it is and
No,
why it's
your
necessary to have it.
your claim is that we know nothing about ether, which actually can work out with what I've been saying, which is that I'm not sure I would use the word ether because that's a term that's already been used by many other people to not mean what I'm saying, and therefore I would use a different word, which is completely supports what you just said. We don't know what ether is. Yes, sure, fine. I'll agree.
Not to mention that you're not qualified to even say that, Essie, if you're admitting that you know nothing about it. Then you wouldn't know if someone's right or wrong.
No, that's where you're wrong. This is where they got you fooled.
Then you
this is what they got you
apparently
fooled.
Think that you know a little bit, enough to suss out whether we're speaking facts or bullshit.
No, I know you're talking bullshit. You know why?
How do you know?
I'll tell you how I know. Because nobody has been up there, and nobody, I repeat,
But we're not talking
nobody
about
knows
up there,
what's up there.
SC.
Yeah, I think you're confused.
We're
It's
not
very
talking
simple,
about
man.
You are confused about what we're talking about, SC. You really are. We're not talking about up there. We're not doing that. We're talking about volume itself. For example, if you empty a vacuum chamber, what's in there? That's what we would say. You'd still have ether in there. You're not pumping ether out, or whatever other word we would use, ether field, or whatever the fuck we want to call it. Electromagnetism, whatever the fuck. In a vacuum, you'd still have that in there. You don't have to go to or what I'd call space to find ether. It would exist everywhere, at all times. It's volume itself.
So you're basically saying stuff. Stuff is out there. Right?
Sure, SC, if that's what you want to say, but you're not actually
and we are
listening
in
to the
agreement.
conversation.
Stuff is out there. Okay,
Yeah,
we're
I
in
got nothing
agreement
but
then.
love for you, Essie, but you came in half-cocked and confrontational a little bit.
That's what I do, bro. When I hear bullshit, I call it out. I'm sorry, man.
No worries,
I can't help it.
You're good.
But nothing personal, guys. I
No,
love
of
you all.
course.
Nothing personal.
I think
Even what I
if you were
did
here
yesterday,
at the
nothing
beginning,
personal. It's just that you guys are, you're model afflicted, man.
no,
Well,
if
don't
you were
you
here in the
agree,
beginning, you
SC?
probably would be agreeing with us.
Yeah, SC, don't you agree that even if you get a vacuum and pump it out, even if you just keep pumping it with the strongest vacuum you ever have, you would still have ether inside of it,
Not
or
ether,
whatever
no.
word
You
you want to
still have
use for it.
something in
Say
there.
electromagnetism. Yeah.
Volume. Let's call it volume then.
Call it
No, say
whatever you want. Just
electromagnetism.
call it something, because you don't know what that something is, correct? We can
But
agree
no
that
one knows.
you can't
People
take
don't
everything out,
know.
right?
People don't know what
Oh, we
ether
know.
is either. It's a collective word for that kind of stuff that would be left.
No, according to
Right,
the
we
logical
do know that.
deduction, Gummy, it would be the electromagnetism, which is the medium for the propagation of electromagnetic energy.
Well, yeah, it would be the medium, but it wouldn't be the same as electromagnetism. That's where I disagree on the wording. But yeah.
But that's wrong as well. What causes the electromagnetism? You can't just say there's electromagnetism there.
What causes water?
Exactly. Exactly.
It's a creation, man. It's a part of the world, you know?
Exactly.
That's not what we're talking about, though. We're talking about how the propagation of waves of energy require that thing.
Exactly.
No, you're saying no. That's not what you're saying. You're saying when we take everything out of this volume, then we have electromagnetism left. That's
Yeah,
what you
because we
said.
can't take electromagnetism out so far. We have
How
been
do you
able to
know?
It sounds
completely
like what
limit
you guys are trying
electromagnetism
to say really is that you can't have nothingness.
so
Yeah.
far.
Exactly. Exactly.
That is part of what we're saying. Yes, we can't seem to have nothingness.
So we're in agreement then.
Yeah, we've been this whole time, but you
that's
just
why
came
we're
in.
saying.
That you named.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Except that you named something that's nothing ether. Correct?
No, it's that this
No.
baseline
that's electromagnetism.
of electromagnetism that we can't get rid of. That's what people call the ether.
But how do you know you can't get
some
rid
people
of
are
it?
wrong,
Have
and
you
some people
tried?
say that there's
Have
ether
you
winds and
tried?
stuff like that.
Have you tried to get rid of electromagnetism?
Yes, people have tried.
Yeah, you can't completely get rid of it.
Have you heard of the term zero-point energy or zero vacuum energy? Vacuum energy. All of
Yeah,
these
I heard
different
of that
words are saying.
stupid nonsense. Yeah,
Yes.
have you?
That is
Yeah.
exactly what you call ether.
I wouldn't say that.
No,
is.
what you call zero-term energy, my friend, is a nonsense. This is what they say. When you make a vacuum, you make a strong enough vacuum, then molecules pop in and out of existence. This is what they claim. The fantasy story. You're aware of that, right?
Are you aware of why? Because right now, all you're doing is taking this straw man butchered version of it.
No, bro, I'm telling you the fantasy. Zero-point energy means in a vacuum, things just pop up into existence.
That
Are
is
you not aware of
part
that?
of the prediction of what does happen due to zero-point energy, but it isn't what zero-point energy is.
Exactly. So I'm right then, right? In zero-point energy, in a vacuum, things just pop out of existence. Right, Gummy?
It is a consequence that they claim is because of zero-point energy, but it isn't what zero-point energy is.
Yeah, another bullshit story, which I gotta point out to you.
It's like saying you cannot.
When I talk like this, I sound
The equivalent
I wanna
analogy.
be like Yoda.
The equivalent analogy would be like me saying that, oh, you can't have water without waves, and waves will always happen in all ponds of water, and therefore waves are water. And it's just you're not actually discussing the point itself.
It's unbelievable how unlogical you are, man. It's unbelievable. It blows
Says the
my
person
mind.
who can't realize that a consequence of something isn't that thing itself. So why are you saying it?
Can you have a wave without something causing that wave? Yes or no?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, the Savior and
No one
Lord.
says-
Yeah, hail him. You're gonna need him.
So I'm not saying.
I mean,
I've never said that there is a wave with nothing causing a wave. Never used
So
that
what?
word.
So what causes? So what? Where does this energy come from?
for what? For light?
In your 0 point, you said
It
that
is
you
energy.
can take
It is.
everything out, but you can't take wave energy, right? That's what
It
you
is
said, right?
energy. It is energy that exists in all volumes, all space, volumes, whatever word you want to use for it. We have never been able to get a piece of volume without that energy in it.
So
Now,
there's no such thing as space then. So there's no such thing as space, what you call the vacuum of space, correct?
There's no such thing as empty
There's-
space where
There's
there
no
is
such
nothing.
thing. Yeah. There's no such thing as nothingness, pure nothingness. Yes. But there is volume with energy in it. Yes. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and volume that doesn't have matter in it, which
Yeah.
would be a vacuum.
But
It doesn't
volume
have
that doesn't have
matter.
matter in it, but has energy in it.
Yes, it has. It doesn't have
Yeah,
matter,
That's
but it has
delusional.
energy.
That's sheer delusion right
Wait, so
there.
you think the only way of having energy is with matter?
How
Are
can you?
you
What is energy?
really?
What is energy?
Light has
Because what you're saying
energy,
right now,
and it's not
yeah,
matter.
what you're saying right now is the only way to have energy is with matter, and you
You
complain
can't
about
have just. Let me
atomism.
rephrase that. You can't just have energy. You need
Okay.
something to have caused the energy, correct?
Yeah, I'm not saying there isn't a
That's what you're
cause for the
saying, though.
energy.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
No one's saying that.
You're
No one's saying that
I
there's
don't know
no
if you're
cause.
conflating multiple things here, but I haven't said anything like that. But what you're implying is that you need matter to have energy, which is like ridiculous.
You can have energy without substance. You can have energy on its own, nothing created, it's just energy on its own.
Okay, there's difference between energy without being created and energy without being matter. These are two different statements.
It's
Do you
weird.
get that?
You conflate created like a guy can just have
Creation.
water.
Energy can
I
just
don't need to
exist
know.
on its own. Energy
Being-
can just exist on its own.
Just like water can exist on its own, yes.
So yeah, energy has different forms than matter. There are other
Okay,
forms of
define
energy
energy
than
then.
matter.
Maybe we're not in the right. Define energy. What's energy?
I mean, then we're going in the weeds a bit.
Yeah,
a
you
good
have to go in the
definition.
weeds to come up with your fantasies. Yeah, you do.
But your fantasy is that energy can only be matter.
No, stop
Which we
saying
agree
that.
is a
Stop
fantasy.
saying that. I told you. I rephrased that. I said, can you have just energy without something causing it?
But now you're conflating cause with other things. I'm saying yes, there
you're
is a
just
cause.
spontaneously creating energy out of nowhere.
No, I'm saying there is a cause for the energy, but it is completely devoid of matter. It is irrelevant to matter.
So how did it come about then? How did it come about? How did this energy, where did it come from?
Let's say it comes from matter.
It doesn't come
Just for
from
this
matter.
example.
But now let's say it comes from matter. Got it.
So I have a flashlight in which I have a matter creating light. So matter because it's electricity flowing through a wire, the wire's getting hot and it's shining light. Okay. However, the light is shining into the vacuum chamber. Inside this vacuum chamber, I have light, which is energy, but no matter because the matter that created the light was outside. Therefore, you can have energy without matter. Whether it was caused by matter or not.
So you forgot the first part where you created it. You just eliminated that and went straight to the light.
Whether it was caused by matter or not, I have the energy inside the vacuum chamber, which is closed off from the matter that created it. So clearly, I can separate.
I can't talk with people like you. I can't talk with people like you.
energy and matter. Can I not?
You're delusional, bro. You're delusional.
So what part of this do you disagree with? Because most people who believe in ether would believe in this.
You're delusional. First you said you don't need matter. Then you said you need matter, but then you take the matter away and just use the light. You're just delusional, bro. I'm sorry, man, but you're in your own fantasy world.
So you're not listening to the actual conversation then? I'm saying
Heard every word you said. First
whether
you said you don't
matter
need matter, then you said you need matter, but just take it away, take the creation away and just have the light after. You're delusional.
whether matter was involved in the creation of the energy is irrelevant because you can separate the energy and the matter after the energy is created. The light
But you need the
inside
matter,
the
which you
vacuum
were wrong
chamber,
before, right? You need the matter, you need
light.
something to create the energy. You were wrong about that part, right?
I never said anything of that form. I simply said that within, for example, a vacuum chamber, you can have light but no matter, which is true.
Where'd you get the light from? Where'd you get the light from?
From the matter, for example.
You know what? I will not talk with you anymore today because you're absolutely
hold
not
on.
reasonable.
Is
Have
the
a great
matter
day in your delusion,
is
bro.
the
I'm gonna have my
matter
coffee.
inside the vacuum chamber? Is the matter inside the vacuum chamber?
Have a great time in your delusion. I'm gonna
Answer
have my coffee
two
now.
questions, Essie, if you're honest. Is the matter inside the vacuum chamber?
Have your double speak, keep it, feel good about it. Pretend that you didn't create the light from matter and feel good.
I never said I
You
didn't.
do
I'm
you do
asking
what you
you.
do well.
I'm asking you, is the matter inside the vacuum chamber?
Is
Are you
the
really
matter
unable?
why are you changing the story now? First you said you don't need matter to create.
Hold on,
Just,
are you
I have
asking?
two questions.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold
go
on,
ahead,
hold on,
Rafa.
hold on, hold on. Are you asking that? Are you saying that there's light in the vacuum chamber, but there's no photons?
No, but there's no matter in there. Photons aren't matter. Well, there's someone who is honest and can answer two questions, want to answer instead of SE then.
Shut up, you idiot. I just proved how stupid you are, dude. Don't try to play
Hey,
smart.
real quick, besides SD's, pointless posturing, yes, we can have light travel through a vacuum chamber with no matter in the vacuum chamber, and the light still makes it through to the other side. So clearly the light had to go through it somehow.
Yeah, so clearly
Listen,
we
genius,
had
you just
light.
double spoke again.
Clearly,
You said there's always matter inside. You
Clearly.
just did it again.
Clearly.
You just did it again.
Clearly, we can have light inside the vacuum chamber, but no matter inside the vacuum chamber.
You
so
said there's
light
always
and-
matter inside, you double speaking hypocrite.
I did not.
How about your energy? Isn't there always energy inside, you double speaker?
Yes. Energy and matter are not the same
So
thing,
you just
SE.
lied again.
Energy and
Nobody
matter
did.
are
Thanks.
not the same thing, SE.
You're
Gummy,
so
real quick.
full of shit,
go ahead.
man. It's not even worth talking to you, man. You're so full. You make one sentence, you'll say 3 different things in that fucking sentence. You're so full of shit, bro. It's unbelievable.
It's not my problem you don't follow along my sentence, but go ahead, dude.
No. It's your problem that a guy like me catches your bullshit and throws it back at you. That's your problem.
Right,
Go ahead,
Gummy.
Doof. Yeah.
SE's entire purpose is to just state his opinion loudly. You don't have to continually respond to the fact that he thinks that you're lying, even though that's just his opinion.
Nobody asked for your opinion. Nobody asked, and nobody cares about your opinion, doofus.
I care.
See? Do you see what I mean?
Hey,
Does
Blue!
anyone care
What's
about
up, buddy?
you, SE?
You're worthless to speak to, bro. You're a sophist. You're a double speaker. Just 5 minutes with
And
you
yet you're
can expose
unable
you
to
for what you
answer
are.
a single
You just double
question.
spoke on 3 things: energy, vacuum, matter. Doesn't need matter to create it. Then it needs matter to create it. You're
So,
a walking sophist, bro.
I see. You are not claiming that I double speak. Can you show a single thing that I double spoke on and point out
Everybody heard you,
the
bro.
thing I said?
Everybody heard you. I don't give a shit about you. You're just a sophist, bro. That's all you are.
Going. Everyone heard you is not giving the substantiation of what I double spoke on.
Gummy, I don't care about you.
What he's
It's
going to
very
do
simple.
If you
is
don't
I
continuously...
don't care what you think, what you say. You're a sophist, bro. You have
If you
nothing
don't care, then
except
stop
bullshit.
claiming I'm double speaking and just stop being a rude person, just interrupting for no sake whatsoever.
No, I'm
If
not
everyone-
interrupting. I'm putting my
if
2 cents in.
everyone
When I
already
see
heard-
idiots like you speak, that say you can have a wave energy without something created it. I call you out.
I
and
never
you don't like
said
it.
that.
In
That's
this
just
entire
too bad.
conversation, as an outside third party, at no point did Gummy say that matter is not used to create light. Nowhere did he say that.
Yes, he
and
did.
you keep
Yes,
repeating
he
it over and over
did.
again, as though
He
it's going
did
to change.
exactly that. You
Thank you for doing
fucking
this,
lying
SC.
shit.
This
He
is
did
why
exactly
people come
that.
here, is because you talk over people. That's exactly why people come here. All right.
So why do we
The
see the
reason
light?
that
Why do we see the light?
Jesus Christ.
So that's switching the topic round. All I was saying is that you can have the matter creating the light, which is outside the vacuum chamber, shining light into the vacuum chamber, which is evacuated. It is a vacuum. It doesn't have matter in it, and therefore you can have light existing without matter.
Yes, liar. Yes, you lying shit. You said that after I questioned you and asked you, are you saying you can have light without anything creating it? You lying shit.
I never
You
said
that
without
after I questioned
creating
you.
it.
Yeah,
I never
laugh and
used
giggle
any
like a little
word.
girl now. Go ahead.
Essie, I never once used the word creating it.
Yeah.
Once
You're
did.
a lying shitbag.
You keep sitting here lying about what I'm saying and then
You're a liar.
calling
You
me a
said
liar.
you don't need anything to create energy. You don't need matter. Then when I called you out on it,
I
you changed
never
your
used
story.
the word Essie.
Anybody could go back and listen to the tape, liar.
Essie, you're
not on
completely
tape.
strawmanning what I didn't say, and all you're doing
Negative.
is calling
I'm
me a
calling out
liar
your
when
bullshit,
you're
and I will
lying about what
continue
I said.
calling out your bullshit every time you say bullshit.
Okay, well, can we move on with you just sitting there calling people a liar for no apparent reason?
No, we can move on after I exposed you for being a lying shitbag for saying that you don't need anything to create the energy.
I
And then
never
when I
said
called you
that.
out, you change your story, you lying shitbag.
Essie,
Now
if
we
you
can move on.
Essie, either go substantiate your claim, go into live stream and find where I said that word ever, or
Everybody
retract your
heard what you said.
statement.
You're not going to change the story. Ain't going to happen. You
Right,
said
but
we
can
could
someone
have
actually
energy
provide evidence
without
for your side
matter.
of the story, SE?
No, he said you can have energy without matter. Clearly, everybody heard him.
Yep, that part is fine. But you can't say that Gummy said that you can have light created without matter.
That's what he said. He said you can have light without matter. You can have substance without matter. That's exactly what he said.
Didn't have substance
There's
without
nothing
matter.
you're going to say that can change that.
You
Nothing.
only know the English language and you're getting it wrong, SE. How
I
is that
don't care.
possible?
Squirm for me. I don't care. He said you can have energy without matter. Anything
How
you
can you
say
screw
after
up the
that,
English
I don't
language
give
this
a
badly,
shit.
SE?
You're lying shitbags. You need somebody like me to keep you in check.
Essie, let's move on.
Yeah, move on after you lied, liar. Move on.
Yes, move on.
That's right. Move on.
Yes, thank you.
Don't say bullshit and you won't hear from me.
You seem a bit triggered, SE.
Oh, well, a little bit for these liars because they say stuff and then they just turn it around and they think they can get away with it.
So what about liars that lie and call other people liars? Aren't they like double liars and therefore double as bad?
Yeah. Go have some tea, bro. Go make yourself some crumpets or something.
I'm not the one who's upset and needs tea. I see.
I'm having coffee right now. As a matter of fact,
Oh,
it's
that's
brewing.
probably why you're getting too hyper.
No, I get hyper when I hear bullshitters like you try to bullshit and then try to turn it
And yet
around.
you can't substantiate a single claim you're making
I did.
about
Did you
me
say
lying.
Did you say you can have energy without matter? Did you say that?
Yes.
There you go. So I'm vindicated.
Is
You're
that
a
the
lying
same? Hold on.
shitbag.
Is that the same? Is that the same as saying you can have light without it being created by matter? Is that the same thing to you, Essie?
It's almost the same thing. Yeah. How did you
It's
create the light?
almost
Where did you get the light from?
almost
Where
the same
did
thing, but
you
it's
get
not
the
the same
light
thing.
from, you lying shitbag? Where did you get the light from?
whether we got it from matter or not, it is now separated from the matter and therefore existing.
Not you lying shitbag. This
Right,
doesn't work with
you
me.
let him answer,
You
that's fine.
lied. I caught you. Now
Right,
live
SE,
with it.
don't bother letting him answer. Right, just continue to talk over his answer.
Answer all you want. You can't change what you said. Just say, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Let's move on. Don't try to fix your fucking bullshit by saying more bullshit.
So the
I mean,
only
he's just-
mistake I made was talking to you, clearly.
Clearly, that's right. When you see me, don't talk. Don't say
Exactly,
stupid
because you'll
things.
call out,
Because
you'll
I'm
call
gonna
out
call you out,
lies.
sunshine,
You'll call
every
out
time.
lies on things I didn't even say.
Remember, when you see me around, don't say bullshit, because I'm gonna call you out
Yeah, don't say
every time,
anything.
Gummy.
Don't say anything because you'll call them out for things they don't even say.
No,
That's
don't
what you're
say
saying.
bullshit, because I'm gonna call you out every time, sunshine. Every
So
time.
I got a question for you real quick.
Go ahead, Doofus.
English is not your first language, correct?
Oh yeah, right. So actually my
so-
third, but
Right. It's interesting that you have to school SE on English, and English is his only language, basically.
I speak 3 languages, you clown. Try again.
Honestly,
but
French language should
is
be
it your
English, right?
third?
Je parle 3 langues. Milao 3 glosses, malaka.
Oh, tu parles français?
Comprends-tu, là? Je parle 3
Parle français
langues.
avec moi,
Pas
s'il
comme
vous
toi,
plaît.
une fucking
Parle
nunu.
français avec moi, s'il vous plaît.
Inchweinsweinchein. Any fucking
wow.
way you say it, you're a bunch of lying bullshitters. And I'm gonna call you out every time.
It's cool.
Tu comprends? Catalavis, you understand?
So why do we see? Why do we still see the light in a vacuum chamber?
Well, clearly you don't need matter for the light to travel.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I want to put something positive into this conversation and talk about why can we see light still in a vacuum chamber? We've taken out what we think is there. There's still going to be something left because obviously it's the void. Why do we still see light travel through a vacuum chamber? Is there something that's in the air that is of matter, but it's so small that it just needs to be excited by an electrical field or something like that, and that's why we see it. It's the air actually being excited.
Right, now we get into the stage where we have to do some tests to find out what that stuff is that you propose might be there.
Yeah.
Now, we can't really use the word matter anymore because the stuff that we're familiar with as fitting the definition of matter isn't present. So this other stuff would have to have some sort of other name.
Yeah. It can't be matter because we've eliminated all matter.
How about we use the saying, it doesn't matter?
Nah.
Nah. Well, anyway, so obviously there's a medium that's going through, but a medium is a state or whatever like that. But to excite protons, electrons, things like that, they get excited by the radiation coming through, and that's what's causing the light. Something's excited. If you've got like X-rays or gamma rays, that could excite something at a distance, and you're shooting it in a straight line, etc., etc. There's something else that's causing the light to be seen in the vacuum chamber, and it's not anything that we can remove. Something radiation, X-rays, and all that stuff can go through things. So I guess those are things to consider as to why we see things, even if we track them. Thank you.
That was good, yeah. Light is very mysterious. A lot of things we don't know about light yet.
I was checking this guy's talking about the light bulb, and the light bulb it's got tungsten in it, whatever like that. And if you burn that outside the light bulb, outside the vacuum, it will burn up in seconds. So the ability for us to see light in a vacuum, as in a light bulb, is where electrons are excited via some form of matter. But if you excite electrons and stuff like that through the air, they will assimilate into an order. So, you know, you're seeing straight lines or whatever like that.
Yeah, light is an amazing thing. It supposedly has no mass, right? But
yeah,
it has crazy properties. It can heat you up, and it could also discharge energy. Which light is it? Is it the ultraviolet one?
I mean, it can also move things because light has momentum.
Yeah. So it's light is like in its own category. Like it's like a separate thing, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that's not really news, I guess.
If light can heat one side of an object, then the thermals will change, causing that object to move. Possibly, you know. It's trying to understand exactly what's happening. If it's making things move, is it a thermal difference? Is it an actual physical difference?
Not only that, it can discharge energy. You guys must have seen that gold leaf experiment where they charge up a gold leaf and they can shine any light on it and it doesn't affect it. But what is it? I think it's the ultraviolet one, and it just discharges the energy. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched the same program the other night, bruv. Fucking hell, man.
Fascinating, huh? Yeah.
And you know what? They were talking about powder coating. I was watching a fucking car program, and then when they do powder coating on metal, they have a water flow behind it, so that the particles are attracted to the water. So that they don't go into the air. You know, so the running water there basically attracts all the electrons and stuff like that away, so there's no dust or vapor in the air.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, man. There was if you look up powder coating technique or something like that, you'll see a room and there will be a waterfall behind it. It's like it'll be in front of you, but it'll be behind the apparatus type of thing. You know, that's always quite interesting.
Right? Yeah.
It's the electrostatic forces, isn't it? You know, it's physical, it's chemical, it's electrostatic. You know what I mean? It's all these different things. What is it? You know?
Yeah, but the freaky thing is that it's only one wavelength of light that does that.
Does what?
That discharges the electrostatic force. It's freaked out, man.
But fucking hell! But then you would need the light because this guy, this program I was watching, he was like talking about how we knew how fast stars were. We'd take the blue ones, which might be the closest, and the red ones would be the furthest because of the light. Yeah, cool, man.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's just that, you know, I get mad when people say this is it. You know, it's like a lot of things we just don't know, man. It's, you know, and if we take it from that aspect, I think we'd be better off.
Yeah, man. I just got to pick the boy up. Sorry if I'm not on.
Hey, Blue, long time no hear, bro. How are you?
I'm good, SE. How are you?
Good. Good to hear you.
Yeah, good to hear you too. You know, we don't really need to know everything in order to know anything.
Absolutely. Yeah. Agreed.
There's a lot of things we don't know, but there's an awful lot of things we do know too.
Yes, absolutely agree on that too. It's the stuff that we don't know that bugs me when people talk about.
Well, that's perfectly fine to say I don't know, or we don't know. There's an awful lot of stuff I don't know that other people do know about, but that's all right.
But would you agree that there's some stuff that nobody knows about, but they just pontificate and pretend that they know?
No, there's tons of stuff we don't know about.
Good, good. We're in agreement.
Physics is full of it. Physics is full of it. We understand a tremendous amount about gravity, for instance. We still don't know why mass does what it does to space-time. We don't know. There's probably a fundamental particle that's causing it. It's just not been found yet. Doesn't mean that
Or
we
at
don't
least
know how it acts, though.
Yeah, or at least a field that we don't know how to interact with.
Right.
Many possible hypotheses.
Yeah, there's lots of them.
You see, I'll agree with all that. But now you guys are going to say that it's the fabric of space-time.
Well,
we know what it's doing.
We know what it's
Right,
doing.
We know what it's,
we know
what it's doing, not specifically exactly what causes it to do what it does.
Right.
Yeah, on this we can agree. Yeah. We know what it does. We see an effect and we try to explain this effect. Now, Newton explained it one way, and then Einstein explained it another way. I'm fine with that. Now, when you say that that's what it is, well, then we have a problem, because I can show you instances where that's not what it is.
Typically, no. I mean, both Newton and Einstein were both describing masses accelerating towards other masses. And then you'll come up with an example which you think is counter to that, but you're forgetting that media typically have weight as well.
Well, barring the so-called experiment that Blue has done, shout out to him, he did a lot of work on it, and that other has been done. There has been no instance of showing matter attracting matter conclusively.
Barring the examples that you know of.
But it's just not there, guys. Matter doesn't attract matter. You have to put it in certain defined places and make special apparatuses and come up with theories, but matter does not attract matter.
Right, barring the examples that you know of that demonstrated exactly that, then of course, then you don't have any examples of it because you're rejecting the ones that you have.
No, you have only one example, the Cavendish experiment, and that's not proven.
To you, maybe.
Yeah, to me. I'm talking about me. Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
Well, so
yeah,
if you think what Blue did is enough, if you think what Blue did is enough to convince you that matter attracts matter, fine. I'm not gonna say anything to that. But if you try to convince me of that, that's that's not gonna work.
All right. Well, what Blue did demonstrated very well that when effort is taken to eliminate outside variables like air currents, electromagnetism, and all sorts of other factors, that the masses were definitely accelerating toward one another such that a force was applied inside in that torsion balance. That is a very valid demonstration of exactly that.
You can say that, bro. You can say that, right? But it's not definitive proof. It really isn't. Because, first of all, I don't want to sound like QE here now, but how did you eliminate gravity? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's not a valid experiment. It really isn't.
That's the thing we're testing is gravity.
Yeah,
you don't eliminate it, you test it.
I know what your argument is. How did we eliminate the gravitational field of the Earth? And you can't do that.
Exactly.
The Earth is here. We can't get rid of that gravitational field.
The best way we have.
But what we can do is operate perpendicular to it, and that's what that's what a torsion balance does.
Yeah.
The best way is working in a different direction. Yeah.
There's no part of the Earth's gravitational field that wants to cause the balance to rotate. That's the beauty of it. And when you remove the large masses in the Cavendish experiment, when you remove those things, that balance will find its center point, its rest point, where there's no torque in the wire at all. And that tells you that the Earth's magnetic field is not affecting it. Yet when you move the large masses in close proximity to the small ones that are on the torsion balance itself, then you get the rotation. Then you see the attraction.
I'm not
And
saying
lead
that
is a
what
convenient
you
material
saw
to
didn't
use.
happen. What you described, I'm not saying didn't happen. We saw your machine. We saw that it moved. But the fact is that you didn't show that it was gravity that did that, Blue. That's all I'm saying. You didn't
No.
definitively show that it's the force called gravity that did that.
What
We definitely showed that it
But-
wasn't other things.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
showed that it wasn't wind, it wasn't magnetism, it wasn't freaking you breathing on it. Like, what else are you proposing there was?
I don't know, but it's not that, because every other thing I've observed ever in my life, I've never seen matter attracting matter,
Well,
unless
Except
it
in
was
the examples that you
magnetism.
have.
You can't see that sort of thing in real life on a routine basis. Gravity is a very, very weak force.
Well, we do see things falling towards the
Yeah.
ground. Matter
Yeah,
attracting matter. There you go.
That's the way you see it. You see that when you see the moon orbiting the Earth. You see that when you see things falling toward the Earth. You see it when you watch the rotation of the moons around Jupiter. That's gravity. So yeah, you can see it all the time in real life. But what you're talking about, I think, SC, is you don't see, two cars getting sucked together on the highway because their gravity pulled them together. No. You're not
Yeah,
gonna
like
see it.
if you were to put two massive boats in the water, right? Will gravity pull them together?
No, there's not enough
No.
force there to do it.
Exactly. That's my whole point. You gotta, you
There's not
can't
enough
really
force
show
to do
this thing unless you do concoct these things.
a method of measuring it, just like voltage. You can't see that either, can you? You can't see
Yeah,
voltage.
but
You can't see it. Go show it to me. Show me voltage without a voltmeter.
look, this is what you're doing. We see something, right? From the caveman days, right? A caveman threw a rock in the air and he saw that it fell, right?
Yeah.
Now,
Okay.
nobody can disagree with that. We can measure the speed of fall, we can measure acceleration, whatever, right? Now, my beef here is not that. We all see that, right? I mean, it's indisputable. My beef is the explanation of that. That's my beef. Newton was clearly wrong, and Einstein was clearly wrong, guys. Maybe they got part of it right, yeah, but in the big picture, it just doesn't work.
Newton clearly made an accurate observation of what he saw.
Yeah, I'll give him that. Yeah,
he could not explain it any other way than the math that he gave us. That says
yeah,
us that,
300 years ago, Blue. Yeah, he was limited, and yeah, respect to the man.
Yeah, and he himself said, "I don't know what's causing this, so do not ascribe innate gravity to me."
Yeah,
because I'm not saying that it just it's magic; it just happens. That's what Newton said. At the same time, he said, "But I can't help but know that this equation works. It is. It works. It does. It does. Mass does, for whatever reason, it does what I say it does mathematically."
No, he can't really say that. What he can say mathematically is when something drops, I calculated it, and this is the mathematical equation. This is what happens when you drop something. I can agree with that. Now, why that happens is the contention, Blue.
He didn't attempt to explain it.
That's why I respect him. He said it clearly. Don't ascribe this to me, just like you said. Yeah, agreed. But then Einstein came along and he said, "Aha,
They're
I
not
got it."
ascribed innate gravity. Then then comes along Einstein, and Einstein gave us a mechanism that works.
Einstein is the one that screwed everything up, bro. If
No,
it wasn't for
he didn't
Einstein, we might have an understanding of where we are right now. But he just threw a wrench in there.
No, he didn't. He gave a much better explanation of what's actually happening.
Yeah, with higher precision and everything.
He gave maybe a higher degree of calculation, of measurement. Maybe he did that. But to say that he took space and time and combined it and made it into a fabric, I mean, no logical thinking man could believe that, right?
But he
No,
was
every
able to
logical
make
thinking man could do
predictions
that.
using that thinking. Predictions that turned out to be true.
You
Okay,
love your
just laugh.
predictions,
Okay.
huh? Yeah, Gummy, when you speak, I laugh all the time, bro. Because I just told you, he took a thing called time, combined it with space, made a fabric, and you, instead of
No,
you
no,
going,
no, no,
what
no,
the
no,
hell,
no.
man? You said it makes predictions?
Montreal, he didn't make a thing called fabric. That's just an expression we use. It's not literally a fabric like your shirt.
Right. Anything that happens anywhere is always happening at a specific time. So if I have 3 spatial coordinates and a time coordinate, I can identify uniquely an event.
Right.
That's all that's going on here is just this same 4-dimensional coordinate identifies everything anywhere
Yeah,
at
but
any given time.
it's much more than that, isn't it, Doofus? What he says. It's much more than that. Relativity, special relativity. It's much more than what you just said, right? A coordinate system?
The basis for the mathematics is 4-dimensional.
Yeah, there's where the fantasy begins. What's the fourth dimension? That's where he adds time, right?
Time is the
He
fourth
didn't
dimension.
add time. He specified
that's
that the
where
coordinates are 3 spatial dimensions and time. Those are the 4 coordinates. Or the 4
the
parts of
three
the
of them are
coordinate.
real. The fourth one is not. Don't you understand that?
No, time is very
Time's
real.
not real. Thanks, Essie. Goodbye.
Yeah, time is not real. That's right. Time is a man-made construct. Exactly.
Oh my god, dude.
So is X, Y, and Z.
Damn. So you're saying that before we thought of time, we would live forever because there was no time? Damn.
Once again, Gummy shines. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, Gummy, word for word.
Damn, that's really dumb of you to say.
Do you remember 5 minutes from now, SE?
It's incredible, man.
Exactly. Do you remember 5 minutes from now, as whoever said?
I would disagree. I would say time is built into the universe. A man's measurement of it is man-made.
Yes.
Humanity's measurement.
100%.
No, this is what Einstein made you guys believe. It's all a con.
Every
Can you remember 5 minutes from now, SE?
What does that mean?
It means it hasn't happened yet, so we haven't reached that point. But you can point to a spot 5 feet away from something. You can't go to a time.
So time is pointing at something?
We're at a point in time. Now we're at a different point in time.
Okay, does that make time something? Or is that just the way that you described your location?
It's another dimension. The same as if you're on a line or on one dimension, you can point to different points.
No, man, you've been fooled into believing that. That's my whole point. Einstein conned you into believing that time is actually a thing.
So are we at a different point in time right now than we were 2 minutes ago when you were asking the same stupid question?
Yeah, but time is not a real thing. It's just, we just perceive it as that. We explain it as that.
Were we really at a different point in time 5 minutes ago?
It's just a way to describe something. You weren't anywhere. You weren't anywhere in time.
No.
What you perceive as time, what you think is time, is the aging process. Your body, for example, right?
Time
you
isn't
have like
aware.
a certain
SE.
amount of heartbeats, and then it's over for you. It has nothing to do with time. It's not you lived 100 years.
Listen, stop talking for a second. This is what you're missing. Time isn't a where, it's a when. The X, Y, and Z are the wheres. The fourth dimension is the when. And you exist in all those dimensions at once. You exist at a location, X, Y, Z, at a point in time. Call it T.
No, that's only a man-made construct. Do you know what time is based on?
Yes, change.
Change. So is time change, therefore?
It's a continuum that is a change from one state or one time to another.
Everything doesn't change over time, so it wouldn't be correct to use them interchangeably.
Exactly. You said one thing that's right today, Gummy. Way to go.
But it goes against what you think.
No, it doesn't. Time is not a thing. Time is not real. Time is a man-made construct.
But clearly you can have time passing without something changing. Like my phone right now is lying on that table, and that position is not going to change even though time is happening. So time is happening, but change is not happening to that phone.
Time doesn't happen. Time only happens in your brain.
So hold on, quick thing. If we ever meet aliens, if we meet them, will they also have a concept of time?
Probably.
So it's not just man-made.
It is man-made because look, in order for us to communicate and meet somewhere, like let's say you wanted to meet somebody, right? You would say in the past, okay, I'll meet you at high noon, right? It's a way for us to get around and communicate. So we don't just meet at any given point of time, right? You don't want to wait 5 hours for somebody, right?
Right, I agree with that.
Exactly, point of time.
If aliens
exactly.
also
So we
have a
created
concept
this
of it,
thing. We created this thing called time.
but if aliens also have a concept of it, then it's not man-made. It's
Some
other
animals.
Well, hold on. Do aliens need
do
to
actually have a
communicate?
concept of time.
Would aliens need to communicate with each other? Meet at certain places?
Yes, but they would not use the human concept of time. They would use their own. So they would
Probably,
have their
yeah.
own
Yeah.
concept of time.
Yeah. Maybe
So
their planet, right? Let's go into fantasy.
But
maybe
my
their
point, where
planet
would
orbits
they would
their
have a-
sun in 28 hours. So maybe their concept of a day would be 28 hours. See what I'm saying?
Right.
Could be.
So it's independent of the human concept.
Well, no, it took two beings to bring this into reality. It took humans and then it took aliens. Something brought this thing into existence. Time doesn't exist and you just bring it into existence, right? You guys think time is a thing, that it's there and somebody discovered it, right?
It doesn't necessarily mean that somebody discovered it for it to exist.
So you think that it always existed?
I mean, in the concept that we'll get into the weeds of hypotheses if you really want to later. There's definitely the passage of time independent of what we view of that thing. So for instance, a cesium clock. It oscillates under specific conditions. That's not something that's human controlled or human caused. It's doing that in time.
No, you don't understand, bro. We made time. We based time on movement. And the cesium clock is a perfect example of that. A second is based on 9 million vibrations per second of the cesium atom, right? Of the quartz crystal that the cesium atom excites, right? So it's just movement.
Not a quartz crystal.
It's a crystal that it excites, if I'm not wrong. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That's independent of what it is. Something excites and makes it move, right? Vibrate, right? Movement. Right?
Not quite.
There is a change in energy state.
Yeah, and what do we count? We count the changes, right? We count the amount of the vibration, and we time that.
It's not a vibration.
Well, it's. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's not a vibration. It's just the state that it's in is oscillating.
What does oscillating mean?
It's changing
from one state to another state.
Yeah.
So it's a movement, right?
No.
Changes from one state to another, right?
It's not like a vibrating string or a vibrating piece of metal or a vibrating quartz crystal. It's not vibrating.
But it's moving somehow, and these movements are counted, right?
No, it's
9
not
billion
moving.
times a second, right? Something
not
changes
moving.
and they count it, yes or no?
It's not moving, it's
It
changing.
doesn't matter. Something changes, right? And they count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 billion. Yes?
It's not how you
Something
count
like
to 9 billion.
Oh,
The 9
you
billion,
guys are
100 million,
just,
some.
you will argue with anything. You have zero logic
Says
in your
you.
bones, man.
Says
It's
you.
unfucking believable, man. And
Is
if
it
I
like
tell you a
134
cat
million?
purrs, you're gonna say, what does purr mean? Do you mean purr or purr?
Purple, that's a color.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Catspur, good point.
So back to your time, your fantasy concept of time, which was man-made.
And progresses forward regardless of man.
No, only because of man. If man wasn't here, there'd be no
Cesium
mention of
atoms would stop
time. Nobody
existing.
would even know what time is. Time doesn't exist.
Existed before man.
So
you're
man
saying-
discovered time, right?
You're saying-
Man discovered time.
You're
Sure,
saying
you could say that.
distance
Yeah,
wouldn't
man
exist
gave it a
either.
name.
If man wasn't here, distance wouldn't exist either, would it? SC.
Maybe so. Yeah, who would be there to count it? Yeah.
This one, that if a tree falls in the forest is the stupidest thing ever. Yes,
Yeah.
the tree would make a sound if nobody was there. Yes, time would exist
If a
nobody
tree
was
falls
there.
in the forest, is it a tree?
No, but we can define a tree. We can define falling. We can define noise. Define time.
Events?
We did. It's a
Occur
dimension
in
that is a
time.
when.
Yeah.
You used when. You used events. You used movement. What is time?
It's an ordered sequence of events, SC.
You see, order sequence of events.
Okay, but
not
can
in
you
itself.
define?
All of
something.
this is correct.
Not
Can
in
you
itself
define
something.
space? Can you define space?
Yeah, the distance between me and you.
Same thing.
The distance. So define distance.
Yeah, here we go. Listen, dude. Time. Don't change the subject. Time is the
define
question.
Same issues, ST. They all have the same
distance.
fundamental issue.
Define kangaroo, gummy bear. Define
No,
kangaroo.
just define distance. You
Just
went
define
one
kangaroo.
word.
Just
you
define
went through
kangaroo.
one word before you devolved into this. One more
One
word.
word,
Define
kangaroo.
distance.
Marsupial
Define kangaroo,
Australis
gummy.
is kangaroo.
Just define distance, SC,
Just
or
define
admit that you
kangaroo.
can't.
Just define kangaroo while we're talking about time.
Marsupial Australis. That's the
Distance
Latin.
is related to the conversation. Why can't you define it?
Why can't you define kangaroos? Kangaroos are related to time because
They're not
distance is
related to
fake.
the current conversation. Please define distance.
Dude, don't try to play games with me.
We're
What
doing the same
is
thing that
time?
you're doing, ST. Under
What
your
is
rules,
time?
What is
distance
distance?
is fake.
Distance is what is between me and you.
Now
I can
you've
get
defined it
a tape. Listen up,
circular
gummy.
definition.
Listen up.
Circular
I
logic.
can get a tape. You're here. I'm there. We're 12 feet apart. I measured it. That's distance.
I can get a clock and I can measure from now to then. That's time. I'm using the
Good for
exact
you.
same
That's
logic.
still not time. That's you measured something. It's
And you
still,
measured
you
something
still
as
did
well.
not define time,
And
gummy.
you didn't define distance. How do you not see how?
We're talking about time,
Oh my
not
God,
distance,
Essie.
gummy. Time.
Right.
Oh,
We're
God.
We
talking
measured
about
something, you measured
time,
something.
gummy.
Yeah, we measured something, you measured something. Both fall
Try
under
to
the same.
keep up with the conversation. It's not about
right.
distance.
But both fall under the same.
Define time for me.
You're
Okay.
caught in your own
We
trap.
measured
Jared.
something, you measured something. Both time and distance fall under the same kind of rules, SE.
So time is distance then?
Time is
Right.
measurable, distance is measurable.
So you
Right.
didn't define time yet. Nice try.
And you didn't define
Right. You
distance.
didn't define distance either, so it doesn't
I'm
fucking
not
matter.
talking about distance. Nice try. Nice try to reverse it. We're talking about time. What is
Not
time,
reverse.
gentlemen? Go.
Exactly the same thing,
It-
ESC.
So
I
time is
wouldn't call it
distance.
distance, but I
No,
would
no,
call it a
no.
length.
They have the
I didn't
same
say that.
kind of qualities.
But it's not the same, right? Time is not distance, right?
Correct, but I would say it has a length.
You see how you guys double talk, man? You just, instead of saying, man, I really don't know, you have a point there. No, you're going to argue it until you're blue in the face.
You
right?
don't
You disagree that
And
time
you
has a
You
length?
don't have a point. That's the problem.
What is time, gummy?
Go find a point and bring it to us, please.
Go
You
find
don't
some
know.
time and bring it to me, please.
Yeah.
And the fabric. I want to make a suit.
That's
So
what
if I say an hour,
right there.
if I say an hour is the length of time, nobody here understands what I mean.
Yeah, everybody does because we came to an agreement of what an
So it
hour
has
is.
a length.
And
It's the
everybody knows
time.
what a meter.
No,
And
it's the
look,
time
and
that the clock.
and everybody knows what a meter is because we came to an agreement.
Yep.
Right. But a time just because we agreed to it and we brought it into existence doesn't mean it's something.
Well, just
Right.
because we agreed to a distance that we call a meter doesn't mean that's real.
Sure, that's real. Because if you have your backyard and you have 20 meters and you go into your and you try to plot some stuff into your. Why are you over talking me, bro?
He's gonna sink himself, Blue. Keep going, Lemon or Montreal. You're gonna kill yourself. Go ahead.
I'm gonna kill myself. Yeah. If I
when
have
you say that you
in my
measure,
backyard and it's 20 meters, try not to talk over me, dude. Try. I know it's hard. If my backyard is 60 feet wide, right, and I plant on the 61st foot, and I start planting tomatoes on my neighbor's yard, do you think he's gonna say something about that?
What does that have to do with anything?
You told me to define distance, right? You told me to define distance, and I did. Now you define time.
Can you measure
Okay.
that?
Okay. No, hold on. So I measure that within this hour. If I mow my lawn within this hour, my neighbor isn't going to say anything. But if I do it in 7 hours when it's nighttime and he's sleeping, he will say something. Exactly the same as your argument.
You see why I call Gummy a doofus? Listen to what he just said.
Just the same, I was measuring the time, just as you measure the distance. And if I did something at a specific time, my neighbor got angry at me, especially like you said, at a specific distance, my neighbor or your neighbor got angry at you. It is the equivalent scenario, and you don't see it because you're being a hypocrite.
It's the equivalent scenario of cutting your lawn in the daytime instead of the nighttime. That's the equivalent. Wow, man, you're good,
instead
but
of
not
you
good
doing
enough.
it on the 60th foot, it's just like you doing it on the 60th foot and not the 61st foot. Is the exact same thing. I see. How do you not see this?
Only in your brain, Gummy.
If you're going to go with distance, if you're going to go with distance has a boundary because your neighbor gets mad about a certain distance. Time also has a boundary because your neighbor gets mad about a certain time.
Look, if this is how you want to think about it, if you feel comfortable in this, fine, I'll give it to you, man. Just don't try to convince me of it. Okay? That's
No one can convince you of anything, I see.
Especially not you, Gummy. Especially
You're
not you.
contradicting yourself, and then you think anyone else can help you.
Gummy, you are on the wrong side of just about every argument I hear here. So you are definitely not the person to talk.
Maybe that says something about you, not about me, I see.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
There's no X in especially.
So why do you think everybody
can somebody define time? Define time for me. Anybody. Baller, flat earther, anybody.
No, we did that topic. Again, we already acknowledged that you said that you wouldn't be convinced by anybody here. It's fine.
If you have a solid argument, yeah, you can convince me. Go ahead.
Time has boundaries.
Time to me. It should be easy, right? It should be easy to describe it.
Right. Time has boundaries. Distances have boundaries. Time is measurable. Distances are measurable. These things are all qualities that times and distances share. These are components of a coordinate we can use to describe an event in a particular location and at a particular time. That's it.
Here we go.
The best you've done is equate it with a location. That's all you've done.
How about this?
You equate it to something. What is time on its own, standing on its own? What is it?
Are you going to talk over me or are you going to listen?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The indefinite continued progress of existence and events in the past, present, and future regarded as a whole.
So that's time. The events of the past, present, and future. That's 3 things now. Past, present, and future, and events. That's 4 things to describe time.
No, SC.
And you weren't able to describe distance without going in a circle, going and doing a circular argument.
I'm still waiting.
Oh, I'm waiting for you to define distance, Essie. We're all waiting.
Time. I'm waiting for the time. What is time?
What is distance?
Okay, you are waiting. Which is you're waiting for something to happen in time.
You got distance of what, right? So we got time of what. So if time is changed, then something has to be changing, right? If time is a
That's right.
measurement
Yep.
of change, something has to be changing. If you want a distance, you need a distance of something, a distance of Earth, air, whatever. So
Okay, so we have
something
the
has to
distance,
exist for time to quote unquote exist.
the distance between two things, and the time between two events. There you go.
Right, and if any given point in time you cannot reach backward or forward to advance or retract your position in time, something clearly has changed. Whether or not you want to be aware of that or not is up to you.
So time is change.
No, that's not what I said.
Bro, I mean, you know, we've been at this how long? About an hour now? So far, no one has defined time.
And you haven't been able to define
satisfaction.
distance.
You see? Distance. Gummies on distance.
Right, there's all the time and the distance. That's all part of the same four coordinates.
But they're two different
That's
things.
the whole point of
time
this
and distance.
discussion.
They're two
the
different
four
things,
component
right?
coordinates.
They are two different things, time and distance, sir.
And they both follow the same rules. Both are measurable.
they're
Both have
different, right?
boundaries. Both. Thanks, SE. Both are
Sorry.
measurable. Both are measurable. Both have boundaries. Both are something that we can deal with in exactly the same kind of way by addressing each one in an exact same system, a coordinate system.
So by
Distances
saying
and time are
both,
something that we both agree are something that we can measure, obviously.
okay. So by saying both, you're denoting two different separate things, right?
That have the same rules.
But they're different, right?
Apples and oranges are different.
Exactly.
But
Thank
they're
you, Gummy. That's two
both
things you said
fruit.
today that are true.
Whoa.
Yeah, Granny Smith and Gala apples are different.
But they're still apples.
Yay. Whoa.
Yay,
We agree.
progress.
Right.
Yeah, time
So
and
time is
distance are both
apples.
parts of a
Granny
coordinate.
Smith. Time is apples now.
Yeah, time and distance are both
Is that
parts of the
really
same
what?
coordinate
Is that all
system.
you got from that essay? Time is apples. Come on.
Oh, tell me what more I should have gotten from that.
Time and distance are both part of the same coordinate system.
Calm your
Granny
voice.
Smith
Don't
apples
be
and
so
Gala
angry.
apples are both apples.
But they're different, right? They're different somehow. That's why we call one granny and one red super delicious or whatever they call them. They're different, right? They're the same, but they're different.
They're same in many ways, but they're different in some way. Yeah.
Exactly. They're not exactly the same, right? There's
Correct.
a difference in them.
They're not exactly the same.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, good. We're getting somewhere. So time is not exactly the same as distance, right? They're different, right?
Again, a true statement. They're not exactly the same. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. We didn't get anywhere because, of course, that's true.
Right.
Oh,
And
really? Oh,
if
we
you
got
use
somewhere. It's just you
criteria,
don't realize it.
the thing is, SE, if you use some sort of criteria for defining whether or not time is real, if you say it's a man-made concept, you can apply the exact same rubric against distance and come up with the exact same conclusion. Time
you
and
can't.
distance
No, you
would
can't.
both end up being fake in your kind of
No,
argumentation.
absolutely not. I just showed you how.
Say something that is true about distance, but not true about time. As in, there is no analogous example.
Sure. If I'm standing 2 feet away from you, I can slap you. If I'm standing 6 feet away from you, I cannot slap you.
If I'm there at the same time as you, I can slap you. If I'm there 2 hours later than you, I cannot slap you.
Okay. What did you achieve there?
An equivalent example using time instead of distance.
But
You can be at the same location at
You still
different
didn't
times.
affirm time into existence. You still
You can
didn't
be at
make
the
it
same location
real.
at two different times, though, right?
But what we're showing is that every single example where you use distance, there is an equivalent using time. They are very similar.
Try as you
But
may.
they're both abstract,
Try
right?
all day long. They're different. They're not the same thing.
But they're both
But
abstract.
you're trying to make the assertion that distance is real, but time is not. Therefore, you must have something that is applicable to distance, but not applicable to time. So
No,
far, you have been
incorrect.
unable to produce such a thing.
Incorrect. Nice try, Gummy. As usual, you're wrong.
Okay,
I'm
what is
saying
incorrect?
time is not real. You brought distance as an equivalent of time, and I showed you that you're wrong. That they're
So
two
are
different
you?
things. Nice try.
Is distance real or not, Essie?
Distance, as we know it, is real. Yes. of course.
Okay, so you have made the claim that distance is real, time is not real. Please make a
Exactly.
substantiation that is true for distance, but does not have an equivalent for time.
I
Please.
told you. I told you. I'm here. You're there. I take a tape measure. I measure 12 feet between me and you. That's the distance. Now, time
and you can
is a
measure
whole
time.
different
You
thing.
can measure time as well. You keep
Measure it
using
all
this.
you
We can
want.
measure distances. We can measure time. Okay, same thing. What can
No,
you do
not
about
the same
distance that
thing.
you cannot do
No,
equivalently in
not the
time?
measure. You can't measure time. No, you can't.
Time is a measure of movement.
Oh my God.
It's only move. That's where you're wrong, because I'll prove it to you right now. What is one day? What is 24 hours in your world?
A passage of time, a value given to, if we want to
Wrong.
give the concept,
Wrong. No, let me
if we
explain
want
to
to
you.
give the concept of time a name, and we want to associate
Wrong.
values for how, thanks. If we want to give a concept of time a name, and we want to associate values to the amount of that time that we all agree upon, doesn't change whether or not time is real.
Same with
Incorrect. 100% wrong. Your perception of time is one rotation of your mythical sphere. See, you don't even know that, man.
That's not how it's defined these days, but thanks.
Yeah, yeah, uh-huh.
You know that even in a completely closed-off room with no windows, we still have a concept of time. You know this, right, SC?
Yes, because
only in your brain. Only in your brain.
Am I coming in?
You are, but
time is a measure of movement, right? We've created the system based off of the movement of the sun, and then even without sun now, since we have this system, we can use it. We've created the unit of measurement, just like we created an inch from actual material. We agreed upon the length of an inch, and now even without that material that we first based it off of, we can now use it for other applications. It's the same exact thing with time. It's a measure of movement.
Well, no, we've agreed on the measure of 1 inch the same way we've agreed on the measure of 1 second. They're both
1
agreed
second
upon
is
metrics.
based off of the movement of the sun, though. It was originally a measure of movement.
Yes, you don't even know that, your own model.
He
yes,
said no. No.
So originally, the timekeeping method was the sun, correct? But the concept of time is not required to use the sun's motion. It is not
It's
a
not required for the
requirement.
sun, but motion is required. That's why
No,
once everything
that's also
stands
not
still,
true.
they say it's timeless. Time froze.
Uh-huh.
And stood still.
Anyway,
Yep.
an
Time
oscillation
stood
of a
still. You guys
cesium
don't even know your own model, man. Crazy.
An oscillation of the state of a cesium atom is not necessarily the same kind of movement that you're thinking of.
It's still motion.
To give more time in the day, God stopped the sun.
Wham!
The
story
radioactive
written in a
decay
book,
of a cesium atom is still energy
on.
moving. It's still
It's not decay.
motion.
It's not decay.
It's not?
Don't pull an LEB now and say it's decay.
I mean, that's what
it's
the
entropy.
textbooks say, but okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, they say oscillation.
So it doesn't have a half-life? Cesium doesn't have a half-life now?
It's a radiative oscillation. It's not it's not radioactive decay.
What
It's
oscillates?
emitting.
What oscillates?
It's emitting radiation, but it is
What?
not radioactive decay.
What is doing that?
Define radioactive decay.
Cesium.
So the cesium is vibrating? Is that what you think? You think it's the cesium that's vibrating?
It's not vibrating still.
Gummy, check out how a cesium clock works after we finish
I
this.
know how a cesium clock works.
Gummy, if it's releasing energy, but not via radioactive decay, what's the process that's causing it to release energy?
It's not just releasing energy. It's oscillating. There's energy input into the system, and the energy that is released is at a regular rate.
Which is a vibration, right?
So
of something,
That's what
right?
I thought. I thought it
Hold up.
was
So
a,
cesium doesn't have a half-life. It doesn't disintegrate. Like it doesn't have radioactive disintegration at all. Radioactive decay at all.
Regardless of whether or not it does, that's not what's being measured.
that
We're
means
not
it
measuring
does.
the half-life of thanks. We're not measuring the
No
half-life
problem.
of thanks again.
Yeah,
We're
why
not
didn't you
measuring
tell
the
the other guy
thank
that
you
he
one
was
more
wrong?
time. Thanks,
Hold up,
Rakia.
Rakia, let him
You're
finish.
more than willing to tear everybody
Thank
else
you
that wrong,
again.
but not your
Thank
own
you
guy.
for doing it again. That's fine.
Yeah, no
Great.
problem.
Rakia, you
We're
got
not
next.
measuring
Let
the
him finish.
half-life of the elements in question. We're measuring something that's occurring at 9 billion times a second.
Right, a vibration. Get it through
An
your thick
oscillation.
skull. An
It's
oscillation,
an
yes.
oscillation. It's not
And
necessarily
that's
a
what you
vibration.
count. Yes. Movement. Yes.
So hold up. Let me just respond to what you said. You said you're putting energy in, causing it to oscillate, and that energy is coming out, right? Have
At a
you had
regular
it
rate.
at a point where you didn't put the energy in and it was absolutely stationary? It didn't oscillate?
It has, I mean, energy is entering it into various forms, and it could return some waves at those regular rates briefly. But the entire goal is for us to stimulate it in such a way that it is always producing exactly that regular rate.
Mm-hmm. So you're putting in energy relative to the amount that's already causing, like it's never standstill, right?
Never
Think of it.
standstill.
Think
what
of
makes you
it
think that
this way.
the fact
Okay.
that there's this baseline oscillation before you put any extra energy in, what makes you think that that's not the process of radioactive decay? The
Because we know, because
corresponding
radioactive
to the
decay,
disintegration of the nucleus.
radioactive
it's not-
decay has a measurable outcome where you will have a what's the word? Like you will have energy either in the form
emission of
of a
energy.
Their
particle.
product.
Yeah,
Their
you have
products
a
will come out
product
of
of
it.
it. But this
Yeah.
isn't what happens in a cesium clock. What, like,
I mean,
the best way that I
Not
would
the thing
describe a
it's measuring.
cesium clock in simple terms is you have a magnetic field and you have cesium atoms. If the magnetic field is tuned to that frequency of the cesium atoms transition frequency, if it's perfectly tuned, then you get one outcome. If it's a bit short, if it's a bit too fast, you get a different outcome. If it's a bit slow, you get a different outcome. And because you measure the outcome, you can then tune this frequency of the of the magnetic field to be the perfect frequency, and now you have a timekeeping device.
And in addition,
what does that
if we're going to say that it's
frequency
something to
do?
do with, if we're going to say it's something to do with atomic decay, then we'd have to acknowledge that however many atoms happen to be in there, their test atoms, have to be decaying at a rate of 9 billion times a second.
Doofus,
We wouldn't
this
really
is not
have a whole
about.
lot of
No, that's not what
cesium.
we're
We
saying.
wouldn't really
It's
have.
not about atomic
We
decay,
wouldn't
bro.
really have. We wouldn't really have a whole lot of cesium atoms left after very long.
No, you
Yes,
just conflated
Doofus, it's
something.
not
I don't know.
about
Hold up,
atomic
SE, let me respond
decay.
to that. You just conflated. You just like equated the amount of oscillations with the amount of atoms that are decaying, which is completely unfounded. Why would you even say that?
Right, so
Yeah.
it's not based on atomic decay
No,
then,
it could be
right?
proportional, but they're not one in one. They're not the same thing.
What the fuck?
I'm saying
It's not
the
using
oscillations
atomic
isn't the amount of
decay
atoms,
in
which
order
is what
to
you-
measure how time passes.
Again, the oscillations isn't the amount of atoms, which is what you, for some reason, said. You said one. You basically implied that 1-to-1, the amount of oscillations, whether it's 9 trillion or 900 trillion, I don't even know what number you said, times per second, it equals that amount of atoms in the thing. That's not the case. You're not going to deplete them because they're not 1-to-1 like that.
So
I don't
what
know why you would say
happens
that.
under atomic decay? What happens?
Energy is emitted. It vibrates, it
And?
oscillates, and energy is emitted.
Yeah, and atomic
What are
decay
you looking
means
for?
something very specific. It's not just energy is emitted. What else?
What else are you looking for? The disintegration of the radionuclide? What? Like, stop fishing. Just say what you want to say.
Right. The atoms have to break apart.
Yes, but it's not a one-to-one relationship. Just because it's happening at 9 trillion times a second, that doesn't mean that 9 trillion atoms are breaking apart per second. That's retarded.
That's what would be required because we're measuring changes in state of
really
9 billion times a second.
So
right, and that change in state is not radioactive decay.
So hold up. So you're saying that an atom needs to oscillate once and then it dies? It decays completely?
I mean, if you want to say that this thing is measuring radioactive decay, the thing that it's measuring 9 billion times a second would have to be radioactive decay.
It is, but it's not one-to-one. It's not one oscillation, one vibration equals one atom dying. The half-life
so
is not
then
one
it's
oscillation.
not measuring decay.
It is a measure of decay because it's proportional, but it's not one-to-one. What don't you understand?
It's not decay.
It has nothing to do with decay, gentlemen.
It's vibration.
Back here
That's
has
what they
nothing
call
to
it,
do.
guys.
Cesium-133 is what they use, and it's the stable isotope of cesium.
Yes. It doesn't decay whatsoever? It doesn't have a half-life?
No, it has no half-life.
Really? That's rich.
It's a stable isotope.
Does it
Yes.
vibrate?
It doesn't vibrate, no.
The change in ground state, yes.
You guys need to look how a cesium clock works, man. They use the
I
cesium
already
to
described it to you.
excite something that vibrates, guys. Please
Yeah, was that
look
a yes
into it.
and a no that it does vibrate? I think I got a yes and
So
a no.
it's a no. SE. I described how a cesium
Wait, I
clock
think Blue
works.
said yes.
Simply, what
No.
part did you disagree with when I
Did Blue say
described
yes
how it
to
works?
the vibration so we can?
No, I did
carry
not.
on? Okay, does it vibrate?
You can ask it again. It's still going to be
I
no.
said no.
No, he said he
It's gonna
didn't
be no.
say it.
Hold
It
up.
doesn't mean he doesn't think it.
So are you guys of the
I'm
opinion that
asking Blue
stable
a
isotopes
very
are
direct
eternal?
question.
And I'm answering it for the third fucking time, Rakia. The answer is no.
Are you
So
of the
nothing
opinion
in the
that
cesium clock is vibrating. The
Oh,
cesium
God.
atoms, nothing's vibrating. There's no. Even the release of energy would be vibration, wouldn't it?
Change in ground state of the cesium-133 atom, Rocky.
so hold
Yeah,
up,
you
Blue,
want
do
to
you
change
believe
the
that
definition of vibration,
cesium-133
Rocky. Why is
is
that?
eternal?
Does that cause vibration?
Fuck, dude.
Is there vibration in anything having to do with the cesium clock? Jesus.
Yes, there's vibration.
I want Blue in them. Yeah.
No.
If
Thanks,
Blue or
Jeff.
any one of the other negative guys that are fighting against this. So there's no vibration included in any of this process.
Simple
What they're
question, guys.
measuring isn't a vibration. What they're measuring is an electrical signal.
I didn't ask what they were measuring. I asked if it's vibrating.
Well,
Oscillation.
anything with a
What they
temperature
measure is very
vibrates, but
important.
the vibration
So
is not
then,
part
yes,
of it.
there is vibration in this process.
But the vibration is not part of the result.
What?
Right. The vibration that you would experience, the kinetic energy due to temperature is not what they measure. What they measure at 9 billion times a second is a state change. It is an oscillation. It is not a vibration.
Piezoelectric effect.
Thanks, SC, for coming in. Thanks for coming in before I finished. That was fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. My apologies.
The oscillation is caused by the vibrations of the atom. So I don't
You
know what
can
you're
keep
saying.
saying it's vibration. You can
It
just
is.
keep saying that.
That's what gives you oscillation.
No.
What's causing the oscillation if not the vibration of the atom?
It's the
If
change
it's
in
perfectly
its
still,
state.
not moving, what's causing it?
It's the change in its state.
Doofus, are
Change
you
in state-
familiar with the
But
piezoelectric effect?
Hold up, Essie, let's chase this down. It's saying the exact. It's not changing at all. It's not vibrating, not changing position whatsoever. Nothing is changing about it, and yet it has a change of state that's causing an oscillation, a variance in electrical energy.
Note how you had to change what I said.
I didn't. You're saying it's not. There's no change. It's
You're
not
saying
vibrating.
it's
and then
not
you're saying there's
changing
change
at
of
all.
state.
No, I'm
Okay,
not
so what
saying
change of
it's
state
not
is there that's
changing
not
at all.
vibration?
Don't tell me again that I'm not. Don't
All
tell
right,
me
so what
again
change
I'm
of
saying
state
it's
is
not
there?
changing at all. Tell
What
me
change of state
again.
is there?
Tell me again that I'm saying it's not changing at all.
What change of state is there if not vibration?
Wow,
Energy
you need to
state.
control your anger issues, man.
What's that?
You're on a public forum.
Yeah, I would
Ground
like it if
energy
people would
state.
stop lying about what I say.
Yeah, I know.
Go
I would
ahead.
like a
What change of
blind
state is
model
there
of
where
success.
it's
I don't
not
get angry
vibrating. It's
For
absolutely
the
still.
fifth time, energy state.
Wow.
How is energy changing when it's absolutely still?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, maybe say
No,
Jesus.
don't like act like it's exasperating and be incredulous. You're saying
Hey,
it's
can I-
absolutely still. It's not vibrating whatsoever. How is
Yeah,
it changing energy state if it's absolutely still?
Again,
they're wrong
nobody
about
said that
that.
it's not vibrating at all. What's being measured is the change in state. If you say it's not at absolute zero, therefore it's vibrating, cool. I don't care because what's being measured is the change in its state.
Change
It is
of state of
oscillating
what?
without the vibration of the atom being the thing that's being measured.
Oh Lord, I don't know.
The
if you're just,
change
like-
of ground state. We've already said this.
Yeah. Okay. The ground state. How is it changing if it's absolutely still?
Do you know what the
fuck's
ground
sake.
state is?
Oh my god.
Yeah, like the
You can't be
electrical
this
energy.
dumb. You just can't.
No.
I gotta go because you can't be this stupid.
Hey, see you later.
Up with
Angry
the ad
Jack.
hom.
The one
Calm
that
down,
the
sir.
answer, bro.
Can I read something real quick? This talks about the vibration.
Probably going to be wrong if it's talking about vibration, but go ahead.
It's all about vibration, man. It's unbelievable. You guys are
It's just retarded.
unbelievable.
Change of ground state, and yet there's no. It's absolutely still.
Yes.
Something I've ever heard.
Do you
don't
know
say
that
yes,
there are
Gummy.
more
It's
forms?
stupid.
Do you know that there are more forms of energy than movement? Do you realize this?
Irrelevant.
Okay, it's
I'm not
irrelevant.
disputing. Hold up.
Irrelevant.
Hold up.
Don't mind if I
Let me say
read
this. Let me say this. I'm not disputing
Go
that
ahead,
there
Rick.
is a ground state. Sure. Let's say it's the most. It's a stable isotope, and it's the lowest state of electrical energy or whatever ground state is actually defined as. You can't say there's a change of that and say that it's absolutely still. You haven't shown how. I got a call.
Okay, let me read these two things. It says like they're counting like the ticks and swings of pendulums, and they're equating it to time, and then they're talking about the cesium atom, which is very much more accurate. But they say the ticks of the current standard atomic clocks are marked by the regular vibrations of symbols of a cesium atoms, which vibrates 9.2 billion. So then they go. A different article says. It goes through the pendulum stuff again, how they count a pendulum swing, say, 1 Mississippi, blah, blah, blah. And then it goes to a more accurate measure. But even the best mechanical pendulums and quartz crystal-based clocks develop discrepancies. Far better for timekeeping is the natural and exact vibration, in quotes, in an energized atom. Now, I'm not saying I know what all that means, but they sure seem to use vibration every time you look up.
And yet they use quotation marks.
Good. Yeah, good go with that, Rocky.
Okay. Okay. Well, what do they mean by the quotation mark vibration? I'm fine with you explaining.
Go with that. That's perfectly fine description for at a very low level.
Right. So explain it to me at a higher level. When I say, is there vibration? When I say there's vibration and you say no, and then I look up the first two articles I look up mention vibration, and you say, well, just go with that.
Yeah, just go with it.
So you don't know how to explain why they put vibrations in here?
Yeah, I do, but I don't think you're going to understand it, and I'm not going to waste my time.
So NVC on a Discord, when we're talking about cesium clocks and how they work, the breaking down of atoms and counting those ticks, basically, is the layman's term.
That's the problem. You're going to talk about breaking down of atoms. That's the problem.
Breaking down of atoms. Maybe I said it wrong. Yeah, I know you're going to pick apart every word I say, but they do. You do seem triggered by the fact that vibration is used. And I didn't look these up and say vibration is key. I was just thinking about what y'all were saying about the energy release and blah, blah, blah. There would be vibrations in there. And y'all said no. So then I started looking up articles, and it's all about vibration.
In quotation mark, because it's not the vibration you're thinking of.
I'm fine with that. So what vibrations are they talking about?
They're talking about oscillations between two states.
Of what?
Of cesium.
What's oscillating? What is oscillating?
The ground states of cesium.
So you think it's the cesium that's vibrating, right?
It's not vibrating. Okay, well, no, it's not. It's vibrating. I'm fine with that. Go ahead.
Okay, fine.
Leave it.
Apparently,
Leave it.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, your daddy just told you to go ahead. He's okay with it. Now continue.
I'm nobody's. Yeah, I am a daddy.
I'm not sure why you thought you needed to give that man a go ahead on him to use vibration.
Understanding why you think I'm triggered when you're the one that's yelling.
I'm not yelling. I'm just laughing at you going, go ahead, use vibration, Gummy.
You need to calm down.
You do realize,
Who the frick is glue to you, Gummy Bear?
Rocky,
you
you
do
need to calm down.
realize that when I said that, okay, go ahead. I'm not saying, okay, I give you my permission to go ahead. I'm saying, okay, then you go ahead with your argument if you want to accept vibration. I'm not, so I'm out.
Blue, I'm fine with you, Gummy Bear, going ahead and using vibration in your description. I'm fine with that. Go ahead, buddy. I give you the okay.
It's not what I
challenge anybody here to research a cesium atomic clock and find anywhere that doesn't use vibration movement to calculate this. I challenge anybody.
I described it to you earlier, and you didn't. You still haven't challenged my description on it.
What was your description, Gummy Bear?
Okay, you move cesium atoms through a magnetic field, or not a magnetic, sorry, an electromagnetic field of a specific frequency. If their frequency is too high, you get a different amount of cesium atoms that change their state. If it's too low, you also get a different amount. So when you tune your electromagnetic field, the perfect frequency, now all the cesium atoms that go through change state. Therefore, you have found the perfect frequency.
Incorrect. The cesium atoms are used to excite something. That shows you have no clue of which you speak, sir.
Okay, so what part of that was incorrect?
All of it. Research it and you'll see you are wrong. The cesium atoms are used to excite something. That's all I'm going to tell you for now.
Right,
you
so they
do the research and you find for yourself.
Right, SE?
Because you seem to be a freaking expert on
People here
everything.
saying that cesium-133 is eternal. It doesn't decay. It's eternal.
It doesn't radioactively decay. We're not saying it's eternally immortal and freaking can never change. We're saying it does not radioactively decay.
Yeah, you're saying that if you don't touch it, like if you don't like put it next to something that could cause it to rust or corrode or whatever, it's never gonna decay.
It's a stable isotope.
It's a stable isotope. Have you ever heard of stable isotopes?
It doesn't mean it's never going to decay. It just means it's the lowest form of of energy. It doesn't mean that it's zero.
Why are you shifting this to such a huge red herring? This is completely irrelevant to anything. Whether
that you guys were trying to say there's no decay.
Whether stable isotopes are immortal or inevitable or whatever you want to say is completely irrelevant to the current conversation.
I think it is relevant.
There's
you guys are trying to make it seem just like the ground state is zero and there's no decay. That's what you guys are trying to say, and it's wrong.
Blue found something. Read what Blue just put there.
Yeah, can you find oscillation in there somewhere?
About vibration.
Read what it says. Read what it says.
By
the
definition,
is used to what?
Radiation produced by the
control the output frequency.
That doesn't require vibration.
By the transition.
Vibration in frequency is what's measured.
Produced by the transition between two hyperfound ground states of cesium.
Right.
Right. Now, you got to go into that article and you got to see what the cesium does, how they separate it by magnetism to a higher state and a lower state. It's very complicated, gentlemen. It's absolutely sure that you guys have no clue what you're talking about. Now, research it and see what. Let me finish.
I explained it to you in simple terms.
Research it, Gummy, especially you, and see what the cesium excites. You still haven't even reached the end part yet.
The cesium doesn't excite anything else.
You know, it's incredible.
And I want you to go into that article, SC, and search for the words vibration or oscillation. They
You
don't
go and
appear.
see what the
They
cesium
talked
does.
about frequency.
They don't appear. Oscillation and vibration do not appear in that article.
Frequency does, and just because isolation and vibration doesn't appear in that article doesn't mean that it's part of it.
I didn't say isolation. I said oscillation.
I just said it wrong. I even typed it in wrong a while ago.
Do you
My
know what
brain
the
farted.
frequency is referring to? It's not
Movement?
referring to the cesium itself. It's talking about the electromagnetic wave.
Yeah,
Has a
movement
frequency.
that would cause vibration. Yeah.
Wait, is electromagnetic waves movement?
Well, does it cause vibrations?
Is
in the
light
medium?
movement?
Does it cause vibration in that instance?
No.
Is light movement?
No, it does not.
Because it's
I want
changing
to.
from ground
I
state.
do have a question though. I didn't understand when you were talking about y'all were talking about non-decaying. Do you mean into a different element or decaying as in just breaking down as itself?
Yes, this does not have any. The cesium clock has nothing to do with decay. That was a total red herring conversation.
No, you can use decay like especially in the way y'all are trying to use it into a different element, right? If I remember
Radioactive decay.
12th grade, whatever.
Well, yeah, radioactive decay is changing into a different element. Yeah, I'm just saying that it has nothing to do with this.
I got
you. Yeah.
But the cesium can decay without changing into a different element, right? Am I thinking
No.
wrong?
Yes,
Stable
you are.
isotope.
So it doesn't. Stable isotopes don't decay at all, even as
No.
themselves. Like,
Yeah, they don't decay.
oh
Cesium
wow,
Unless you're going to
131
bombard
can
them with
do anything.
some protons or something.
I got you.
There's
Yeah.
something to it.
Dude, don't be so combative. I said
It's-
okay,
it's
great. I
BS.
didn't know that. You're
Well,
such a
yeah,
dick.
what a stable isotope means is all it means is that unless something else acts on it, it will just stay as it is. It won't decay.
But the opposite of that
That's
would be
BS.
the radioactive isotope.
Yeah. So some isotopes of some elements are radioactive, as in they will decay in different manners. There are different ways of, like if you've heard alpha and beta radiation and gamma radiation, like these are different ways of it decaying. But in all cases, it will change into a different material.
But you're just talking about the radioactive decay, not how something breaks down, right? Like I'm still confused about it. Is everything radioactive decay?
Well, when we say radioactive decay, it's because you have something shooting out radiation because it's decaying, which is true of all. Anytime something just spontaneously decays, as in it splits, the energy has to go somewhere, and it's through radiation, whether that's through alpha, beta, gamma radiation.
I got you. But you're saying this type of isotope is the only element that doesn't do that, or these the ones
No.
that are
It's
these
not the
isotopes
only,
don't do
yeah,
it.
but
It's
but
not
this,
the only
I
one,
got it.
Rocky.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
this is
understand.
one. This is one of the
restated
stable
my
ones. Yeah.
statement, yeah, one of the
Yeah.
stable isotopes that don't do this. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There are
Yeah,
a bunch of isotopes of cesium, Rocky.
I got
There's
you. I
several
understand
different
that.
ones. And the others are not stable, and they'll have half-lives ranging from a couple of years, I think, to maybe 30 years or so.
I
But
was
this
probably
one,
daydreaming that day
this
because I
one,
remember.
cesium 131 or 133 is the stable one. It does not decay.
And that's why we're saying that radioactive decay isn't relevant to cesium clocks. Even though you can have radioactive cesium, that's not what's used here. So
But the
it's
atoms
irrelevant.
of this, am I saying it right? The atoms are breaking apart and causing energy and vibration, right?
Nope.
Only for the radioactive ones, not the
Oh,
ones
yeah,
we're
the
using here, the
radioactive.
stable
In the
ones.
cesium clock.
Yeah, in the cesium clock, it is not the radioactive ones, it is the stable ones. So they're not breaking apart. They're staying cesium the entire way through.
How's energy released again in something like that?
Because we're introducing an external microradiation.
What if you introduce more external microradiation? Is it still stable?
No. It's like I said, if the frequency, so it's not more or less. It's if the frequency is too high, you need to you get a bad outcome. If it's too low, you get a bad outcome, and you shift it until you get the perfect outcome, and then you have the number, the frequency.
Can you have frequency without vibration?
Hold up, Rocky.
I mean, yeah, it's the frequency of the electromagnetic radiation. So it's not It's not the frequency of the rate of vibration, it's the frequency of the wavefront, so to speak, of electromagnetism.
Gummy, read what I just posted, please.
Yeah, you're talking about quartz crystals. Yes, they do vibrate. Absolutely.
Yeah, quartz crystals do, yeah. I'd never say they don't.
That's how
We're
time,
talking about
that's how
cesium
time is
clocks.
kept, gentlemen.
That's
We're
not
talking about
vibration.
cesium clocks, Essie. What? Have you been in a different conversation entirely?
Yeah,
Always.
that's why I keep telling you, research the innards of a cesium clock. I'm trying to give you hints here, but
This isn't a
obviously you're
cesium
not
clock. This is a
catching.
quartz clock.
I can't
Essie.
wait
That's a
until you
quartz
find.
clock.
Yeah, I can't wait until you find out, bro.
I want you to
can't wait.
Essie,
It's
help
going
me
to
out
be
here.
from you, clearly.
Essie, do you
Help
not
me out of this.
realize that you just posted talking about a quartz clock,
Yeah,
not a
just remember,
cesium clock?
just remember this day, Gummy. Just remember this time. Remember this time and day, Gummy.
I will probably
thought-
remember for how ridiculous that is.
I thought frequency was vibration. Like the frequency is the measurement of vibration, is what I thought.
Well, not when it
Light
comes
has a
to
frequency.
not when it comes to light or electromagnetism. Then it's not the frequency. It's not a frequency of vibration. It's the frequency of wavefronts.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
here's my
how
issue,
many
Gummy Bear.
wavefronts are hitting you per second. Yeah.
Here's my issue. You're saying you agree that if you add more energy, more external energy, you're making it less stable, right?
No, so it's not adding more or less energy. It is whether you're hitting the correct frequency or not.
Okay. So let's say you're hitting the correct frequency, causing it to be less stable, right?
Yeah.
So if you're hitting your frequency is a little bit off, you would expect that the stability would be like the change will be a little bit less, right? At no point would you expect it to be zero. Why are you instituting this all or none for not like fallacy?
What do you mean?
It has
Like
to resonate.
You're saying that if you don't have the correct frequency, there's absolutely zero change. But that's the reason that it would be a spectrum.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Energy or more frequency. Go ahead.
So think about it this way. If you have the perfect frequency of the microwave radiation, then every single cesium atom will change state. If you have a slight bit off, then maybe 99% will change. If you're way off, then maybe only 70% will change.
Exactly.
And so what you do is you modify the microwave frequency until you hit that point where it's all of them. And now you have this microwave radiation that hits all of them, that makes all of them change. Therefore, it is that frequency. And it is accurate to 1 in 100 million.
Sure, I completely agree with that. But that progressive, scale right there that you just mentioned, where if you're closer to the correct frequency, there's, more oscillation or vibration or what have you. That shows you that it's not all or none. That if you don't
Give me a
have
second
Keep
percentage.
inserting the word vibration.
No, can you read this? What I just posted,
Yeah.
Gummy?
So-
Can you please read that?
Yes. So this completely affirms what I've been saying before.
Just read it out. You want me to read it, or you're gonna read it?
I can read it. Do you want me to read the entire thing word by word?
Please, yes.
Okay. So to turn the cesium atom atomic resonance into an atomic clock, it is necessary to measure one of its transition or resonant frequencies accurately. This is normally done by locking a crystal oscillator to the principal microwave resonance of the cesium atom. This is exactly what I have been saying this whole time. The microwave,
Really?
the microwave
That's what you've been
resonance.
saying.
Yes.
You've been saying a crystal oscillator. You are.
That is exactly what he's been saying.
Just
Montreal.
listen to these guys, gentlemen. Just 30 seconds ago, I told them, remember this moment in time.
Yeah, you need to remember. This is exactly what we're trying to tell
do
you.
you see it? They have no clue what they were talking about. Absolutely no clue what they were talking about.
Then
Right,
hey,
you're just here
incredible.
to
you tell us
to
about the F3 and the F4 states of cesium, please.
Well, I didn't hear y'all say anything about the crystal thing, and I don't understand.
So
Hang on, I don't understand how if you do have a wave, or let's say a radioactive wave, as you're explaining it, kind of in layman's terms, if that wave is hitting something, where the vibration goes, like there would still be a measured vibration if a wave is hitting something.
So
Did you see he inserted the word radioactive again?
Yes.
I think that's what y'all were talking about, radioactive
No,
isotopes.
so it's not.
No.
Okay, but okay, you did say a wave, right? A wave hitting something.
Electromagnetic.
It's different. Yeah, electromagnetic wave hitting something. That doesn't create a vibration that can be measured in frequency. That doesn't add up, man.
Is light a vibration, Rakia?
I'm not sure why the questions are coming at me now. I'm asking you if that wave that you said is hitting something has a vibration, associated with it.
And the answer is no, because light doesn't vibrate.
So light is electromagnetism.
Yeah.
And it's in the form of a wave hitting stuff, but has no vibration.
Yeah, it doesn't vibrate.
Special, isn't it?
Let me put it this way: like if I had a bar,
special.
I just started to rotate it. SE. I just started rotating it. Would you call that vibration?
So now, are you guys willing to admit that there is something more than the cesium atom in the clock?
Yeah,
But I taught you that there's a crystal oscillator also involved. Are you guys willing to admit that you had no clue what you were talking about before?
Are you prepared to admit that the crystal oscillator is what's being used to excite the thing?
No, it's the other way around, genius.
No,
yeah,
genius.
it's the atoms that are used to excite the crystal oscillator. Oh my God.
Oh
my
Jesus
God.
God, SE. That is so wrong.
Unbelievable.
That is so wrong.
Unbelievable, man. This is like truly stunning stuff, man.
Yeah, it is.
Let's get Jeremy's opinion on this.
I got to go back and record this.
So you're saying the crystal is used to excite the cesium?
Yes.
It's used to, yes.
Oh, this is on tape, man. This is freaking beautiful. Thank you.
The crystal is used to get the microwave, the principal microwave radiation to the right frequency to cause the cesium
other way around. My God.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jesse.
You can keep claiming this arbitrarily.
Hold on a second. The crystal oscillators used to get the principal electromagnetic radiation to the right frequency to cause the cesium to do the thing that you want it to do.
Isn't it amazing, ladies and gentlemen, that 30 seconds ago, they didn't even know. Let me finish. Isn't it amazing, ladies and
Go ahead.
Jesus Christ.
Finish your point.
It is not that the SE, or God damn it. It is not that
and
the
now the
cesium.
lying shit.
It is not that the, God damn it, SE.
Doofus.
It is not that the cesium. Oh my God. If nobody lets me finish this, I'll just keep doing this. Just keep going. Somebody let me actually finish what I'm saying. Until I'm allowed to finish.
Do I have to mute people like more? Come on. Just let each other finish. Go ahead, Doofus, then SE after. Ricky, if you want to pipe in afterwards, go ahead.
All right. So it's not that the cesium is made to vibrate. It is that the principal electromagnetic radiation going to it is being controlled by something else that vibrates, but the cesium itself is not vibrating.
My turn?
Yeah.
You lying hypocrites. A minute ago, I posted something. You were laughing at me, and I told you, remember this time and remember when this happened. You were laughing at me. You didn't even know that crystals were involved. Not you, not Blue, none of you, until I told you. It's unbelievable how much of hypocrite lying shit you guys are.
For it to be right and all that, but it looks real crooked right here for some reason to me. I haven't measured anything.
I know that an oscillator had to be involved because the microwave frequency somewhere in there. There's an oscillator. I don't know if it was a crystal or not. It could have been a magnetron. It could have been any number of things.
You didn't know nothing until I told you. You didn't know
No, I know
nothing.
radio frequency has an
The way
oscillator.
they control the microwave radiation that is exciting these cesium atoms is, of course, with a crystal oscillator.
Now you looked it up and now you learned, huh?
No.
Thank you, Gummy.
I've known
you
from the
got
start
schooled
how a
today.
cesium
You got
clock
schooled
works.
on the cesium clock.
Like, even right
by
here, it's
me.
less than 2 foot.
By me.
SE can't control himself.
If you back up to the start, you would see.
You're such a liar. You're such a sophist, man. You guys are so
you can't
full of
control
yourself.
yourself. That's
it's
great.
unbelievable, man.
half
You
inch
didn't
short.
even know a minute ago what a crystal was used in there. You had no clue. You laughed at me. Now you're experts. I just love exposing you guys, man. It's a pleasure.
We are looking
Actually,
at
I would say that it was understood that there was an oscillator in there. I mean, that's if it's using microwaves as an oscillator. It's as simple as that.
Now you know. Now you found out after I schooled you.
No, actually, I knew
Thank
that
you
from
very
radio.
much. You guys
Right,
learned
and then
from
see
me
the
today
entire purpose
how
of
a
this
cesium
discussion.
clock works. Thank you.
No.
Right, and the entire purpose of this discussion
do.
was whether or not the cesium itself is vibrating, which you did not substantiate.
What are you talking about, dude? You're trying to get a win. You had no clue. You were clueless. I might as well have been talking about knitting to you.
If you were to back up in the conversation, Essie, to before you mentioned anything, when I explained how it works, I have not changed anything from that explanation to now.
A little bit this way as
So
you
go
can.
back.
You forget he doesn't know what backup or before means.
The way I explained it, the very first time I explained how they work, I mentioned all of the parts. I mentioned the microwave radiation. I mentioned the cesium getting excited. If it's not all of it getting excited,
How about
well,
the
then you have
crystal?
the
Did
wrong
you mention the
frequency.
crystal?
Oh,
That is
Essie's
what
very
creates
excited.
the microwave radiation at a specific
You such a
frequency.
liar. Listen to these sophist lying bullshitters, man. Anybody
You're
could
being
play the
toxic.
tape back. Anybody,
Hey, let's
you're
not call names,
liars.
though.
You lie every day. Every day, all you do is lie. Lie,
All right,
lie,
let's not.
lie. That's
All right,
all you
let's not.
do.
Let's not taunt them or call them names. It's all right.
So Essie, while I didn't say the words, it is a crystal oscillator that creates this microwave
I
radiation
taught
at
you
this
that,
frequency.
Gummy. I taught you that. Now squirm for me. You had no clue. You were laughing at me when I said crystal.
But
All
what
of
I
you.
did say,
Blue
what I did,
the engineer, you Gummy, Doofus, you were all laughing. You had no clue. A high school dropout had to school you on how the cesium clock works. It's precious. It's fucking beautiful.
Right, if you want to invoke my name again, I do get to respond. So what I mentioned from the beginning of this is that the thing that's being measured, the outcome, the cesium atom vibration that you wanted to say was a vibration, isn't actually a vibration. Up until this point, you haven't provided evidence to say that the cesium is vibrating.
When did I say that? Keep double speaking, dude. Keep it up. Don't say,
Right, so what's
SC, I
being
had
measured is
no
not a
clue
vibration.
until you told me. Just keep making stuff up, man. It's on tape, and it's going to be beautiful to play it back. Keep doing
Right,
what
so
you're
what's being
doing,
measured-
gentlemen.
Oh, I'm going
Right,
to
so
use
what's
it
being
too.
measured is not a vibration.
Keep it up. Keep saying
Actually,
shit
did
that
you
you
know
don't
that
know.
all radios have an oscillator circuit, or at least all conventional radios?
Hold on one second, Rocky. Are you there? All right, never mind. Go ahead, guys.
Did you know that all radios have an oscillator circuit of some kind?
So now all this started with time. You still haven't proved. You still haven't shown what time is. After all this, this all started with what is time.
So, did you know that all radios have oscillators in them in some form?
Do you know
Is there
that
a
all
movement?
kangaroos up?
Is there a movement in when they're measuring this they're measuring movement when they're measuring the 8 million things a second or whatever in the cesium clock in the atomic clock?
They're
Did you want to know what time is?
They're not
SC?
measuring movement.
I don't.
SC,
Way
the
too many people answered.
I mean,
Sorry.
They're
See,
measured.
change
They're
the
me-
like I don't know, whatever. So Mr.
SC wanted to know what time is,
Hold on
and
one second, guys. Hold on one
All
second,
right,
guys.
give everybody some water. Make sure we drink water. So make sure we get somebody going back and starting a trial before it gets too hard, too. You know.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
Hey, Rocky,
go ahead.
you're hot
He's
micing.
I know. I put him on mute. Go ahead.
So
Are
so
we
what you-
measuring? Simple yes or no question. Yes or no?
Okay.
Are they measuring movement?
No.
Measuring.
They said
So
no.
movement.
After what?
Sir,
After
you-
about the cesium clock, about the quartz crystal vibrating, they said no. It's amazing.
Jeremy, you cut out after.
Let him ask again, guys. Let him ask again.
Jeremy
Go
cut
ahead,
out.
Jeremy.
Let him go.
I didn't cut out. I stopped because somebody said no before I was even done with the question.
Well, no. So what I heard was
purposely cut out.
yeah. What I heard was, does it measure movement? And then it stopped for a bit, and I said no, and then it like
No, that's not what
continued.
happened.
Yeah,
Okay.
from
All
my
right.
side. So I apologize.
Mulligan.
Go again.
Okay.
Reset.
Yeah. So is this oscillation in the cesium atom? Is that movement? The thing it's measuring?
It is not measuring movement. No.
Nothing's moving.
Things are
Getting the energy
moving,
state.
but it's not measuring movement.
Well, what's it?
Right,
It's measuring an oscillation, right? Is the oscillation movement?
No.
Nothing's moving then. Something's oscillating and not moving.
So you've got
That's what I was
cesium
saying.
atoms moving through an area in which you have microradiation of a specific frequency.
So the atom's moving.
You have atoms moving, yes, but that's not what's being measured.
Okay, what is it measuring exactly?
It is measuring, essentially it's measuring whether all cesium atoms are transitioning between states or not, depending on when when they move through this area of microwave radiation of a specific frequency, it is measuring how many of them are changing states. So if all of them
in this state change, well, hold on, because so far we got
go ahead.
cesium atoms moving and it's state change. So this state change, there's no movement involved with the state change.
Correct.
Is Raki on
There
mute?
is.
Well, how? Yeah, Rocky is on mute. He was hot mic, and I got
Hold
it.
up,
If he's
Gummy
back
Bear, there
now.
is, because the more
Hold on
the
one
atoms-
second. I'm not done.
Go ahead, man.
Definitely not done.
Hey,
So
thanks.
there's a state. You good, Rocky?
Yeah, thanks.
All right. So there's a state change, but nothing's moving. They change states, no movement though.
Correct.
The change states as a result of the energy being input, which is causing the atoms to vibrate more.
No, that is
Cause
wrong.
Not the word vibrate again.
Yeah, it's causing
The atoms
atoms to move.
So the atoms aren't starting to vibrate or vibrating more or less. They are absorbing it.
Mm-hmm. And they're absorbing it perfectly. There's no change whatsoever when they're absorbing it.
Don't say no change again, because that's not what people are saying. Nobody's saying there's no change in the
atom
atoms.
itself.
They're specifically
I'm not
saying there's a
no
change in the energy.
Doofus,
Thanks,
I'm not saying
thanks
there's
for
no
that.
energy difference.
What we're
that you're
specifically
measuring.
saying is there's a change in the energy state.
In the ground
There
state,
is
yes.
a change, but it is not a vibration.
Doofus, I'm
Correct.
talking about the atom itself, not about the energy state that you're measuring, from the atom. You guys are saying
It has an
there's no
energy
change in the atom itself. It's acting as this perfect conduit that's causing, like, you're measuring this oscillation, this energy state, right? That's changing, except the atom itself is perfectly still. It doesn't make sense. Where's your evidence for
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. That's why it doesn't make sense. The reason why it doesn't make sense is because that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you said it was absorbed, right? Or someone else did.
Yeah,
you
I
guys,
said
you guys
that.
are saying it's perfectly reflected, basically.
Yeah, it's
No.
kind of
Perfect
weird.
medium.
No.
What I'm saying is the cesium atoms absorb electromagnetic radiation.
Yes.
That's what
I
I'm
just
saying.
finished this up
And you're
real
saying
quick.
it's
I'm
not
just gonna
moving
be, I'm
when
just
it
gonna
does
be
that.
2 more minutes. You guys had all morning with him. I'm gonna be 2 more minutes.
Go ahead.
So explain this ground state change to me, or state change. Can you describe that process?
It's basically the amount of
No,
energy
not
that
you.
it's
Not
emitting.
you.
He'd
Dude.
agree.
Not you, bro. State change that you're measuring. Can you describe the measuring of the state change and exactly what's happening in the state change?
The state change are energy levels of electrons.
So energy levels are getting higher and lower.
Correct.
That's independent of the exact position of the electron around the atom.
Yeah. So and this energy getting higher and lower. That's not movement of energy.
It's a change in an energy state.
you can call it a movement of energy, yeah, but it's not like a movement like the atom is vibrating. It's not
No,
that
it's
kind of
energy
movement.
moving. Sure, it's energy
Sure,
moving. Yeah.
energy moving. I guess you can call it energy moving.
Well, what would you call when
Wouldn't agree
energy moves
exactly.
from lower to higher? Would you call that a movement of energy?
I'd say
or?
it's a transfer of energy, not a movement. But
Yeah, and when you transfer something, something's definitely moving when you transfer something.
I feel like that's just a definitional thing, but sure.
Yeah, so you're measuring movement.
Fuck's sake.
No.
I'm done for a
movement of
bit.
energy. You guys would agree with that. But in terms of the atom itself, you guys are saying that it absorbs this thing and there's no change to the atom. That it's perfectly still.
No!
There's no vibration. To the atom. I'm not saying that there's
No!
a difference in... Wow. Okay, go ahead.
All
Try
right,
to
nobody
control
here is
your
saying
anger,
there's
sir.
no change to the atom. I'm specifically saying the atom changes energy state. Nobody, once again, nobody is saying there's no change to the atom.
The energy state is the energy that the atom is emitting. But you guys are saying it absorbs, it doesn't it doesn't move whatsoever. The atom itself isn't the only thing that's changing is the energy that you're measuring from it.
Energy
Right?
state is not what is emitted from the atom. I don't even know where you got that from what I said.
The ground state is the energy of the atom.
Okay.
The lowest form of it, the lowest state of it. So again, I'm fine with you saying you're measuring the ground state of the atom and that the ground state, the level of it is changing. But you can't, like you're saying that the energy, the atom itself is not being affected. The only thing that's happening is that you're...
I'm not saying that.
Check.
So what is going on with the atom in and of itself? Not the measuring of the energy of it, but the atom in and of itself. Is it perfectly motionless or not?
The state of the atom, the energy contained therein, is transitioning from one level to another and then back down again. And this happens at a regular rate, given a regular excitation.
We already agree on this, that you're not answering my question. The atom in and of itself, physically, is anything happening to it?
Right. So when we want to then discuss what the energy state actually is, we can discuss the electron orbitals, things moving from one orbital to another. The state can change regardless of exactly where the electron resides in whatever orbit it's in.
So Doofus, you're not aware that the cesium atoms are separated by magnetism in the cesium clock to the excited, the higher and the lower. You're not aware of that? That's another thing you're not aware of. Wow.
Okay, hold up, Essie. Let me just nail down what we're talking about. So you said there's a change in the electron orbitals, right? There's movement of electron orbitals. Can you expound on that?
Right, they're just changing orbit. What do you mean?
So electrons are changing, they're moving in their orbits, but there's no movement?
What's being measured is that change in orbit.
I'm not asking about what's being measured. We're
the
talking
energy
about the
emitted
atom physically.
Oh, for
You said
God's
there's
sake!
no movement. But now you're saying
Right,
that
let's try this.
the electrons are moving. So which is
Let's
it?
try this again. I'll give it another good try. What's being measured is the energy emitted after the orbit changes back. This happens because it's going up and down at a regular rate. The movement, if you want to call it that, is the change in the orbit, which is, as I mentioned several times already, independent of the precise location of that electron around that atom. You cannot say then that the
electron is moving, right?
You cannot say then that atom is vibrating at a regular rate because the electron could be in many different places every time that oscillation occurs.
But is it changing
It's not
places?
a classical vibration, especially at the rate being
Is the
measured.
electron moving? Yes or no?
Can I try something here?
Hold up real quick. One word answer. Is the electron moving? Is it changing places? Yes or no?
It is always moving. It's in an orbit.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know what was so funny.
actually
I don't know
address
what was so fun. I don't know what was so funny when you guys all laughed when I said there's energy moving. What was funny about that?
Right. Energy going from one position to another, you could say that it's movement if you really wanted to.
It's
I
always
wouldn't.
Why'd you? If that's the case, why'd you giggle like a little schoolgirl when I said it?
I said you could. I wouldn't. That's the part of the sentence that I said at the end.
Why did everyone giggle like little schoolgirls? Why I said it? If you could say that.
Because it's weird, Jeremy. It's weird. I've never seen anyone say
I'm a
energy
weirdo.
from one place to another is moving.
Can you show?
You could say it like that. So what was with all the goofy? Percentage, relax for a second. Said you could say it like that.
Yeah, percentage, relax.
Shut up, Nate.
Weirdo. So what's the problem? Why'd everyone giggle like little schoolgirls?
Because
no one says it like that, Jeremy. You can say it, but it's a weird word. It's a weird way to
say it like
define
that.
movement.
It's not that it's weird. Let me say this, Jeremy. It's absolutely necessary. I dare you guys, I challenge you to come up with an example of energy transfer without physical movement, without anything physically moving. A perfectly motionless system wherein you have energy transfer. That's
The whole
very
point is they're trying to deny that.
Percentage.
They're trying to deny that when you measure time, you're measuring movement, and this was supposed to be their example of that, I'm guessing. However, we come to find out it is measuring movement, and
Is it that again? Is it that again?
Yeah, being stupid.
No, you guys bring up this whole time is movement thing.
If you have a fire in a fire pit and you measure the change in heat, are you measuring the movement of the fire?
Is the heat changing because there's more or
Yeah.
less fire?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. There's a change in fire, therefore change in the energy, the heat.
Are you measuring the movement of the fire or just the change in heat?
Both, because it's proportional.
measuring the movement
How
of
do you
the. You're
measure the
measuring the
movement of the
movement.
fire?
You're measuring the movement of the energy.
Okay, so your thermometer
What does
goes
that
from
mean, Jeremy?
520 degrees Fahrenheit to 560. How far does that move?
Time there was more. It means one time there was more energy in this place where your thermometer is, and now there's less energy.
Yes, but you're saying it measures movement. So what does it
Energy
move
moved. Yes,
from?
the movement of energy. Yes.
How far
But we
does it
don't
move?
we don't define that as movement, do we?
It's a bad example, Chucky, because
No, it's a good example
no,
because it
it's a
does
bad
not
example. I'll
measure
tell you
movement.
why.
The same
Because
as
you
this
could measure
doesn't measure
temperature.
movement.
You could measure temperature, and it could be constant. Okay, what we're talking about is the variance,
not.
the oscillation.
I said it's
okay, the
not
change of
constant.
temperature levels in your example. Okay, so a change of
I said it's
temperature
not.
levels is going to be proportional to the amount of fire or whatever. Assuming that it's the same kind of intensity, then the more fire will be more kind of energy that's detectable.
Yeah, the temperature thing's a home run, anyways, because when you're definitely measuring movement with that, because that's all about movement.
Everything is moving.
What's moving? I don't understand. Like when you say energy's
We know that it's you get temperature from things vibrating. We know that you get temperature from things vibrating, right? The more it vibrates, the higher the temperature.
How though? If you have one molecule and it's vibrating, what is the temperature of that one molecule?
I don't know. Take the temperature of it. How am I supposed to know?
How do you take the temperature of an individual atom?
Dude, I don't know. Why are you coming out the blue with these crazy
because
questions?
the point I'm trying to make is temperature is an emergent property. You only get it when you have a group or a medium of things together.
No,
and then you say
right.
the average kinetic energy or motion of these things is what we're going to record as temperature.
Nate, let's say that
You
we
use a
somehow
very
had the
tiny
ability
camera.
to measure the temperature of one atom. You compare it, the way that we measure things is comparing it with the movement. It's basically the movement, the excitation of that atom relative to other atoms, like compared to Mercury, for instance. It's comparing motion, just like time is.
Yeah, but you obviously measure a collection, a group of atoms, right? You don't measure the temperature of one individual electron.
Obviously, it's just it's an analogy.
Yeah. But that's what I'm trying to ask Jeremy. How do you measure the temperature of an individual thing? Is temperature not just an emergent property?
Does it need to be a group for it to not be an emergent property?
Dude, when you measure temperature, you're measuring how.
Go ahead,
listen, the point is when we're measuring time. I just want to close this out with the cesium clock thing. You're moving a movement of energy. You're measuring a movement of energy when that's what you're measuring in an atomic clock, right? Is everyone clear on that, or
no?
Nate,
No, we're
I
not
disagree
clear
with
on
you saying that it's an emergent property like that. I completely disagree with
Uh-huh.
that. I think we just don't have the tools, the technology to measure it on on a smaller scale. But to say that we require that it's an emergent property and that it has to absolutely be necessary that there's more of it, I don't think that's correct.
But that's how we understand temperature. That's how we measure. We don't measure the temperature of an individual subatomic particle. We measure the temperature of mediums, you know, of a collection of particles of your body. Yeah, like not just one
We could
thing.
measure
You
the.
know, it's
Hold up, we don't need a collection. We could measure like we don't need different kind of composition. You can measure the temperature of one element, right? That's all grouped together, like a liquid helium or something like that. You could.
But
measure
that
it,
is
you
a
know, you don't
group
need-
of that's a group of atoms, you know.
I know, but we could
together.
we can measure it less and less quantities until our technology doesn't allow us to measure it more. It's not because it's an emergent property that that it's basically the constituent parts don't have temperature. Of course they do. The temperature is caused by all of these different atoms, moving, vibrating at different.
Okay, how do
levels.
you measure the temperature of a neutron or a proton?
You can't. Our technology doesn't allow us to. But that doesn't mean it's an
What?
emergent property. That's.
But we can measure the mass, the charge, the electric spin, all of these things of a proton and a neutron, but we can't measure its temperature. Maybe it's because it doesn't have such a thing called temperature unless it groups with other subatomic particles, don't you think?
The charge gives it. You think that things can have varying levels of charges and not, energy, heat? I mean, it's one and the same.
Charge is just a byproduct of having mass. All particles with mass have charge. No such thing as a massless particle with charge. So if you have charge, you have mass. It's just a byproduct of having mass, and your charge can be negative, positive, or neutral. But that has nothing to do with temperature.
No, because
charge.
then hold up. That means that if you were to have two different, they were composed of two different materials, elements, but they had the same mass, then they should have the same charge. That's not the case.
What?
There's
What do you
things
mean?
that there's things that are more conductive and and things that are more insulative. You don't necessarily have the same charge just because it's the same mass.
Yeah, I'm not saying charge and mass are the same thing. I'm saying that you can't have one without the other. If you have mass, you have charge. I totally agree with you. Things can have the same amount of mass and have different charges. That's fine, but that has nothing to do with temperature. At a subatomic level, something like a neutron or a proton doesn't have this property we call temperature.
I think it does. We're not able to actually measure it effectively.
Okay.
Because the whole idea of temperature is the excitation of these atoms, right? The more energy you put in, the more excited they are, and the heat is energy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are you saying if something has mass, it definitely has charge?
Yes.
That being said, it could be a net charge of 0.
Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it is. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah. So, there's no such thing as a particle with mass that doesn't have charge, or a massless particle with charge. Things like photons and gluons. A neutrino has mass. It has mass. It's not massless. Actually, that is debatable. We predicted not to have mass, but when we predicted to have mass, but there are experiments where it's been shown to be massless. So that is a gray area. But generally, it has mass. Let's just say it has mass.
If you put
in 2018, in 2018, didn't somebody win the Nobel Prize for proving that neutrinos have mass?
Yeah.
Yeah, based on work done in Ontario.
Yeah, but it's still a bit debatable because there are experiments where it's been shown to travel at the speed of light. There's even an experiment done like that, and when they corrected for it, it kind of proved that Earth is a sphere. I'll try and find it. But
I got a .gov website. I got a .gov website saying neutrinos have mass. I mean, I don't know how much you trust the government, but
yeah. As I'm saying, within the standard model, they predicted to have mass, and most experiments show they have mass, but there have been times where they've been shown to be massless because they travel at the speed of light.
Yeah, that speed of light thing is tricky though. But if something has
Yeah.
mass and it's in the medium of the electromagnetic medium, wouldn't that cause attraction and repulsion?
Yes. If it
I
has
mean, this is
mass,
from
then it definitely has charge. Yeah.
Well, then wouldn't it be the electromagnetic making it, the different charges making it attract each other, not what you would call gravity? Or is that what you're calling gravity?
That's not what we're calling gravity, because that charge, you mainly only see it in ferromagnetic particles. They are particles that don't really produce strong magnetic charges. And when you drop them, because of the weakness in the magnetism, you wouldn't be able to say that the electromagnetic force is what accelerates them towards the Earth at 9 point,
It would be the lack,
Yeah.
right? The lack of something holding it where it is in the medium that it is, that would create the acceleration, not the pulling down. Like, I don't get what you're trying to say, but if I don't really want to go into that anyway, but if all masses have charge and it's in an electromagnetic medium, that would cause attraction and repulsion, or something being neutral, like finding it's what do you call it when it's at rest, let's say. That seems to make sense to me, like on a lower, just on a level of basic understanding. I mean, we know we have, and y'all just agreed that everyone just agreed earlier that the medium was an electromagnetic medium. And now you're saying that all masses have electrical charges to them, which I agree with. We tend to be able to measure that easily and replicate it and things like that. You put charges in a static balloon and it rises and falls and due to its charge. I mean, there's things like that that you can do yourself at home, much less in a highly scientific lab.
I don't know. This is from Berkeley right here, and it's saying is to understand why the neutrino's mass is so small compared with other particle masses. Like, they're definitely saying Wiki says it has mass. Everywhere where
Yeah, definitely. But I can show you experiments where it's been shown it doesn't have mass. As I'm saying, I'll give it to you. Most science says it has mass, but it is something up for contention. And there is an interesting experiment I'll share with you guys later where it was thought it didn't have mass, but when they factored in the curvature of the Earth, they realized neutrinos do have mass, and this was another proof that Earth is a sphere. I'll share it with you when I find it.
And the other thing, like you're saying, they actually have detected neutrinos coming from the other side of Earth from the sun.
Yeah.
Nature.com is saying that neutrino. I mean, everywhere is saying they have mass with no charge.
Yeah, they have mass, Jeremy. But they don't have charge? What? Hello?
Charge, no charge in a neutrino.
Yeah, they're supposed to be net zero charge. That's why they're neutrinos. They're neutral in charge.
More the red. I think this is. Yeah. We're getting close to the end of. I think it's armor guard. We're almost out of. I mean, the ozone.
Someone.
Thank you. Okay. Have a good weekend.
Getting a little ahead of yourself. Have a good weekend. It's only Wednesday, bro.
Was he talking to us?
Sorry, I didn't hit
the chat, guys. Look what backtracking double speaking means. They were laughing at me when I mentioned the crystal, when I mentioned how the atomic clock works. Not that I'm an expert. They had no clue. They had zero clue. Now, look at them. They're all experts. They became experts in 30 seconds about atomic clock, crystal, and all that.
Well, and
it's
then I think
truly amazing, man. I love it.
In the end, I think we all agreed that it's measuring. Atomic clock is measuring the movement of energy.
I didn't agree to that.
What you had backwards is you had the
these guys did.
You had the cesium atoms just vibrating all by themselves. Just that was
that's what you did when I mentioned the crystals. It's amazing. Okay. Keep it up, Blue.
All right, never mind.
I never said that, Bubba. Never.
Well, it was always stated that radio frequency in the form of microwave radiation was used. So,
Yeah, but
what you think you won, I have no idea. That
you
we
had
don't
no
just
clue about
magic
the
radio.
crystals.
We don't just magic radio frequencies into existence. We have
You had
circuit.
no clue. You laughed at me. You
Well,
guys
that's
laughed at me,
clearly
and I
how
told you,
phrase
remember
things,
this
but-
time. Remember this time I told you clearly we're going to go and play it back. Now you're an expert on crystals, huh? You hypocrites,
No,
man.
I just know how radio works.
Just admit when you don't know what you're saying. Just admit it. That's
I
all.
just know
Say, I
how
didn't
radio
know.
works, dude. That's
You
all I
got
can tell you.
schooled,
I know
bro.
it's cesium
You got
pop.
schooled. Your
Radio.
arrogance won't allow you to say that.
And I don't think anybody in here was saying that there wasn't a radio circuit in there.
None of yous had no clue until you just looked it up, till I mentioned it, and now you're all experts. This is what you guys do.
I don't think anybody ever stated that there wasn't a radio inside of there.
Yeah, sure.
It was always stated that microwaves were used. The fact that you don't know that radios have to have oscillator circuit is the problem. It didn't
Yeah,
need
yeah,
to be
yeah. You keep
stated.
telling that to yourself. You just play the tape back.
Well, where did the
and
radio come
listen.
from?
It's
In
beautiful.
your estimation,
How you double speak, how you
in your-
triple
in your-
speak.
Okay,
It's
good.
amazing.
In your estimation, where do you think we got radio from?
I don't give a shit. We were talking about
You don't
cesium,
give a
we were
shit.
talking about the clock, and we were talking about time.
Yeah, and we're
Never
talking
talking about
microwave radiation.
radios. Cesium, crystal, atomic clock. That's what we were talking about. And when I
Which has a
mentioned
radio
crystal, you guys had no clue and you were laughing. Now that you found out that I'm right, you're backtracking and double speaking. This is beautiful. I love it.
Okay.
This is why I do
If
what
you're
I
just gonna
do.
play
To expose you liars.
Have a good time pontificating to yourself.
It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. You give it to me every day. Thank you.
Say it again. Cesium crystal atomic clock. Is that what you said?
Yeah. You just keep saying what you want to say, Blue. You had no clue. None of you had no clue. When I mentioned the word crystal, you were all laughing. Now, Blue, you're an expert, right? You're an expert on atomic clocks, right?
Did he say
Right, Blue.
cesium crystal? Is that why it got so muddled?
Yeah, do some research and find out, sweetheart.
Is there a real need for you to insult everybody like this?
Yeah,
Yes, there
how
is.
about we just,
Yeah.
guys, let's cool it down, stop being petty, talk about the
Yeah,
idea.
don't gloat, SC. Don't gloat.
I like to gloat because you guys, that's all you do. You act smart, you pretend you know stuff, right? But really, you don't. Certain things, you just lie. And when somebody tells you, look, this is not it, instead of saying, okay, I learned something new today, you'll just double track, go Google it in mid-conversation and become an expert. That's what you do.
That's what you did.
That's what you guys do,
I
man.
literally just did that to Nate when I bodied him on the neutrinos, not having any charge but mass.
But they do have charge, Jeremy. I just tagged you with the type of charge they have.
Dude, are you serious?
Look in
article.
Livestream text. I tagged you.
This is
have
from
charge.
neutrinos.
Neutrinos,
Neutrinos.fnal.
yeah.
It's from neutrinos.fnal. Hold on, man. Neutrinos.fnal.gov. Article. But while electrons have a negative charge, neutrinos have no charge at all.
But what kind of charge are they talking about there?
No charge. They have no charge.
No, but when they say electrons have charge, do they mean electrons have flavor charge, color charge, or electric charge?
Electrons have a negative charge. Neutrinos have no charge.
But when they say negative charge, which charge is it, Jeremy? Flavor, color, or electric?
They're talking about, but listen to this. This next part is the crucial part. Neutrinos have no charge.
Why not Google what flavor charges neutrinos have?
Can you define a flavor charge?
Well, hang on, baby steps. I just want Jeremy to, just, look into it.
Flavor charges.
Do a quick Google. Yeah. Oh,
Flavor charge?
Yes.
I can't wait to see this fucking bullshit. But they put a U in it. That's how you know they're not serious. They put a U in the word flavor. All right. It's not a good start. Not a good start. I'm telling you right now, if this shit came from England, if this shit came from the UK, of an elementary particle. The fuck does that even mean?
Mm-hmm.
So a neutrino has the flavor charge.
Yeah, but it
Vanilla or
comes in different
strawberry.
types of flavors. There's different types of
Vanilla,
flavors.
strawberry. I know the flavors.
But you're
Can I have strawberry and lemon?
Yo, Nate, you're guilty of being equivocal right
What do you
now
mean you
because
know
you
the
know we were talking
flavors?
about electric charge. That was the context.
I wasn't talking about electric. Okay. That's why I'm trying to clarify. When I say charge, there's more than one type of charge.
But when you were saying mass and charge, and we were talking about like
I
different
said
elements.
Yeah.
What
But
was the
no one
context?
said electric charge. There was no real context. I just said that all particles with mass have charge. No one specified the type of charge. Not even you and Jeremy.
But we were talking about energy, heat, right? And then the example was fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I'm off base,
Wait.
but I'm pretty sure most people would be thinking that the context was an electric charge.
All right, my
like a mass
bad.
spectrometer.
Okay. I should have been more clear. My bad. I apologize. But
We have determined that and if you're measuring time, you're definitely going to be measuring movement. You can't measure time without
How
measuring
though?
movement.
What about something like a photon, which doesn't experience time, Jeremy?
I don't know what you're saying, dude. Show me where you measure time without measuring something moving.
But yeah, from our viewpoint, yeah, everything moves with time. But what if you put yourself in the shoes?
Yeah, no, I'm saying you can't not. I don't know what you just said, Nate. But the point is,
Let me
you
say what I'm saying though.
said it was gibberish. Go ahead though, say it again. Maybe take a. Say it
Yeah,
again.
as a being made of mass, if you guys want to say time is a measurement of movement, it would be very hard for me to argue against that because we experience time.
That's all we're
But
saying.
if we were
And if you measure,
massless, yeah, but if we were massless, then that wouldn't apply to us. Time wouldn't be the measure of movement if we were massless. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
and
that
if unicorns
statement is not
existed,
universal.
I know. And what if unicorns existed? And what if your mom and dad never met? Dude, we were just talking about you can't measure time without measuring movement. That's all. And I don't know where they were trying to argue against it or something.
Okay, yeah, I would agree with that. I think anyone would find it hard to argue against that point.
Well, are you measuring movement or are you measuring something that is moving? There's a little bit of difference. We're not using that movement per se to make the measurement.
What's up?
I'm just wondering
the difference
if you
between
are
movement
measuring
and
movement. Like I'm not measuring the vibration per se. I'm measuring changes in the field.
What?
But even those
what's
changes take time to
Yeah,
happen.
I don't know. It's just this
even those changes.
bullshit that we're going into.
Yeah, but even those changes in force fields, they take time to happen from our perspective.
Right.
So, yeah. So light traveling from the sun to us, it takes time to get to us, But for that beam of light, it didn't take any time at all. It's just because we made a mass, we always experience time, What's interesting, though, is under the idea of Newtonian mechanics, the idea was that something like the force of gravity was instantaneous. So, for example, if the sun disappeared now, it would get cold on Earth instantly. That was the idea with Newtonian mechanics. So that kind of goes against this whole idea of time and movement. But with Einstein, he said that's not possible. Even light takes time to travel between things. So if the sun dies now, we're only going to start getting cold in 8 minutes or 8 seconds, however long it takes particles from the sun to reach us. It'll take some time.
Newton's shit didn't have nothing to do with that. It was all about the mass attracting the mass instantly. That had
Yeah,
nothing
but
to do with
according to
light.
according to Newton, gravity happened instantaneously. So if the sun disappears now, its gravitational effects and light traveling from it to us disappear as well. The Earth gets cold and stops revolving around that central point where the sun was immediately the moment the sun disappears.
Hold up, who says that
Light would still be
propagating from the
traveling
sun is
to-
gravitational?
Yeah, the light would
what?
still be traveling to us. I don't know where you're making this leap.
Who says? Who says what?
Yeah, who says that light coming from the sun depends on gravity?
What do you mean? Why doesn't it?
Well, you
depend
said
on
as soon as you have your gravity's gone, you have the sun's gone, then the light would instantly go because
because the sun is releasing energy. Yeah, the sun's releasing energy, and according to Einstein, energy and mass are the same thing. So the energy and mass ejected by the sun would disappear instantaneously when the sun disappears. So we wouldn't receive any mass or energy from the sun the moment it
there's
disappears.
What about the light that's already
7
been
minutes.
ejected? With the force that
7
it
minutes
has.
into its journey, and we would still see it because there's light 6, 7, 7.5 minutes into its journey still.
Yeah, no, the light already in its journey would still reach us. But the idea
so it would
is
take 8
any
minutes.
light. What?
8 minutes. Disappeared, whether it's Newtonian or Einstein, it would still be 8 minutes in your guys' model.
No, if it was Newtonian in our model, it wouldn't take 8 minutes. It would happen instantaneously.
Not
But
for
the
light.
sun would
And
just
then
go.
you didn't speak on the concept of light.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know where you're getting this from, Nate.
You guys spoke at the same time, I hear.
Yeah. We don't know. Nobody knows what the hell you're talking about. Is what's going on.
What I'm saying is, according to gravity, is instantaneous. It doesn't take time to travel from one, part of space-time to another. It happens instantaneously. So if the sun disappeared right now, Earth would get cold right now, and now Earth would
So you
stop
don't know
receiving
your
mass
model
and
then.
energy from the sun, and right now Earth would stop.
That is where I think we
Newtonian
disagree.
mechanics.
No, you're wrong.
But
You don't know your
Einstein
own
came
model.
in and proved.
Hold on, guys.
Einstein
One at
came
a
in
time.
and proved that these things take time. That if the sun disappeared, it would take 8 minutes for that information to reach Earth and for Earth to start getting cold and stop
just
revolving
contradicted
around the
yourself.
point where the sun
No,
used
he
to.
didn't.
No, Essie, he was referring to how
No,
Newtonian
I
described
said
it.
Newton, then Einstein. But my question
Yeah.
to you, Nate, is why do you say that for Newton it wouldn't be that case?
Because that's
What
how
about the
Newton
Newtonian-
described it. That's gravity, according to Newton, happens instantaneously. It doesn't take
But light isn't a graviton.
time. It doesn't take. There's no such thing as a graviton. We don't have that.
Light isn't gravity.
Light is energy, though, and energy and mass are the same thing.
Okay, but
I don't
gravity
know,
is not mass.
Did Newton speak on that subject?
Yeah, gravity isn't mass. Gravity is an
Okay,
interaction
did
between
Newton
mass,
speak
energy, and
on the
space-time.
subject of light and energy transfer?
No, Newton didn't say they were the same thing.
Okay, so he never
didn't-
spoke on
yeah.
light. His theory had nothing to do with how long it would take for sunlight to hit us. Only the
What?
gravitational.
Look into it, guys. Newton wrote that if the sun disappeared, it would be instantaneously. The effects would feel.
Gravitational.
Maybe he said
Yeah,
it, but it's
all
not.
of it.
It's
No,
not
but
because
the
of
light would
product.
The
still be
combining
coming
of
to us.
gravitation and light is an Einstein thing, not a Newton thing.
Yeah,
We
but that's
didn't
what I'm
speak on
saying. It's
the subject.
because of Einstein. Because of Einstein's understanding that energy and mass are the same thing. That it takes time.
Exactly.
That gravity, that mass, and energy release gravitational fields in a ripple type format, which take time to go from one place to another. That we know Newton was wrong when he said that if the sun disappeared, we would feel its effects instantaneously.
Sure, maybe he said that, and in and of itself, he was wrong about it. But I think
He
you're
was
trying
wrong,
to
yeah.
connect it. Hold up, you're trying to connect it to Newtonian's theory of gravity and stuff like that. And maybe he just said it as a one-off, apart from that, because so far I don't see the connection.
There's no connection between this. Even if Newtonian gravity, the sun disappears, light that's still emitted is going to come at us. It's still coming at us. So we're not going to know for 6.5 or 7 minutes, regardless if it's Newtonian or Einstein.
Yeah, it's possible Newton
Yeah,
said
but
something that
you
was
also got to
contradictory to his
understand.
model.
No, not contradictory to his model, contradictory to what we believe today. During the time of Newton, ether was still a thing, and the ether was the medium through which light propagates. And according to Newton, because they at that time had a very crude understanding of light, they saw light travel as a wave, not as a particle. So according to them, light travels instantaneously through the ether from one point to another. It doesn't take time. It doesn't travel in quantas,
How do
right?
waves travel
in
instantaneously?
packets. That's how they understood it. In the 1600s, that was the understanding of it. It doesn't, yeah, it's wrong percentage. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. They had a very wrong understanding of it.
I'm with you. That part is wrong. The first part, and you're trying to say it's crude and it's outdated and stuff, isn't. The fact that light is a wave, that's a fact. Okay, that's how it's observed. You might say it's actually a particle, a photon or whatever, but that's, I mean, not really. In any case, it acts as a wave, and if the sun was gone and the light waves that had just been emitted from the sun, it'll take time for that wave to propagate. If they were saying it was instantaneous, they're wrong. But say it's a wave is correct.
Partly correct.
Moyak, I need you to do something.
Oh, sorry, man. I was looking at the text. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry.
I need you to get your little globe, tape 2 army men to it. Tape 2 rulers going horizontal to the army men, right? Fucking drill a hole through the globe and then put like a piece of wood or something in between it to represent the cord. Can you do that? Maybe I'll buy one of those little styrofoam balls from Walmart. Never mind.
Yeah, go buy yourself. Go to Walmart, get yourself a globe, man.
I'm gonna just buy one of those little styrofoam balls. I don't want to destroy a whole globe.
I mean, you
globes
don't
are fun
need
toys.
specifically to understand how a globe works, right?
I don't know.
It's fear.
They're still, Jeremy, they're still at it. They won't give up. What is time, gentlemen? What is time?
Time is movement. The
measurement of movement.
Thank you. Try to explain to these guys in the chat. They're all freaking out.
I thought we all agreed, and even with the cesium atom in the atomic clock, it's measuring the movement of energy.
Not them, man. They're at it. They're at it.
The electron.
Well, time is measured using movement, but movement, are they synonymous?
No, we're just saying that's how you measure time, is by measuring something moving.
Yeah, can you have time without movement?
That's different than saying
system that we've created
that's different.
Based off of movement.
That's different than saying that time is the measure of movement. I mean, you're using movement to measure. If you're using movement to measure it, I don't think that implies it's measurement of movement. Just because you're measuring movement to know how much time is passed.
It absolutely does. Because that's how the system was created. Based off
absolutely,
of
It's confirming that you're using movement to know how much time it passed, right?
No. We made
it doesn't sound like you're measuring.
Bacon, we made time. The system of timekeeping was made from movement.
So second is a unit of movement.
Yes.
Meter. Okay, meter is a distance. I mean,
second,
the units related to motion are usually like distance over time. So of course they're very much related, and it might very well be the case that there's no way to measure time without using movement. But I don't think you can therefore equate them.
No, it's absolutely time is the system of measure made of movement. We got 1 day, which is a full rotation of the sun, or in your model of the Earth, right? And then we split.
I already accept that.
I
already accept that every measurement can
Good, we heard you.
Hold up. We split that up into 24 hours, split that up into 60 minutes, split that up into 60 seconds. It's all based off of the movement of the sun or of the Earth, depending on what you believe. Right?
So
yeah, but it's not how much it moves. It's how long it takes for it to move.
No,
so
it's how much it moves.
No, how much
in
it
reality,
moves.
it moves. One revolution is 1 day.
No, if I ask you how much it moves in 1 day, the answer is not time. The answer is like distance. So if I ask you how much this car moved for example, if you know the speed of a car, you can use that car to measure time, right? Because the speed is essentially distance over time. So if you know
I agree with you if we're comparing
Yeah.
it, if we're comparing it to something else. But for the original thing, we're without knowing what speed the sun is moving at, we're creating time based off of the movement of that sun.
I
Without knowing
agree
how
that
much distance it's covering or what the speed is, we're creating the system of time
the
relative to the
distance we
sun's
know,
movement.
it's an angular distance. We know that because we are using exactly that. We're using one
Sure,
full
let's say-
revolution, which is
yeah, let's say
360 degrees. Exactly. So that's the thing we know. We know it takes 1 day, or we're calling a day, which is the time it takes for it to go a full 360 degrees.
Sure.
So yeah, so we are describing the motion in two things: the distance, the angular distance it's traveling, and the time it takes.
Sure.
Right?
Look,
The movement needs both time and distance.
Look, distance is the measurement of the space in between two objects. Time is the measurement of some type of movement. I don't know why that's so hard to.
Again, I don't think it's the measurement of the movement. The movement is the tool that we use.
Yeah, time is one of the components of movement. It isn't movement itself. The fact that
Measurement of movement. Time is the measurement of movement.
It's one of its components.
Time is the measurement. You can't measure time. Movement. That's how we measure. That's how we know what time it is.
Yeah, that's a non sequitur.
By how much something's moving. What are we talking about?
Yeah, saying we need movement to measure time doesn't imply that therefore time is the measurement of movement, because that's not the thing you're measuring.
Can you measure time without movement?
Possibly no. I already accepted that.
Time ceases to exist if there was nothing. Not the concept of time. Do you think that would cease completely?
Not the that thing where it cuts in and out. I didn't hear you good.
Okay. Do you think that time would cease to exist in a vacuum chamber or in the absence of everything? We already had a universe, but if suddenly everything in the universe disappeared, except for you, would time still exist?
No, if we've already created the system of measurement.
Whoa.
We could
Would
still
you age?
keep time.
Would you stop aging?
We could still keep time.
I guess that would be the question. Would you stop aging?
If everything's gone, actually, then yeah, it would be timeless. We wouldn't be able to even keep time anymore.
What? No,
You wouldn't be able to keep time, but you'd be able to know that you are that moment and moment past.
Okay, that's a completely separate argument of whether or not our
No,
consciousness.
that's kind of what's the whole crux of the argument.
No, you're basically saying is
we're
our consciousness
trying to
dependent
say,
on?
we have to use this as a measurement. That's like saying radio is antennas because we use antennas to measure radio.
Okay, let me say two things. What you're asking is basically whether your consciousness hinges on, like whether the metaphysical hinges on the physical, basically. Whether our consciousness requires our brains and, synapses firing and such forth, right? If it does, then you can't have time without that stuff. So we wouldn't be able to measure time. If it doesn't, if we can have somehow consciousness without that, then yeah, we'd be able to realize that time's still passing, even though everything's not moving. But it's a complete digression from what we were talking about, which is what, I don't know if it was Gummy Bear or Bacon, but they were basically talking. Was it you, Gummy Bear? Talking about degrees, 360 degrees.
Still don't know which one
okay,
is
it's
which.
Bacon. Sorry. So you got 360 degrees, which is one rotation of the sun, right? Now, my question to you is, if that's not time, then what's an arc minute?
It's an angle. It's a measurement of angle.
Okay, what's the difference between an arc minute and a minute?
One it's time and the other is angular measurement. Like a minute is a measurement of time. It's a unit of time. And an arc minute, it's a unit of angle.
What if I told you the same thing?
I'd say you're wrong.
I'm not.
Oh, that's your job to demonstrate that?
Yeah, a minute in reality. And that's why even when you're you have GPS and you're talking about latitude and stuff like that, degrees, when you boil them down, are made up of arc minutes, arc seconds, and it's one and the same. So the way we have minutes, the conventional minutes, which is 60 seconds, is based off of the arc minute, which is a 60th of a degree.
Which doesn't mean they're the same.
Movement of the sun.
I agree one is based off of the other. That doesn't imply therefore they're the same. I can tell you if I tell you
the movement of 1/60th degree of the sun. The time it takes.
Yeah, but it's not dependent on the sun. That's how you got the unit. But if I have 160 degrees between, or like 90 degrees between two lines, the sun is completely irrelevant for that. That's just how we came up with the unit. But that doesn't tell you what the unit means. The unit,
no. So
the arc minute.
Well, we came up with it with the sun. We could get rid of the sun now, and now that we've created the system of measurement, which we call time, we can still keep time by other means, right? But the fact remains that it's based off movement. Without movement, you wouldn't have it.
Well, I'm not saying it's not based off movement. I'm just saying those aren't the same thing, even if you're based on the other one.
Time is the measurement of movement.
I don't know what you're disagreeing with, Bacon.
How about this though? Time is the
just like distance. Just like distance is the measurement of distance is the measurement of the space between two objects or 2 points or whatever. Time is just the measurement of movement.
How about this though? Time is the distance between events. How does that sound?
Yeah, then that makes more sense than what they're saying.
Yeah, that's actually true.
I would say that's conflationary because then it brings into distance. What distance is, spatial dimensions, stuff like that. It gets dicey.
Yeah, to move from one event to another, it's going to take time and space.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, again, the whole point sounds like a non sequitur to me. We're using movement to measure time, therefore, time is the measurement of movement. It's not a logical conclusion. That might make sense to you, but it doesn't follow.
No, it's not that we're.
Why not?
It does follow. It's just like distance. Hold on, percent. It does follow. It's just like distance. Distance is the measurement of the space in between two objects.
So is distance space?
The measurement of the space in between them. It's the measurement of the space between them.
Okay, but what is the claim you guys are making about time? Time is the measurement of movement, or time is movement?
Is the measurement of movement, just like distance is the measurement of the space between two objects.
What you're kind of saying, though, is that distance is the measurement of the tip of the finger to the elbow, because that was the first unit of measurement we used. Therefore, distance means the tip of the finger to the elbow.
And my claim is time does not exist. Time is not real. It's a man-made construct. That's how all this started. And nobody up until now has shown me to be wrong. Yeah, thank you.
But to say it doesn't exist, I would say it metaphysically exists. It's a construct that we've created based off of the movement of the sun.
But when you age, what is that? When you're 1 year old and then you're 10.
That's the number of heartbeats you have.
So what has passed? What has passed between the ages of 1 and 10? Isn't it time?
No, it's your cells turning over constantly, telomeres unraveling within. It's movement.
All right. If you died today, and you died 10 years ago, right? So you've been dead 10 years potentially. What has changed besides time in that period?
Movement all around you.
But you haven't moved. Are you experiencing time?
Well, let's not talk about the decomposing body, but movement. There's still movement in the world. And
but let's talk about that decomposing body.
Yeah, hold up. So things like changing. I mean, like time passing for a specific thing is basically you're measuring the movement of that thing relative to the standard that we have, which is the sun, relative to the movement of the sun. That's how we have speed. It's how much distance is it taking, how much distance is it covering in this amount of time relative to the amount of distance, the amount of movement that sun has. It's just comparing movements. Always when you're talking about time, you're just comparing movements.
Okay.
That's what it's
very
on.
It's hard to argue against that, man. Like, I will admit it's very hard to say you're wrong, man. But Bacon feels you're wrong. Why Bacon? Or why do you think
Bacon has no clue what he's talking about? The very basic of time
let's hear Bacon out.
is based on the rotation of your sphere. The very notion of time is based on the rotation of your sphere, your mythical sphere. It's all based on that. That's where it begins.
Actually,
That's the day.
That's not
24
necessary. It could be
hours.
just the rotation of the sun. You could be geocentric and have a sphere and have
Yeah,
no sun moving.
yeah, exactly.
It
Yeah,
doesn't-
yeah.
Yeah.
Based
But
on-
I'm just curious as to why Bacon feels movement isn't the measurement of time. You know, maybe
Because he has to
he's thinking
argue on
something I'm not.
anything. That's how Bacon
No,
is. He
it's-
just argues.
But
I
let's
heard
hear
the other
him
way
out.
around. I heard the other way around. I heard that the movement of the time was the measurement of movement.
Yeah. That's what Jeremy's saying. I don't think the others are saying that.
No, it is.
Are you saying
But it's also right to say that time is movement.
time is movement?
Yes, it's movement of one thing compared with the sun.
Oh, I think they might be inseparable. But I don't think that therefore they're the same. I mean, you keep pointing out examples that makes them inseparable. I agree with all of the examples. They're all inseparable. You can't just talk about movement without having time, and you can't even measure time if you don't have anything moving. But as much as I agree with
You
that,
can have movement without talking about time. We don't need to
Can I?
record time to know
okay,
something's
can
moving.
something move without moving like at a certain time? Like doesn't it? Isn't
Without time having passed?
We don't need to
take
record
time
it.
to
Time
move?
doesn't pass.
No,
It's
that's
a
not what
physical
I'm
thing that
saying.
passes.
I'm not talking about recording. I'm talking about time is one of the components of movement. Movement takes time to happen. Takes time
No,
to
that's
happen.
not true.
Is there a
Time's not a
movement
component
that
of
doesn't? Is there a movement that happens without time? There's no time involved in that movement.
Hold up. So time is this for convenience, for our convenience, the system of measuring movement that we came up with. You don't need to measure the movement of something. You could just tell that it's moving without quantifying it. You know, qualitatively, you could see that it's moving. Time is the quantitative.
So I can
measurement
say.
of it.
So I can say time has passed without quantifying it.
But time doesn't pass. It's just that thing has moved. You can say that thing, the sun has moved. You don't have to say, you know, it's a full day or 2 hours have elapsed.
Yeah, but I can say that and not say how much moved. I mean,
when you say a day, that is 360 degrees. That is how much it's moved.
Let me ask this though. Let's say everything in the universe lost, like there was no energy left in the universe and everything stood still. Nothing moved relative to anything else, and there was no such thing even as true movement. Would we still have time?
No.
Why? Because nothing's moving?
Because nothing's moving, yeah.
Because what you base time on is movement. Because time doesn't really exist, but by your own story, by your own standards, yeah. If you have no movement, you have no time.
Do you agree with that, Bacon? If everything in the universe stood still, devoid of energy, there would be no such thing as time anymore.
I don't agree or disagree. I don't know about that. Like,
yeah.
It's an absolute fact.
I know a lot of what you guys think are absolute facts, but I mean, saying that
No, it's
doesn't
an
help.
absolute fact because the reason we have even time to begin with, speed, like distance over time, is this thing moving relative to like the speed of this car. Hold up, the amount of time it takes that this car needs to travel a certain distance relative to the amount of time it takes for the sun to travel a certain distance, right? But the time itself is based off of the sun. It's just comparing speed of car, like movement of car versus movement of sun. That's what gives us speed.
I don't think that's enough to conclude that time wouldn't have time. You might say, well, we wouldn't be able to measure time, but to say that there wouldn't be time, I don't know that, because let me give an example. Say I build a simulation, right? And that simulation has definitely a counter for the time. So every next step of what's going on in the simulation, every instant in time of the simulation comes after the previous one, that comes after the previous one. And it's all based on the clock of that simulation, right? And I can add, let's say, bots or entities to the simulation. And the entities might use movement because that's the only thing they have. They don't have access to the clock of the computer that is running the simulation. They have no way to access that. So the only thing they might have to measure time is movement. And they might come to the conclusion that if there's nothing there anymore, then there's no time. But there actually is. They don't have access to it because it's just it's built in the nature of that simulation. So the reality could be something like we can still have time. You're just pointing out that we can't measure it because all the measurements of time came from stuff.
Hold up. Okay, so in your example, is the clock within the simulation or outside of the simulation?
It's on the it's all runs the simulation. It's part of the algorithm of the simulation.
Okay, but it's not in the simulation itself. This world, the simulated world, right?
No, it's on the computer that runs it.